Council members, please come to order. Good morning, everyone. So we'll be beginning the morning with receiving the balance of the SSC report. Then we'll circle back to C2, if I remember to do so, and take the AP report and action on crab specifications. So good morning.
Good morning to the chair and members of the council. We're having a little over computerage. Just a second. After your table. I'm positive that made no sense to people online. Through the chair, my name is, for the record, my name is Sherry Dressel, and I'm here with Dr. Ian Stewart and Dr. Jason Gasper, SSC co-chairs, and we are here to provide the balance of the SSC report. In the SSC's administrative discussion, we discussed membership for the upcoming year, recognizing the council has the opportunity to put out a call for SSC nominations. And we wanted to let the council know that SSC members, Dr. Mike Downs and Dr. Pat Sullivan, have indicated that they will be stepping down at the end of 2025. The SSC really appreciates their contributions and thanks them for their service. Should the council choose to extend a call for SSC nominations, the SSC recommends, in our view, prioritizing the following expertise. The first one is for a social scientist with background in anthropology, sociology, human geography, or related fields. The second would be a scientist with experience in stock assessment, fishery population dynamics, and harvest control rules and policy. In addition, if or when the council fills these positions, the SSC highlights it would be beneficial to identify individuals with experience working with Alaska coastal communities and expertise in local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information in the context of management. We did not necessarily see that as a separate position. It was if there are individuals in the two bullets above that also had that experience. The SSC then received an overview of executive orders and some discussion that was held at the CCC in May. So we received a presentation from staff that summarized the CCC discussion of Executive Order 14276, Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness, and Executive Order 14192, Unleashing Prosperity Through the Deregulation, as well as considerations that were provided to the regional fishery management councils in responding to these. The SSC, this, as for everybody, this has come up quickly, and so what's in our SSC reports are initial thoughts from the SSC, and we would look forward to offer further scientific input as necessary in the future. The CCC discussed the executive order direction for increased stock assessment prioritization and for management to be less risk adverse. The SSC notes that in the North Pacific, there's been extensive stock prioritization just recently for groundfish, and that may or may not be the case across all councils. Second, the federal management system in the North Pacific, through the fishery management plans, applies management to balance over the risk of overfishing with statutory requirements for maximum sustainable yield and optimum yield under the MSA. Also note that this system, this process is complemented by a robust public advisory process. The SSC notes that risk has a specific meaning with respect to OFLs and ABCs, and this relates to uncertainty. The SSC recognizes that with reduced budgets and staff, there will be increased uncertainty due to reduced assessment frequency, fewer surveys, decreased catch monitoring, or whatever combination of those happens, and that this is actually combined with the order for simultaneous reduction in precaution. The SSC emphasizes that this is counter to risk mitigation policies of the council, which are designed to prevent overfishing and the associated negative long-term effects on harvesters and communities. The SSC discussed that enhancing the value of fisheries goes actually beyond increasing just the amount of catch. The SSC notes that analytic efforts such as the Sablefish MSE project, as the council supported under IRA funding, may be a valuable area of future development to inform TAC decisions. And though the management strategy evaluation product, there's a couple of Sablefish management strategy evaluations that have been set up. What has not been added is the socio and economic impact or information into those, that was the IRA project. And that's why it may be valuable for informing future TAC decisions. Particularly with reduced staff and funding, the SSC notes that identifying the most critical types of economic, social, and community information needed to comply with MSA national standards and guidelines may help to prioritize resources and address needs related to these executive EOs. Sorry, the executive orders.
Yep, Dr. Dressel, Ms. Kimball, then Mr. Toit.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. On your slide 5 about noting that we've completed the SSC's completed the stock prioritization process already. I was wondering if the SSC discussed whether that effort is relevant enough or sufficient enough to try to be I guess, a foundation for what we're being asked to do. And I know that we don't have details around that, but specifically do fewer stock assessments across the nation and potentially remove species from FMPs. And so I didn't know if the SSC thought that what they'd done in the past was sufficient to kind of, be the North Pacific's process or guidelines for doing that, or if that needed to be revisited.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'll state my thoughts, but I'll actually ask for stuff if my co-chairs have anything. I think it's pretty unknown as to whether or not the prioritization has been enough. I think it depends on what the funding that comes through. I think it would also depend on the perspective of the council and how much we were going to try to attempt. So I don't think that I can say whether the existing prioritization is enough. It was actually designed to be enough under the funding time prioritization that we've had in the past. So I don't know what the future looks like necessarily, but what I can say is that I don't know if other councils have gone through a prioritization process. And that may be valuable to note that this is something that we have already been working on. We have already taken steps to do that in the North Pacific. That was, I think, more the focus of our comment.
Thank you. And Mr. Toit.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I've got a couple questions. The first one is about the SSC's observation that at least some of the requests that we're receiving as part of this actually run counter to our our basic foundation of our risk mitigation policies. As the SSC discussed that, was there any discussion of the challenges of communicating the change that this may represent and how we might be working it to our stakeholders who, and I'm asking because one of the things that always strikes me about our process is how well our stakeholders understand our risk mitigation policies and how well they're sort of able to effectively describe those to others, members of Congress, et cetera, nationwide. And if we're adopting something that's very different to those risk mitigation policies, there's a pretty substantial communication challenge there, it seems to me. And I'm wondering if the SSC had any discussion about that, the challenges that might come with that, and what role the SSC might have to play in communicating this change.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think that the SSC discussion touch on the fact that risk mitigation as is described, I guess one of the places that it's described is in our risk tables of that it's based on uncertainty. And honestly, the fishery management, the FMPs that are set up are based on that assumption. So the SSC really had a hard time understanding how to just change that since it is the basis of our fishery management plans. But I think that that's where our discussion actually led into, are there ways to, if increasing production also includes and can be explained as increasing value, there might be ways to increase value without being, how do I describe it? Without being less conservative. So in other words, perhaps we could keep the risk mitigation policies and not be less precautionary when there's more uncertainty, which is opposite of our FMPs, but still within the North Pacific, be able to demonstrate that we're working towards the executive order. And part of that is because I think that in the North Pacific, increased catch doesn't necessarily mean increased value. And so if it was followed, if that was actually the goal, I think that may be counter to the executive order's intent, not that I'm the one to interpret that. Okay.
Second question is on your observation about how to identify the most critical types of economic, social, and community information. The agency has suggested a framework for thinking about prioritization of, for instance, survey work, stock assessments, et cetera. That's a fairly simple, but I think really useful framework of just, where things fall on the gradient of both risk and value. I'm wondering if, as the SSC suggested, that we may need to prioritize economic, social, and community information similarly, if they thought that framework might also be useful for that, or if the SSC considered other frameworks that might be useful for trying to prioritize the collection of that sort of information.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I'm not certain that the SSC, and my co-chairs can correct me, I'm not sure that the SSC received the same information on frameworks. So I'm actually not positive how to answer that. And I don't believe that the SSC discussed that. I think that as we talked about value as being an important component of responding to the executive orders, I think that that's where we discussed economic, social, and community information. Do you have I'll go to my co-chairs if they have anything.
I don't, through the chair, Mr. Twite, I don't have much to add. We didn't get in-depth discussion on that that diagram that you were describing. I think I remember recalling it in the presentation, but I don't think the SSC got into a in-depth discussion on it.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. I just had a question on the, also on slide 6, see if the SSC was seeing something I wasn't in reduced budgets and staff. I know we're losing a lot and there's a lot of uncertainty around that, but the catch monitoring, an increased uncertainty due to decreased catch monitoring. And I didn't know what the SSC was referencing there, in part because that's one place in which we've actually increased our catch monitoring in the past couple of years. We've moved a lot of vessels into full coverage, and we're kind of unique in our region in that the industry is paying for coverage. So I don't see that decreasing in any way, but I didn't know what the SSC meant by that.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I realized when putting the presentation together, when I was looking at our report, my interpretation of this was that there will be increased uncertainty due to potential decreases. So in other words, if cuts in funding go to the regional office and there is decreased catch monitoring, that's what we were talking about. So for me, I was thinking of potential. That is not the word that we used in our report, though. So I don't believe that we were talking about anything that has happened so far. It was looking into the future and saying, if there is decreased catch monitoring, this would create additional uncertainty. So.
Thank you. That's not a very likely scenario, though, in terms of our regulations for monitoring catch. If I'm thinking about observer coverage and electronic monitoring, we have regulations such that industry is paying for those things, both in partial coverage and full coverage. So I wasn't seeing quite the link to a reduced NOAA budget to reduced observation of our fisheries. So maybe just something to think about. I don't want to give the impression that that's something that's likely to happen. That's not, because we pay for it. But thank you.
Thank you. I think we're ready to continue.
The other part of our administrative discussion was there was a staff paper discussing sort of a crunch in time during our December meeting. And so the SSC considered the ideas that were proposed to alleviate scheduling issues for December, since the SSC does not have the capacity to include all the required agenda items that are posted, which essentially is adding a day of Cook Inlet specs onto our December meeting. Of the options that were discussed, the SSC suggested that the most viable option appears to be have the SSC meet in late January or early February, sort of at the time of our normal February meeting, and then drop the April 2026 meeting should the council wish to go to 4 meetings in 2026. The SSC also noted that it's in our report, it's not captured here, that preference if funding is there would be for the SSC to have that as an in-person meeting, partly due to Cook Inlet specs being still a relatively new, a new stock assessment. The SSC has said in the past and has noted the value and that it puts on meeting concurrently with the council and other advisory bodies, but recognizes in this situation for this year, that may not happen due to when all the different specification processes need to happen. So the SSC also noted that, if we do move to the 4 meetings a year that the council that's been discussed over the last couple of years, that if the number of informal meetings or workshops increases due to that decrease in regular meetings, that workload actually may not decrease, and that finding new dates that haven't been on a 3-year calendar is actually more challenging than to get the participation from all SSC members.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel and Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Just thinking about the timing issue, and we've been talking about dropping the February meeting for a long time, and that's pretty darn likely to happen. But then the timing issue and the workload issue with the December agenda, understanding your proposal to do that February-ish SSE only type meeting, am I interpreting correctly that that's not a situation that's going to change? So that would likely be your MO going forward, would be to do this separate February-ish meeting to cover particularly Cook Inlet salmon, and then probably not meet in April? Or is there some potential change that you see that could get you back aligned with council schedules?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, I think that in the discussion paper, there were a number of other considerations that were named. So further prioritization of groundfish. There was further prioritization of groundfish, further prioritization of Cook Inlet salmon. Can some of the groundfish be moved to October? Can some of the salmon be moved to October? Is the data ready? But currently, under our current structure, with the number of assessments that we have, for groundfish, we need to do the specifications by December, and for Cook Inlet, by the time the report is available and before specs need to be stated, the only 2 options are December and February. And under our current scenario, we couldn't figure out how to fit it into December, so we ended up with February. So if nothing else changes, yep, I think we would be in the same boat. If something else changes with more planning time, then that could potentially change. For the SSC also reviewed plan team nominations, and we received nominations for Dr. Megan Bryan for the GOA groundfish plan team and Dr. Caitlin Stern for the crab plan team. The SSC finds these nominees to be well qualified and recommends that the council approve their nominations. The SSC, so we'll move on to agenda item C2, crab harvest specifications. And the SSC had a number of comments or recommendations that span across crab stock assessments, and those I'll discuss first. The SSC recommends that the crab plan team consider defining full and update assessments. This again was looking at potentially time savings. The SSC recommends that the crab plan team provide, GMAX is the modeling platform that a number of the crab stock assessments have moved into. And in that stock assessments, they update coding for that. And if there's small coding changes to make it more viable for one stock or another, the SSC doesn't review those coding changes. But the SSC did recommend that the crab plan team in their report summarize version updates so that we can see major version changes in the assessments and how those might affect assessments. The SSC recommends that each crab safe chapter include a clear description of the buffers used over the most recent 5 years. They're currently describing it clearly for the year of and possibly for the last one, but we're looking to get transparent changes over time. The SSC requests that the crab assessments include a plot comparing the model estimated time series of mature male biomass from the current assessment with time series from the 10 previous assessments. And this is just to look at consistency and change among assessments, across assessments over time. Specifically, we then moved on to harvest specifications for Aleutian Island's golden king crab. There's some background on the top, the first bullet. I will say that for these bullets, for the sake of your time, I'm really going to hit on highlights. I've got extra things in these slides that you're more than welcome to ask questions on, but for expediting this, I'm probably not going to go there. And that includes if there were a lot of research recommendations, those are in our report, and I'm not going to repeat those here. So Aleutian Island golden king crab is a tier 3 stock that's on an annual cycle. And the SSC recommends model 23.1. This is the 2024 base model, and this was also recommended by the assessment author and the crab plan team. We agree with the crab plan team on the OFL, the 25% buffer. This was the same thing that was used last year, and the resulting ABC. Based on the model results, Aleutian Island golden king crab is not overfished, and overfishing will be evaluated in October when the catch is finalized. The SSC supported the CPT research recommendations, and the SSC actually had a number of recommendations for the author and crab plan team. There were numerous of them, and I did not list them here, but they are in our report. That was the only stock for which we had harvest specifications at this meeting. Then we moved on to the remainder of the crab plan team report, which had specifying model runs for a number of stocks that we will do final specifications for in October. So for snow crab, the GMAX version update led to increased abundance estimates, and it changed reference points and shifted the peak biomass year from 2018 to 19. And this has to do with sort of the request that we had for the crab plan team to include some updates on what the versions are in their report. We stressed the need for clear documentation whenever coding or model updates result in changes to estimates, although further detail is not currently requested on this because we fully recognize that there are higher priorities that we think will make more impact, including convergence issues. The SSC recommends for September, model 25.3, model 25.3 with externally estimated growth, and a simplified tier 4 model, which is similar to Tanner and Bristol Bay Red King crab that we can use as a fallback if there are convergence issues. The other thing is that there are currently some convergence issues with model 25.3, and if those continue and the author's not able to resolve those, we recommend bringing forward model 25.2 that does not have the updated growth. The SSC supports the September CPT discussion of the currency of management for this stock, but the SSC recommends, which is different from the crab plan team, we recommend consideration of a simplified ABC control rule that focuses on large-sized male crab as an alternative. I will note that that's not a harvest control rule that's currently in the FMP, but this has been done before. I believe it was Goa PCOD, where something was proposed and adopted by the SSC. The SSC does support, we were told about a management strategy evaluation for EBS snow crab that could help evaluate potential AB to C control rules and address the currency of management discussions that we've been having for a number of years. And we support that. And then there were a number of additional SSC recommendations that you can see listed there.
Excuse me, it looks like we have a question. Ms. Goen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel, for the presentation. My question's on these snow crab models here. And we heard in the crab plan team report yesterday that they were recommending 2 different models that consider 2 different types of maturity for snow crab. And my understanding is the SSC is just recommending one of those. And the one that was dropped is the one that addresses some of the concern over declining abundance of large males. So I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to, I think this is the second year in a row, there's been this discussion between CPT and SSC on the maturity for snow crab. Is the MSC going to get at addressing that issue, or has there been discussion on how to move past this discrepancy in the two ways to estimate maturity?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, the SSC had an extensive discussion about this, as we have had for several years running now, I think. And I would say our discussion focused on two areas. The first is most of the research supporting the 95 millimeter cutoff is coming out from Canada. It's a different stock in a different place, and there's various degrees of compelling results in those in that research. And so I think we've recommended several avenues of research that would look for similar evidence in the Bering Sea snow crab stock specifically, rather than trying to draw inference from another stock. In the absence of that compelling information about reproduction being truly focused on 95 millimeters and up, we recognize that morphometric maturity, or what appears to be the maturity schedule for snow crab, is better approximated with a broader size range. And as such, our FMP is really developed around using the actual maturity rather than a cutoff that is designed to be some sort of a compromise between fishery considerations and biological maturity. So in a nutshell, we're suggesting some research to try and get the biology right first, and then figure out how the management works from that, rather than tuning the biology to better match the management needs.
The next talk is Bristol Bay red king crab. And the SSC recommends that the author bring forward a model 24.0C2 updated, which is the updated base model with a new GMAX version, and then also the Tier 4 fallback model. The SSC recommends prioritizing the following analyses, and that is assessing the spatial aggregation of the directed fishery and of survey metrics such as CPUE, size, and sex ratio, the development of additional size bins within this model across the entire time series, and a development of a common framework for across this Tanner and Snow, I believe, for use of the BSFRF data. For Tanner crab, the SSC recommends, I'll just say the 24 base model come forward, and a GMAX model be brought forward in October as recommended by the crab plan team. This stock assessment is still looking to transition into the GMAX framework. The SSC also recommends the fallback Tier 4 calculation similar to the previous year, to 2024. And the SSC supported all CPT recommendations for improvements to the draft ecological socioeconomic profile for October. For Norton Sound, a red king crab, the SSC really appreciated the work done by a new assessment author to improve this assessment. There were a lot of steps to take in a first year of assessing a stock, and it was very much appreciated. The SSC concurs with the CPT recommended models to bring forward in December, and there were two of them. The SSC recommends an additional base model based on, so the SSC recommends model 24.0B and 25.0A. The additional model we're requesting is based on 24.0B, but it explores alternative parameterizations or constraints on the fishing mortality. So given the implementing model-based indices of abundance, and these are the spatio-temporal models that we've talked about. We've also called some of them VAST. It did not improve model fits to the survey. The SSC supports the crab plan team recommendation to continue exploring this, but not in the management model. A future option is to explore if there is a single model-based index that combines all 3 surveys for the stock. Part of the reason we were using this is because 3 different surveys give different information and have different spatial footprints. And so it was trying to reconcile those and over space and time. For Pribilof Island blue king crab, the SSC agrees with the recommendation to maintain data on corner stations for surveys prior to 2024 and future assessments. And this is because the corner stations, I believe, starting in 2024, were dropped. And so it's a change in the index. The SSC recommends that the model uses a Tweedy distribution with a first-order autoaggressive spatial temporal model in SDTMB, and that is a complicated way because I do not have a model number to tell you. That describes the model that we're recommending, and the SSC supports the CPT recommendations to improve and provide the appropriate diagnostics for this model. And then we also support all requests outlined for the analyses that are done. For Pribilof Island red king crab, the SSC recommends models 25.1 and 25.3 come forward in October in agreement with the crab plan team. There was discussion of whether to change this model to a simpler method, and the SSC recommends retaining it in the current framework, which is the GMX framework. The SSC suggests that this crab plan team discuss and provide recommendations for revising the assessment frequency, and this would be going to a longer frequency. I think it's currently every 3 years. We talked about moving it to every 4 years. Which obviously would bring some efficiency, but the goal really was aligning it with the schedule for Pribilof Island blue king crab. And then SSC requests bridging details, this coding information be available for the transition to a different framework. Then we got into crab planting topics general topics. So the first one is for the ecological socioeconomic profile updates. And the crab plan team discussed a new approach for categorizing indicators and this was to look at predictive and contextual indicators. And this distinction does not occur right now in the ESPs for groundfish. So predictive indicators are those with statistically significant relationships between an environmental or ecological observation and a population process, such as recruitment or mortality. Contextual ones do not provide a quantitative prediction, but are considered useful to inform management concern or a risk table category. The SSC supports this approach, but requests an opportunity to review an example ESP where this approach is applied before we fully endorse going forward with this in the future. Within the context of the general ESPs, we also talked about socioeconomic information. The CPT requested feedback on socioeconomic indicators, emphasizing the need for discussion at the crab plan team, SSC, and council about what socioeconomic information is most useful. The SSC agrees that more discussion is critical to clarifying how to include the best available economic, social, and community information across a range of council decision-forming analytic products, including the ESPs. And this was something that the council had supported in a motion last year. The SSC highlights, we were supposed to have a discussion on that at this meeting, but due to staffing concerns, it was very unclear what could be done in the future. And so that discussion wasn't held, so we're still sort of in a quandary. And so the SSC highlights that there is value of rescheduling that SSC agenda item, or what we've also called an in-meeting workshop regarding this topic.
Dr. Dressel, Ms. Beer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel, and your co-chairs for the presentation. I just have a follow-up kind of on this slide, and I should have asked during the crab plan team report yesterday if the plan team received any information about the staffing resource capacity within the Science Center. And I just don't know if they were able to make some of their recommendations with that information. It's difficult. It's all new, as you mentioned to us. Specifically on this bullet, and I'm following up, Dr. Dressel, on conversations that you and I have had offline about related to this and other issues. The crab plan team understandably requested feedback on socioeconomic indicators and requesting feedback from, SSC council, presumably fishery participants, about what socioeconomic information is most useful. And I feel like there was a recent discussion similar to this at a workshop for the Cook Inlet salmon harvest specifications. And I'm just wondering, because language and communication is difficult and important. So it sounds like that input is difficult to provide without having representatives of the agencies that actually collect the data to know what data. It's potentially more useful when requesting this type of input. Maybe not what data is most useful, but what kinds of questions are most useful to be answered, or what analytical questions do we have that we would like answered? And then isn't it just trying to define roles and responsibilities? Because we as a council have been actually given that advice. Maybe the council shouldn't be identifying data that is useful. It might be more appropriate for us to be asking or providing the kinds of questions we would like to see answered, and then the experts provide the data. Did you have any discussion of that, or were you just really not able to talk about this given, the uncertainty related to staff resources? That's a difficult question and probably unfair, but I'm just trying to, in times of diminished resources, it's important. We have limited opportunities to talk, and clarifying our requests to each other are super important right now.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I think that I'll take a little bit of a step back and give my impression of what's sort of occurring at the SSC, sort of in our meetings. Analysts, authors, agency members, I think, are really wanting to give the SSC what the SSC wants. And so we've been asked in a number of different ways, can you give us an explicit list of what you want in a table? And the SSC has responded numerous times to numerous groups with the very, I think, dissatisfied response of, the authors know your stock and your data and your situation the best. The SSC can identify some of the questions and the types of areas of information that's necessary, but we need input from the analysts on what types of things can be explored. And then we have also talked at different times that we also need input from the council on what would be most helpful and informative for your decision making. And so we've got almost 3 different groups. And we're caught in this cycle of not being able at the same time to actually have that discussion. And so the response that we keep giving is we don't come up with that specified clarity that people want, because I don't see that we can do that without or that we haven't found a way to do that without a conversation. And so this agenda item was the goal of a place to have this conversation so that we can go back and forth and try to come up with something that would be helpful unanimously. Not sure if that fully, there was one last point that you mentioned, and I don't think that I touched on that one. Okay. And through the chair, I will say we do recognize that we just had a bullet that said, if we have more workshops, we're not reducing workload. And here we're asking for an agenda item, which we're going to have trouble fitting in our October and December agenda items. And that if we want to do it anywhere near now, it would have to be in a workshop, which against our time and our resources. We fully understand that. And that was part of the disappointment of not being able to do it at a June meeting for all of those reasons. And with the current environment, it just wasn't possible. So we do realize that this is contradictory.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
You can't use that problem as a reason to convince Dr. Downs that maybe he needs to do one more year.
I think I better stay silent on that one. All right. I think maybe the second to last item under crab plan team. For risk tables, we got an update on how the crab plan team is addressing risk tables. And the SSC concluded that the crab plan team was generally headed in the right direction with the risk table implementation. We had a ton of questions for them. We agreed that the goal of using risk tables is not to change for crab is not to change current practices, but to provide consistent and continuing documentation that supports the buffer recommendation. We noted that while there are no currently default buffers for crab by tier level, there is a history of established practice in which larger buffers are recommended for higher tiers with greater uncertainty. And then within a tier level, larger buffers are associated with stocks where the uncertainty or concerns are greater. The SSC does recognize that the current crab risk tables differ from groundfish, where reductions in ABC below maximum permissible, according to council intent and my understanding of council intent and SSC guidance, are applied sparingly. And this is because for crab, a buffer is used for every stock to reduce the ABC below maximum permissible. And that is because the maximum permissible for crab is functionally equal to the OFL because there is an absence of ABC control rules. So the CPT intends to include uncertainty due to tier level. That was one thing that we described in the risk table. And since this uncertainty does play a role in buffer consideration, the SSC suggested the crab plan team continue following this course but include the tier level concern listed separately in the risk table, which that would be a bit different from groundfish as well. The crab plan team proposed risk tables be prepared for all annual crab assessments, and the SSC supports this approach. The SSC recommends risk tables it would also be beneficial to develop them for St. Matt blue king crab, Pool Bluff Island blue king crab, and Pool Bluff Island red king crab, although these can be given, we recognize, lower priority given limited resources. And the SSC endorses the crab planting plan to develop a table to track buffers and risk table scores and buffer justifications.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Just a question about the recommendation that risk tables are needed for crab stocks that are highly unlikely to have fisheries anytime in the near future. Is the SSC just interested in consistency there or what? And I'm thinking about it just, as you noted, there's limited resources, and I'm not convinced that with this level of limited resources that we always need to ensure consistency. So is there another reason there? Because it's not going to have a real world application anytime soon.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think we had two aspects of our discussion on this. We did recognize that these stocks are lower priority and that resources could be limiting. However, as we were thinking about developing this system of risk tables for the crab stocks, we did feel it might be helpful to see more stocks to try to provide more consistency and to in the process of developing the methods that we're going to be applying to crab. And I think secondarily, we had a somewhat smaller discussion suggesting that because these stocks are fairly low information content, it actually shouldn't be a huge lift to produce risk tables for these stocks because there's really not a lot of information available and it wouldn't need to be updated very frequently. So we didn't think this was a huge ask, I think.
Yeah, Mr. Twite, through the chair. I think the other aspect I would add as well is that we highlighted the different tiers and the buffers that are required for the tiers and augmenting the risk tables with some information about rationale behind those buffers. So because there's buffers associated with these stocks too, that was another discussion that we had regarding consistency.
I believe this is the last one, model-based indices update. The SSC really appreciated the spatiotemporal modeling work, which is being done to develop indices for crab stock assessment. And this has long been an SSC request, and we really appreciated it. We agree with the crab plan team in prioritizing development of these models for Norton Sound red king crab and St. Matt's blue king crab, since this would address immediate challenges that are in these assessments. And that's the end of crab plan team report.
Thank you. I think we're ready to continue.
The next item is D5 Subarea apportionments, the discussion paper. The SSC received a report on the role of subarea apportionments and the potential for whether these apportionments could have flexibility in the absence of specific conservation concerns. One thing that's noted in our report, which I don't know that is in the side, yes, never mind, I will hit that later. There were three methods that were presented as options in this paper. Method A was to gave the option of dissolving or getting rid of the subarea apportionments when there's no conservation concern. The second method, method B, was to allow limited annual flexibility when there's no conservation concern. And method C was to increase the use of reserves for choke species, which may require regulatory changes. The SSC had limited time for this agenda item, and so we were not able to address all the questions posed or have as full of a discussion as we would have otherwise. The SSC does support changing the naming convention for sub-area apportionments to avoid the confusion with ABCs or the true ABCs, which are equal to annual catch limits. The SSC recognizes that by default, harvest should be spread out in relative proportion to the stock to preserve biocomplexity, the reproductive potential, but we acknowledge that adding limited flexibility to spatial apportionment is unlikely to compromise the biological sustainability. The SSC recommends that methods A and B are both suitable for future use, and we noted that these methods may be applied in different situations. The SSC suggests that method C would require more information, and because of that, and due to limited time, we didn't discuss method C. The SSC viewed method A. We looked at sort of time frame. We viewed method A as more long-lasting and method B as more likely to be responsive to arising fishery issues, and the flexibility might change more often. The SSC advises that flexibilities should be used judiciously and be focused on non-target stocks where sub-area apportionments are highly variable or survey data quality leads to greater uncertainty. And essentially what we're saying is that SSC does not favor broadly changing apportionments for all species, as many have been appropriate and successful in most cases. So the SSC recommends that method B flexibilities should be used for temporary fishery constraints and should not cumulatively shift the subarea apportionments towards favored subareas. The SSC was asked for its understanding of the spatial management policy and the Council's 2024 motion in the context of short rake or rockfish, and was asked essentially, with no additional information at this meeting, what do you see as your role going forward in the fall? And with this example of short rake or rockfish. So in the absence of additional guidance, the understands its role in December to be recommending the application of the best scientific method for determining an apportionment without regard for the potential constraints on fisheries, those socioeconomic concerns. The SSC understands that the spatial management policy, as we understand it, is only meant to be invoked for splitting subareas into smaller apportionments. So we would go forward with, in this case, there was an additional abundance index that we would apply as sort of the best scientific method, and that would change the apportionment from what you saw in 2023. The SSC recommends that even if flexibilities are introduced either through method A or method B, the authors and plan teams continue to provide information forming the basis for historical apportionments, which is the biomass proportion across the Gulf, biological information, so that the SSC and the Council would have that.
Dr. Dressel, we have a question. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. I have a couple questions. I guess the way I was reading the discussion paper from staff, and really it was at, I thought, the behest of the SSC asking the Council for helpful guidance on these sub-area apportionment kind of rules, is that these were kind of distinct options, method A, B, and C. And it seems like, even though you mentioned that the SSC didn't have a lot of time to address it, the SSC supported both method A and method B. So I guess my concern a little bit is that we were trying to work toward a cleaner method where we could clearly identify the true ABC, so that we knew under Magnuson that if we hit that ABC or exceeded that ABC, we would trigger accountability measures. And that how we currently work is we have a lot of sub-area ABCs that really aren't true ABCs, and it's confusing to both the public and the process. So I guess, was there enough discussion at the SSC to discuss whether we really met those objectives of identifying a true ABC and kind of limiting the confusion around this issue by picking both method A and method B? It seems like the SSC wants to kind of retain all possible options, which still looks to me like status quo. So I'm just trying to understand where we're gaining some clarity and structure for the SSC, which is, I thought, what the SSC wanted from the Council. And completely understand if there was not enough time. You've already said that. So, but any light you can shed there, because I think the Council's really in a hard position of saying, do we, based on this advice, do we provide advice at this meeting, or do we stick with status quo and let the SSC think about this some more?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'll state a couple of different thoughts, and then my co-chairs can help me track and fill in the missing pieces. I think that the SSC considered that we currently are recommending an overall ABC, so a true ABC. So I don't think we even discussed that, because I think it was sort of understood that that has been happening and that would continue happening and is required under Magnuson. The second thing is that I think that our understanding in the past of SSC process was that we would come to the Council if there was a specific individual problem with the stock. And so our understanding in December 2024 was coming to the Council for guidance on if there was something else we should do for short raker. That was 2023. And then in 2024, I think we came and asked if there was something. Maybe 2023 was black spotted rough eye. I can't quite remember our minutes, but I think we've come twice. this paper we saw as actually coming up with a method that could be applied and for which we had not yet decided what species this would apply to. I will say that there was a lot of realization when we wrote up our minutes that we actually had different interpretations among SSC members. So I will say we didn't even fully realize we had different things in mind, like you were talking about, even within the SSC, until we tried to get it on paper. So I think that there were different interpretations of, honestly, exactly, there was some difference on what method A was. And I think that there were differences on, I guess this just reflects the range of discussion. There was some discussion that method B actually was all-inclusive and included method A. And there was other interpretation, which is in our minutes, that method A could actually be distinct from method B. I do think, though, one thing that was joined is that we didn't discuss how this would be applied going forward. So in other words, we didn't know what species this would apply to necessarily. We didn't know when this would be initiated. We didn't necessarily, we realized afterwards, we didn't necessarily know whether this was going to come with an example species or if it was going to be naming a whole bunch of species at once that would take some work. So I think there were those pieces. And then, as I've been talking, I've kind of missed perspective on a couple other things I was going to say. I'm wondering if you want to rephrase pieces that I missed, or if my co-chairs have additional things to add.
Yeah, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I don't think I need to rephrase, maybe just a follow-up question, and I am sympathetic to how individual SSC members could have had different interpretations. I think we're finding that across the board on this issue. When I read, and I'm asking if the SSC had this kind of read in your estimation, method A, I mean, it's pretty straightforward in terms of, I think, status quo in terms of if there's genetic stock structure that warrants subarea ABCs, that's of course what the SSC would continue to do and they've been doing. If there's also a biological concern that the SSC can identify and would warrant subarea ABCs, they would present that to the council. But in those really gray areas where maybe someone wants to ensure a localized depletion, but they don't have super evidence of that, or you just want to add some precaution, method A to me says you do a true ABC at the level of stock structure, but you provide information to the council that would allow them to spatially apportion the TAC, because the council can do that in terms of using that information to say true ABC is X, but we still have some concerns, so we want to apportion the TAC across sub areas. And the SSC minutes could, of course, provide the survey information or how they would have done that if that was in their role. So I felt like method A wasn't taking anything away from the SSC, but it certainly was providing some clarity on what the true ABC is and some flexibility to the council when we reach some of those concerns about sub area changes that then affect the regulations that we can't do anything about quickly. So that's a long explanation, but I don't know how else to describe how I'm reading method A and really whether the SSC read it in that same way.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I actually think that what you're describing and what the SSC, I think we're both looking at more flexibility when there's a lower conservation concern. But no, I don't think we saw it the same. So I think as we hashed it out, I think that we viewed method A as honestly being the status quo. So, and it would be sort of over time, so that it would either, under method A, you would either have the subarea apportionments like we currently do that have that don't have specific flexibility. I realize that there's no accountability measures with them, but you would either have that, or you would be combining sub areas, literally like we've done in the past when we've come to the council and said, we suggest combining these sub areas, and then literally like in the specs table, you just wouldn't even have a sub area there. In the case for flexibility, I think one hitch for the SSC was that we were feeling, I think that there's difficulty saying, so for a number of these rockfish that came forward in a rockfish paper, there's not proof of a conservation concern. However, we know from sort of basic principles in science that you should really spread out your catch when not everything is known, especially because rockfish are a long-lived species. And if you put all the harvest into one area and you did it for a long period of time, you might see effects. And so because of that, I think that we had hesitation with going, I think method A means we're still facing the same problems that we've already had. Method B, which is completely opposite to what you're saying, method B was the flexibility portion. And that is, with 0% flexibility, you're essentially doing what we're currently doing. You've got sub areas. At 100% flexibility, that would actually be, you would have listed in a table, you would have the sub areas, but they would all have the overall ABC. So the council could have sort of full flexibility. And then I think what felt important to the SSC was to have intermediate flexibility where you could take the sub area ABC and have, say, 20% flexibility and put that sort of as a limit for the council. It's not even a limit. There's no accountability measures, and that's what we're getting at. But that was the thought. And I think it's because, for me, hearing you say that, I have a little bit of a different sense, but I think the SSC perceived that having sub-area apportionments named and a level of flexibility was a way to give ideas on the level of stock structure or movement or something else. And for us, putting it, just writing it in the text, we had a different sense. And I understand now what you're saying, that since there's no accountability measures, having it in a table or having it in the text may not be different, but that's not where the SSC discussion was. So I think the SSC discussion, if method A was adopted, I think our interpretation would be quite different based on our conversation without having interaction and back and forth like we're having with you here. Do either of you? I realize that was very long-winded, but if...
Covered.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, and Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Dressel, co-chairs, for your presentation. I think you may have answered my question in the course of answering that one, but I'm going to ask it again and see if I'm correct or not. On your third slide regarding the sub-area apportionments D5, the last bullet, you say SSC recommends that method B flexibilities be used for temporary fishery constraints and should not cumulatively shift sub-area apportionments toward favored sub-areas. What does that mean? Can you help me understand what that means?
Through the chair, Mr. Williams. Yeah, that part of the minutes came from looking sort of at a time frame. So even for rockfish where we're not aware of a conservation concern, knowing that they're a long-lived species, taking all the catch out of one sub-area forever, we still had concerns about that causing localized depletion. So I think that, so that was one piece. The other piece that was in our minutes is the impact of how you distribute catch is different if you do it 1 year versus if you do it for 100 years. So there's a note in there that says you could take more out of a sub area without hurting the stock if you do it for a single year. Whereas if you did it in every year, you would likely see impacts on the stock. And so there were some SSC members that saw method B as a way that could be even annually changing or short-term changing to address concerns, because there really is a time component to how many times you harvest in a disproportionate way.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're ready to continue.
So the last agenda item is D6. We had a harvest control rule workshop. And I'm realizing I didn't change the wording in here. In October 2024, the council supported the SSC having a workshop to build off of the SCS 8 meeting and the climate change task force recommendations that were made in December. And the SSC highlights the impressive scope of the multidisciplinary work and the state-of-art research that was presented and that is ongoing. We never could have had this workshop and discussed what we worked on without the research that is ongoing through the center and at universities. It was remarkable. So the SSC highlights the need for ongoing funding and staffing support if looking at issues like this are going to continue. The SSC discussion focused on, as were sort of the outline for our workshop, that we should focus on the terms of reference for an SSC plan team agency working group that the council specified, I believe in December, and then ideas for scoping a work plan that would come out of a work group like this. The SSC recommends the following things for the terms of reference for a working group. And these are to include most likely scenarios to understand the likely near and long-term ocean conditions, alongside bracketing scenarios that represent mild to extreme warming. So mild to extreme warming was sort of proposed, and the part that the SSC added was having a most likely scenario in addition to those would be really helpful. The second one was to consider near-term periods which are relevant to current business operations and community concerns, and then as well as longer-term periods when it's appropriate. The next regarded what species to deal with, and as a starting point, the SSC suggested Pacific cod, walleye pollock, both in the Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, Alaska sablefish, snow crab, and Bristol Bay red king crab in the Bering Sea, and that was for a couple of reasons noted in our minutes. As far as harvest control rules to look at, the SSC recommended looking at what we're calling a flat fishing mortality at high stock control rule, and that is the status quo. It's what you see in the, say, the groundfish fisheries management plan that has sort of a threshold level, a sliding scale, and then a maximum. The second one was, I think it was termed in the workshop as cap-like based harvest control rules. And what those mean is that instead of having the same harvest rate after you hit a certain point, that when you get into high biomasses, you'd actually have a decreasing rate, and the rate would decrease, but the actual catch may continue to increase, just not as fast. It depends on how extreme the cap is. And the last one was including harvest control rules that vary according to an environmental covariate, and that includes some climate information, which you discussed in December. We also noted that clearly communicating the model assumptions and the uncertainties are going to be really important, and that's going to need to happen. Everybody is going to need to understand that, so it needs to go to a non-technical audience, and this may require a communication plan, a dashboard, infographics, whatever can help us understand what these assumptions are. The harvest control scenarios should be clear. We talked both about like an optimum yield catch information as well as harvest control rules, which apply to specific stocks. And we said that we should be clear on what are adjustments to ecosystem caps versus what are adjustments to a harvest control rule shape, or if something is a combination of both of those approaches. And then we also noted that it's important to name the hypothesis that's being evaluated with each scenario. So it's interpretative of what are we trying to achieve or look at. And the last one is indicating which modeling platforms would be utilized. There were a whole number that were looked at in the workshop, and that's helpful to specify. The SSC then had following advice regarding to the scope of the work plan. And the SSC recommended further exploration of multi-species and ecosystem links and highlighting those that might be useful for distinguishing differences among the harvest control rules and the models. We recommended developing a small subset of harvest control rules to investigate the sensitivity that each one of those have to changes in productivity, including marine heat waves, and to identify the pros and cons of modifying biomass and fishing mortality reference points. We recommended considering using species distribution models to explore potential range shifts, because if a fish changes their range, say they go into Russian waters, it looks like a decrease in biomass. That biomass then goes into the harvest control rule. So we saw a connection between the two of those. And finally, the SSC notes that science advice for setting the OFL and ABC, we recognize it's non-economic in nature, but there are different economic outcomes that exist among those options. And that's why you saw a discussion of economic and social concerns in our minutes. And that wasn't the last one. In addition, the SSC recommended that in addition to reporting total catches, the SSC suggests including catch stability and total value over time as performance metrics for evaluating these in the simulations. Some of that we've talked about already at this meeting. And the SSC suggests that the concepts of upside versus downside risk may be a useful metric to develop. This would provide more nuanced understanding of risk across species and sectors. And if you want to go into that more, we can provide an example or explanation. And that's all I had for the workshop.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Dressel. You threw me a softball there. Can you explain the upside versus downside risk?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen. I'm going to take a shot, and then I might go to a co-chair. So the example that I found helpful was when you're looking at harvest control rules that apply different harvest rates across biomass, there are some risks based on biomass. So for sablefish, when you had a lot of recruits, biomass went up. That seems great. However, we got a huge slug of young recruits that affected market conditions, and it resulted in risk in some of these metrics, even with an increasing biomass. Then if you look at another example where, and I can't remember what that was. Thank you. Snow crab was the other example where if you have an increase in biomass, that's actually helpful and positive. If you have a decrease in biomass or a change in the egg structure, that's actually negative. And so it's odd that biomass, if you're looking at harvest by biomass, the changes in biomass, the outcomes of that are not necessarily good if biomass is high, bad if biomass is low. Do you have any clarity on that?
I don't know that.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. And then your first bullet on this slide, my other question was whether in the harvest control rule workshop you considered some of what we're hearing in the recent EOs about creating market stability and reducing the chance of closures. So it looks like that first bullet would catch some of that concept of how we can use harvest control rules to create more stability in fisheries where it makes sense to do so. I think recently we had a change to the tanner crab harvest control rules so that there's an environmental covariate that shifts the slope of that to stabilize the fishery essentially is the end result. And it results in less closures in our fishery, which is helpful. So it sounds like something like that is going to be considered in this work moving forward. Is that right?
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Goen, the catch stability comes into the harvest control rules in sort of the cap-like effect or the decrease at high biomasses. That cap-like effect has both biological underpinnings, can have biological underpinnings, and it can have economic and social underpinnings, which is what you're talking about with the catch stability. So yes, those are going to be looked at. The only thing that I guess I would highlight is that we're talking about an ABC control rule. And in the North Pacific, we have generally kept the ABC control rule as focused on biology only, and then having TAC decisions be the stability. And if ultimately would this be explored, but if a cap like harvest control rule is implemented, that really brings catch stability into the ABC setting, and it is a socioeconomic consideration. So it just happens to be a bit different than how this council, it's actually more consistent in other councils, but with this council, how it's implemented. And I'll go to my other co-chair if that's okay.
Yeah, Ms. Going through the chair. I would add to, in the presentations, we did have some discussions about OY. It was in session 3. And, whether OY is constraining and then how that might occur across multi-species context. And so the cap right like control rule, the effective F essentially bends down at higher biomass, but with an OY that's constraining, that could play across multiple different species. So then you get into kind of a more detailed analysis of how that might influence tax across, fisheries basically. And so that was certainly part of the discussion during the workshop.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. And Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report so far. I just want to follow up on the last point that Dr. Dressel was making. And as I understand it, HCRs typically have qualitative inputs. I'm thinking socioeconomics. Sometimes you can have more qualitative parts instead of quantitative. Like, I'm sorry, I might have misstated that the first time. HCRs usually have quantitative inputs, as I understand, but for socioeconomics, I think that sometimes we have, at least here, we have qualitative things that we consider. And I'm wondering if, I know this is exploratory, but if there was conversation about how that might work in a future HCR, if you were going to bring socioeconomics into it, just if there was any conversation about that yet.
Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie, I don't recall discussing that as a group in the harvest control rule, how to incorporate qualitative information into, especially if it was socioeconomics, into an ABC harvest control rule. I don't recall that.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks. Continuing the conversation on this subject. I think it's imperative that for further consideration of cap-like harvest control rule curves, that we, in the terms of reference to this work group, that we set some pretty clear instruction that there still has to be room for the council to introduce those qualitative factors that Mr. Ritchie was referring to. I don't sense any interest around this council in having a completely deterministic harvest control rule curve for that right-hand portion where it drops back down from the cap. at least as I was listening to the discussion, it seemed to me that, there's three components to a cap-like rule curve. One is the ascending portion on the left, and then there's the location of the cap and the nature of the cap itself. And then there's the descending portion on the right. And that's always been the council's purview to determine the shape of that in any given year using exactly the factors that Mr. Ritchie described. And the SSC has had no role in that. If the SSC is to have some role in that, and I'm not saying we should discourage that exploration, but if the SSC is to have some role in that, it seems to me that it's imperative that we describe that the SSC can't simply assume control over that entire portion. I mean, I suppose for illustrative purposes, maybe, but for actual realistic sort of, here's an option to be considered. And I struggled with how to do that. As I was listening to you, to the SSC discussion, I was really struggling with how to, the terms of reference should describe that there's probably some exploration that's worth having there. But there has to be room for the council to have further consideration of the socioeconomic criteria above and beyond what the SSC does. And I didn't hear the SSC really grappling with that. Now, I know it's messy. Totally get that it's messy. And but it seems to me that it's really important. Because I just don't see this council saying, oh yeah, go ahead and handle the socioeconomic parts of that too.
Dr. Dressel.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. I agree that wasn't discussed at the workshop, but I think that is because the workshop was focusing on ABC harvest control rules, which is our role currently. And if we change the current harvest control rules and put one of these in, that doesn't preclude us. I guess I was kind of assuming we would still have a risk table, and then the council would still make those choices with that information, socioeconomic information, when setting the tax. And so my take is that we didn't discuss it because we weren't discussing tax setting. We were discussing ABC setting, and that flexibility would still be there. And yeah, if it's okay, my co-chair has one comment.
Sure, Dr. Gasper.
Yeah, Mr. Twite, through the chair. The workshop was 4 hours, and these are deep subjects. So it's difficult to get into in-depth conversation, I think, on a lot of these details. I just come back on session 3. I do know we started to get into a little bit of an OY discussion, and I think for sure there's a linkage there with the issues that maybe you're describing in terms of how that might be discussed in terms of like the Gulf, where we have an OY range and it's not constraining, and whether there's need to revisit that, maybe not, I don't know. But we did not get into a detailed discussion in that regard.
Mr. Twite.
So to follow up on that, so I'm wondering if, I completely agree with your distinction between ABC and TAC there in terms of the functions. Should this council at this point say that we're concerned about the further investigation of cap-like ABC rule curves? And we encourage further discussion of more attention paid to the others. For me, there is one drawback of doing that, and that's because there is that appealing sort of multi-species aspect of the cap-like curve, because the cap is based on ecosystem considerations and how it's apportioned out to a species, but it's fundamentally a multi-species concept. Otherwise, we're in danger of having you treat this too much as a single species. So I'm concerned about suggesting that from that perspective. but I'm equally concerned about exploring too much of introducing socioeconomic, at least until we've seen the results from the current sablefish effort that we're doing, where we are explicitly requesting that be examined. But without seeing any results from that, saying, oh yeah, go ahead and look further at incorporating socioeconomic factors into ABC, that seems like a stretch for me, again, particularly given limited resources. I don't know that we should be suggesting looking at these things that are very resource consuming when we're not at all sure that we're willing to take that fundamental step.
Dr. Dressel.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. I don't feel comfortable speaking to what the council should do or the council's perspective on it. Did want to make clear that a cap-like control rule can include biological and or socioeconomic conditions so that you can make that choice, but I don't feel comfortable specifying where you go with it.
I do think it's worth exploring what biological factors might help describe how that would work. That makes some sense, partly because I have a hard time imagining them. So I think it's really worth, and I imagine I'm not the only one. So I think that's certainly worth some exploration. So that makes some sense. I also just wanted to say it's amazingly amazingly informative workshop. It really, the SSC did a great job of pulling together the right group of people for a really in-depth conversation. And I really appreciated the opportunity to listen to it.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll try to be brief because the last couple questions confused me a bit. I thought in the workshop, the SSC minutes were talking about very clearly that they're not revisiting our ABC policy or rule such that the science advice for setting OFL and ABC is non-economic. That seemed clear out of the workshop, but that you are going to look at over time, when you look at different variations of harvest control rules, you are going to use catch stability and value as a way to see what the results of those harvest control rules were, not that economic information would be incorporated into the harvest control rule. It was more a measure of what did this do? So did I misunderstand the minutes, or is that what was discussed?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that is my understanding as well of the discussion in the SSC. So those were just some metrics and measures of outcomes. So we didn't have a discussion about economics being part of the control rule. I don't recall any discussion like that.
Thank you. Any further questions? And that concludes the SSC report. Great. Thank you all for your work during this meeting and for the excellent presentation. Thank you. Okay. With that, we will, I was reminded that the AP did not take C2 because of timing issues. So we'll go, we'll circle back and take action on C2. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that has been sent to staff. I'll wait for that to be posted since it's harvest specifications. The motion reads that the council accepts the Aleutian Islands Golden King Crab Safe Report and adopts the 2025-26 OFL of 3.166 thousand metric tons and an ABC of 2.374 thousand metric tons as recommended by the SSC. With a second, I'll speak to it.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Madam Chair, Just note, as always, these harvest specifications are based on the best available science. The estimated stock biomass for this stock is above the minimum stock size threshold, and therefore the stock is not overfished. Total catch mortality is well below the overfishing limit, so it is unlikely overfishing occurred. And overfishing will be evaluated in September when final data from ongoing groundfish fisheries is available. The council continues to be supportive of efforts to collect data through an annual collaborative survey with Aleutian Islands Golden King crab vessels and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, consistent with what we heard in the SSC report. And finally, Madam Chair, just express my appreciation to the assessment author, crab plan team, and the SSC for their work on this annual harvest specifications process. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker. Are there any questions? Seeing none, are there any comments on the motion? Oh. Okay. Seeing none, as always, appreciate your leadership on crab specifications, Ms. Baker. With that, we need a roll call vote on C2.
Calling the roll on crab specifications. Ms. Baker,
Yes.
Ms. Goen,
Yes.
Ms. Kimball,
Yes.
Mr. Kurland,
Yes.
Mr. Moeller,
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie,
Yes.
Mrs. Sagata,
Yes.
Mr. White,
Yes.
Ms. Danforth,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Yes,
Motion passed unanimously, 11-0.
thank you. Any further actions on C2? Okay. Seeing none, and I forgot to note that there are no members of the public signed up to testify. Apologize for that. So we have a, excuse me. Oh, his mic was off. Okay. Please re-announce the vote on that.
The vote was unanimous, 11-0.
Thank you, Danielle. So before taking our mid-morning break, I would like to introduce Dr. Debbie Colbert from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and would invite her to come up and share a few words if she wishes.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Debbie Colbert, the Director of the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I just really appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning to introduce myself to you. I've just passed the 1-year mark in my position and am very excited to have a chance to have the council meeting here in Oregon. It's an opportunity to just thank you for the work that you do. And just, for us, the work that you do to ensure sustainable fisheries is so vital to Oregon, to our state, our economy, and the communities we have here. And so wanted to just recognize that. And I also, honestly, I was going to note that the work that you do is hard. And then I just sat and listened to that report from the SSC, and I was like, I have no idea, really, honestly. I look at the thousands of pages that you go through, and I just will say I was recently giving a keynote to about 200 graduate students in fisheries, wildlife, and forestry, and they wanted me to talk about bridging science and policy and management decision-making. Right. And I sit here and I wish that I could have those students in this room, because honestly, that this is what you all are doing. Just the work to ensure that how we make decisions about our fisheries so they can be sustainable based on the best available science, and through extensive public processes that you have at the AP and the SSC and the council. I wish those students could see it, but it also kind of makes the point that they wanted me to talk about bridging policy and science and decision making, but I kind of threw them a curveball Because I said, you know, really what bridges it is people. And I mean, you know, I look around this council and just think about the dedication it takes for you all to do the work you do. And then I just listen to these remarkable scientists and all of the scientists that are involved in these processes. And again, I have such gratitude for the work that you do and wanted to be here to thank you for that. And I am going to just stick around for the next 2 days so that I can learn and get a better sense of all of it. I have a lot of work to do on the acronyms, though. I will just say right now. So again, thank you very much for the chance to introduce myself and look forward to hanging out with you and listening to you all do your work.
Thank you very much. We have some documentation to help with the acronyms if you're really interested, but definitely wouldn't encourage that. See if there are any questions from council members. Yes, Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Dr. Colbert. I just wanted to thank you for allowing Steve and John to participate in this process. Their contributions are exceptional. Thank you.
Thank you for those kind words, and I totally agree. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Well, we're happy to hear that you'll be around for a couple days. I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to have side conversations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So with that, let's take our mid-morning break and come back at 10 a.m. and we will begin our staff presentation on C3 at that point. Council members, please come back to order. Okay, we are beginning our C3 agenda item, and we have Ms. Holman here to introduce this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Taylor Holman, Council staff. And before you today is agenda item C3C. This is a separate and focused regulatory action that will update the regulatory definition of pelagic trawl gear. This action is intended to clearly allow commonly used components and cod ends and bycatch excluder devices, allow instrumentation necessary to monitor net performance, and remove unnecessarily regulatory outdated text. This item is scheduled for council final action. And before you today to present are myself, Caleb Taylor, and Alicia Miller with NIMS SF. Alex Perry with OLE and Molly Zaleski with NIMS SF are also available for questions. You last discussed the pelagic trawl gear definition at the October 2024 meeting, where agency staff presented the preliminary review draft of this analysis. This version of the analysis before you today is based on the Council's October 2024 motion, which included 5 options under the action alternative to revise the regulatory definition of pelagic trawl gear. We'll discuss those options further within the presentation. I will highlight now that we're seeking input on several questions and clarifications about these options. You'll find a summary of that input that we're seeking in the executive summary. Additional guidance and clarity from the Council on these points would be beneficial and would aid NIMS in the proposed rule development process, should the Council choose to take final action at this time and select a preferred alternative. The Council may also choose not to request additional review or to request additional review or not to take any further action on this item. Okay, so before I pass the mic off to Alicia to provide a bit of history on the item, I'll briefly remind the Council and the public that this action relates to other ongoing actions, which will also be taken up at this meeting under agenda item C3. Agenda item C3 contains 3 distinct items, all relating to pelagic trawl gear. And these are combined within a single agenda item so that the Council can review all pelagic trawl gear related reports, analyses, and information prior to receiving public testimony and beginning deliberations. Please note that these sub-items will not be presented in the alphabetical order that's listed on the e-agenda. First, as I mentioned, is agenda item C3C, which is this action. Next will be agenda item C3B, which is the pelagic trawl gear innovation item presented by Anita Kroska. And last is agenda item C3A, which is an update on the specific research of the Gear Innovation Initiative and will be presented by the Pelagic Trawl Gear Industry Working Group. All these items are to some extent interrelated. For example, it's expected that updates to the gear definition may facilitate the process to incentivize trawl gear innovation. So with that, I'll pass the mic off to Alicia to provide a bit of history and background.
Thank you, Taylor, and through the chair, Alicia Miller, Sustainable Fisheries Division. I do want to just note that under the research, the pelagic trawl gear research item, you'll also be hearing from Dr. Brad Harris, and he'll be providing the science overview for that collaborative research as well. And so I'm here just to give you a little bit of information that's not on the slide, but orient you to information that's at the beginning of the document. You'll see in section 1.2, the history of this action goes all the way back to 1993 when this current definition was put on the books. And there was a bit of discussion at the AP that I just wanted to get out right up front here about the prior definitions and the evolution of the definition of the pelagic trawl gear that we have today. So in the early 1990s, there were efforts to distinguish between bottom trawl gear, the non-pelagic trawl, and pelagic trawl in an efforts to reduce prohibited species catch. And this was because at the time, the management measures in place prohibited the use of bottom trawl gear or non-pelagic trawl gear when certain PSC limits were reached. And that's important to the history of this action because this definition was put in place in conjunction with a performance standard, which we talked at length in past presentations that I'm not going to go over in detail, but that's that 20 crabs on board at any time is prohibited. And that's the standard by which we currently measure bottom contact. Gear, you'll hear a lot about how gear has evolved. Our management measures have also evolved substantively since the early 1990s. And so we are here today to talk to you about the current definition and how to update it given these modernizations in pelagic trawl gear. So section 1.2 on page 9 of your document, it talks a bit about that history and provides you with information from those past historical documents, identifies the highlights of how management has changed in spatial management and habitat conservation zones and the development of that over time. And we're here today to talk about the physical definition so that we have a enforceable and clear standard to delineate between what is non-pelagic trawl gear and what is pelagic trawl gear. That is so that we can enforce all of those conservation measures that you've put in place where bottom trawl is prohibited and pelagic trawl is allowed. Additionally, I want to note that we've summarized the fishery management goals and objectives in table 1-1 on page 14 of the document. I just want to briefly mention this table because it identifies the management goals for reducing bycatch, protecting sensitive habitats, improving enforcement, and then designing and adapting management measures that are adaptable to changing conditions. That table on page 14, it identifies the existing management measures and then recent and ongoing council actions that have been taken to address those. And then finally, before handing it over to Caleb, I just want to identify and note that table 3-1 on page 31 in your document is a really handy reference. It talks about a lot of the definitions and descriptions of specific gear components that we'll be talking about in our presentation today. With that, I'll hand it over to Caleb.
Thank you, Alicia. For the record, Caleb Taylor with Sustainable Fisheries. So before we really get into it, I'm going to go over the outline here. So Alicia gave a little bit of background context, history for this action. And then in this, we've updated quite a few things in this analysis since October, which is the last time we presented this action to the council. So in particular, the updated discussion of alternatives and options, as well as the impacts of those, that's in chapter 2 and chapter 4. We have a table of the summary of each of those on page 26 that I think is helpful, table 2-1. We've also included a chapter on environmental impacts, chapter 5, as well as management considerations regarding regulatory approaches. Alicia's going to discuss that a little bit later on. And then a discussion on monitoring, management, and enforcement. So we also close with the short summary as well as the considerations for decision-making moving forward for this action. We have a table that Alicia is going to go over as well at the end of this presentation that I think should be helpful for you all as well. So with that, I'll get a little into the background here as soon as I can go to the next slide. Okay. Thank you. So again, this is a general overview of what a pelagic trawl gear is. So this would be a mesh pelagic trawl. Pelagic trawl gear is defined within authorized gear in section 679.2. And so let's see. It's also, we have it included on page 17 in section 2. It's also in chapter 3 on page 27. It has each line. So there's specifically 10 different numbered subparagraphs within that definition if you need to go back and look it over. However, in its broadest sense, pelagic trawl is trawl gear with no disc bobbins or rollers, as well as no chafe protection gear attached to the foot rope or the fishing line, as well as very large meshes, so greater than 60 inches, but usually larger, and then large middle meshes after that that must be greater than 15 inches. And so that's, in its broadest sense, what pelagic trawl gear is currently. I'll have you note on the slide here, we have this orange dotted line. That's the fishing circle. We referenced that quite a bit in this presentation, as well as the analysis. And then cod end is defined in CFR 600 Part 10.10 as the terminal closed end of the trawl net. So this action, Taylor discussed it a little bit. It's really to update the pelagic trawl gear definition, again, to allow commonly used components in the aft end of the net, specifically in the cod end and for bycatch excluder devices, as well as to remove unnecessary outdated text. And so we have alternative 1, which is the no action alternative I'm going to get into here after this slide. And then alternative 2, which would be to revise the definition specifically with 5 options aimed at getting at that in one way or another. I'll get into detail further on. And so alternative 1, we've referred to this in the paper as the regulatory status quo. And what that means essentially is nothing changes within the regulations for alternative 1, but that's not necessarily equal to the operational status quo, which means that fishing operations would continue as they currently are. Alternative 2 is really getting at that. And so regulatory language is outdated, as well as portions of the definition could be clarified, especially regarding metallic components. I mean, we were kind of running circles around that one in October. And so I think it's important to note for this analysis, this is on page 5 that we put this in the paper as well. For the sake of this, Sustainable Fisheries interprets subparagraph 8 of the pelagic trawl gear definition, and that's the one that limits metallic components in the net, to mean that these metallic components are not limited in the forward portion of the net, forward of the fishing circle, except only 2 weighted lines are allowed between the wingtips and the fishing circle. So that would be the foot rope and the fishing line. The only connectors in a net sounder device are allowed in the middle section of the net in the current definition under alternative 1. And then metallic components are not limited in the aft portion of the net, and that's aft of 5.5-inch stretch mesh. And so just having this one idea of what this meant was really helpful for us in analyzing this. But again, it could be unclear. Alternative 1 would continue to limit certain components regarding flotation, as well as instruments, as well as components important for the function of salmon excluders. And so this is just kind of an overview of what I mean here. So we have in the red, that's the aft section of the net, everything less than 5.5-inch stretch mesh. That middle section in blue, which is between 5.5-inch stretch mesh and aft of the fishing circle. And then there's that forward section, which is the section of the net that's forward of the fishing circle. So under alternative 1, there's no flotation allowed aft of 5.5-inch stretch mesh. And then the only flotation that's allowed forward of that, and in that middle portion, is to support a net sounder, and that's 200 pounds of buoyancy. And the only electronic instrument currently allowed under alternative 1 would be a net sounder. And then in the forward section, no flotation is currently allowed. Metallic components are generally allowed, again, as I stated, except where specified. So where those 2 weighted lines are between the wingtips. I'll hand it off to Taylor to discuss some of the impacts.
Great, thanks, Caleb. So the no action alternative may negatively impact pelagic trawl gear users and may be contradictory to conservation and management goals. This is because, as Caleb mentioned, the regulatory status quo is outdated and based on a gear configuration that existed 30 years ago, which doesn't reflect the operational status quo or how current modern gear is configured. Under alternative 1, the regulatory definition of pelagic trawl gear would remain outdated and would not reflect or allow for many commonly used gear configurations and components that are used in modern pelagic trawl gear. This includes flotation that is commonly used in both salmon bycatch excluder designs and the cod end. In bycatch excluder designs, this is namely used in flatbird designs or these over-under excluders that we'll get into later on in the presentation. In the cod end, flotation is used to offset the weight of catch should their swim bladders burst or the weight of chain rib lines. Under alternative 1, the only flotation that would be permitted is 200 pounds of flotation that would offset that net sounder.
Now, for metallic components, as Caleb mentioned, that regulatory text is ambiguous, and this was also discussed at length in the October presentation and the preliminary version of this analysis. But per the Sustainable Fisheries Division's interpretation of the regulatory language, metallic components other than connectors and one net sounder are not allowed in that middle portion of the net. However, in the operational status quo, how gear is currently configured, metallic components are used in that middle section for some bycatch excluder designs and configurations. That includes metallic components that are used in those weighted flapper panels in that over-under salmon excluder design. As we've mentioned several times, the use aft of 5.5-inch stretch mesh or in that aft section of the net is ambiguous, such as use in chain rib lines in the cod end, and that would remain ambiguous under the regulatory status quo or alternative one. Ambiguous regulatory language does create confusion and would not be clarified under the no action alternative. Finally, I'll get into technology. So as Caleb mentioned, other than one net sounder device, technology would not be permitted under the regulatory status quo. This includes instrumentation that can aid in improving CPUE, which includes various sensing technology, as well as instrumentation that's used in bycatch excluder devices like live feed cameras or lights. So as I mentioned, gear designs that comply with all aspects of the existing pelagic trawl gear definition could have limited functionality. Cod ends without flotation would have reduced buoyancy, which could make the gear less efficient or non-functional under certain conditions should water flow be cut off. This could also increase bottom contact should that flotation be necessary to offset the weight of chain rib lines or the catch weight. Now, as for salmon bycatch excluder designs, without flotation, metallic components, or instrumentation, these devices are likely less efficient than designs that use these components or designs that are retrofitted to have an alternative that does not use these components. So therefore, gear operators may be limited to suboptimal excluder device designs under the regulatory status quo. To the extent that flotation and metallic components improve the net performance of bycatch excluder devices, limiting operators to these suboptimal designs would be contradictory to management goals and objectives. Finally, limiting technology other than a net sounder device from being attached to the middle portion of the net really serves no conservation or management purpose. Only one net sounder would be permitted under alternative one, and no additional transducer eggs, catch sensors, bottom catch sensors, live feed cameras, or lights could be attached. This could reduce efficiency greatly, as catch sensors in particular are very useful to know when to haul the net. It could also reduce the functionality of bycatch excluder devices, which often require lights to help attract salmon out of the net. So in sum, for the impacts of alternative one, restricting gear users to designs that were common 30 years ago really limits them from utilizing these modern gear designs that help increase efficiency and meet various management and conservation goals. With that, I'll pause if there's any questions on alternative one before moving on to the action alternative, alternative two. Okay, I'll pass it off to Caleb.
Thank you. Seeing none.
All right, so getting into alternative two, there's 5 options. Let's talk about them. The first one would specify that flotation and metallic components are not limited in the cod end. The second one there would remove outdated text related to parallel line trawls. Option 3 looks at specifically allowing flotation in that aft section of the net. So either delineating that at 5.5-inch stretch mesh or a greater portion of the net up in 15-inch stretch mesh. Option 4 specifically looks at allowing electronic instruments for the purposes of observing, monitoring, or adjusting. We'll talk in detail more about each of these throughout the presentation, so I just want to note that. And then option 5 looks at allowing the use of metallic components in different sections of the net. So again, as I kind of generalized it earlier, in the forward section, the middle section, and the aft section. So that is what alternative 2 is looking to do to change with the definition. However, what alternative 2 does not do, it would not change limitations on chafe protection gear, specifically, so that limitation is for the fishing line and the foot rope, so in that forward portion of the net. It would not change the large forward mesh size restrictions after the fishing line that have to be equal to, or I'd have to go back and look at the definition, but it specifies the length of that as well. It doesn't change that. And then those restrictions on the number of weighted lines. So one fishing line and 1 foot rope between the wingtip and the fishing circle, that wouldn't change. Allowance for that small mesh needed to attach instrumentation, that does not change. And then allowance for weights on the wingtips, that would not change as well under alternative 2. So of course, NIMS would draft regulations based on the council's final preferred alternative. So that's worth noting as well. But a little more before I get into option 2 here. I just want to clarify something, and it really has to do with metallic components and flotation. So most of these options are getting at just that, something with metallic components and flotation. Where are these allowed in the net, and which ones, or what for, really? Metallic components is used in option 5 and option 1. This term is not defined in the regulations and could include a variety of commonly used elements that are made of or contain some metal. So we've looked at this in the analysis. We also heard from public testimony in the AP that there could be components that contain metal that limiting them would serve no conservation or management purpose. And so that's just something to consider here. For the sake of this analysis, we really kind of classified each of these in 3 different buckets. Taylor's going to go into that a little more in a second, but just introducing that in this slide. So common items in a net that could be classified as metallic components include metal chains and weights, metal panels, instruments, that sort of thing. But it could also include lines made with metal filaments or a lead core, perhaps. And so if the council chooses, you could maintain these groupings or revise as necessary to limit specific metallic components in each of these areas of the net identified by the sub-options within option 5. And then the options that address flotation are options 1, 3, and 4. Each of these address where, why, or how much flotation should be allowed. And so, again, regarding metallic components, just some examples on this slide for folks to check out. Okay, so option 1 would allow floats and metal components in the cod end, or at least clarify that metallic components are allowed in the cod end. Regulations would be modified to do this. So limiting floats in the cod end does not serve a conservation purpose necessarily. The cod end is not intended to contact the sea floor. So this is what we've heard throughout this analysis. There's also a study that was referred to in the Red King Crab Savings Area analysis, I believe October 2023, that was done by the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. They were looking at bycatch excluders, but they had a sensor on the foot rope, the head rope, and then the cod end. And from that data, basically they quantified where the cod end was in the water column while they were doing some tows. And generally, pretty much for each of these pictures or the data points, the cod end stayed up in the water column between the level of the foot rope and the head rope. So just want to clarify that here. And this option wouldn't apply to the rest of the net. Again, this is only the cod end. However, for this option, it would require the cod end to be delineated from the rest of the net. And so that could either be at that 5.5-inch line that's currently in place, or it could be at the selvage line where the cod end is attached to the rest of the trawl gear. Just something worth considering. And this option would support operational status quo for the cod end.
All right, and to briefly get into the impacts of option 1, let's see here. The option 1 would be consistent with the operational status quo when it pertains to the cod end. For this analysis, we thought of metallic components in those 3 buckets, as Caleb has mentioned. You have electronics, connectors, and those non-electronic metallic components. Again, that term isn't defined in the regulations, but just helps us kind of conceptualize that broad term. Metal components can be beneficial in the cod end for various reasons, including improving safety and increasing efficiency. The safety piece is due to the fact that those chain rib lines are often essential for net strength and safety. For instance, that picture of a cod end on the right includes those bulging sections that are held in by those chain rib lines.
Now, those do need to be offset by flotation. And flotation can be used to offset those weighted components, including any weight that's created from the catch that may have burst swim bladders. And flotation can also aid in net deployment and reduce the potential for the cod to touch the seafloor. Now, option 1 would allow for fishing efforts to continue with no retrofitting for cod ends. So there's various impacts within this option, but truly it really just keeps it with the operational status quo or how modern nets are currently configured and operating. If there are no questions on option 1, we'll move on to option 2.
Okay, option 2 would remove outdated text related to parallel line trawls. So we have it written out there, the section that would be removed potentially. So parallel line trawls are obsolete. Removal of this gear type from the definition would purely be housekeeping. And so the reason to consider removing this would be to simplify the definition, remove outdated text. However, retaining this paragraph really wouldn't be expected to have any impacts on fishing operations. And it's worth noting that should rope trawls ever reappear, this section of the net would still be regulated by those minimum forward mesh size limitations that remain within the definition of pelagic trawl gear. I'll leave it at that, but we learned a little more in detail about some of this at the trawl gear demonstration show and tell that was put on earlier this week. That was really interesting. They haven't been used since the 80s, I believe. And that's option 2. So, okay, moving on to option 3. Allow the use of flotation aft of 5.5-inch stretch mesh or aft of 15-inch stretched mesh. So this is specifically looking at allowing flotation for bycatch excluder devices, so salmon excluders within pelagic trawl gear that are commonly used today. Essentially, all the ones that are currently in use are within this section, aft of 15 inches. Flotation can be necessary for bycatch excluders to function, but it's currently limited. Again, only 200 pounds is allowed for a net sounder device within the current definition. And then as far as that delineating line, so most salmon excluders would likely be covered by that 5.5-inch delineation, so everything aft of 5.5-inch stretch mesh. However, there are some fishermen who place salmon excluders forward of that line, but still aft of 15 inches. So that would not be covered under sub-option 1, but it would be covered under sub-option 2. Option 4 also looks at flotation, so we'll talk a little more about flotation in that one. But yeah, and just in this slide specifically, we have nothing would change in the forward sections of the net or the middle section under option 3. Just looking at that aft section. And so why? Again, this is for bycatch excluder devices to continue to allow those to be used in nets. If you note those arrows, that's the general direction of water flow through these excluders. So we have 2 examples here, the flapper style and then the over-under style. Both of these were tested through EFPs, and then both contain floats, as you can see in the pictures. However, they also contain some weighted components. Weighted components would not be included in option 3, only flotation. But updates to the definition are necessary to allow the use of floats in these excluders to continue to support reducing bycatch. And with that, I'll hand it off to Taylor for the impacts.
So the primary impact of option 3 is the continued function of bycatch excluder devices and cod ends, which are also located in that aft portion of the net. And flotation would be allowed to be used in cod ends under this option. But for this, I'll just focus on bycatch excluder devices, as we've already gone over the benefits of allowing flotation in the cod end under option 1. So flotation is necessary in multiple common salmon bycatch excluder designs, as Caleb was mentioned, both over-under designs and flapper designs. Now, although some designs may not require flotation, designs with flotation are considered to be more effective. Salmon bycatch excluders are typically located in that aft section of the net. And I will note that all designs in current gear configurations are located after the 15-inch stretch mesh, which is consistent with the section of the net that's addressed in sub-option 2. For sub-option 1, which only applies to a more narrow portion of the net, of further back, the further aft portion of the net. If placing bycatch excluders in the section that's covered within sub-option 2, but not sub-option 1, so that's between the 5.5-inch stretch mesh and the 15-inch stretch mesh, if placing them in that section is the most effective location for these devices, sub-option 1 may result in some indirect negative impacts by reducing fishing efficiency compared to how nets are currently operating, and reducing or limiting the effectiveness of bycatch excluder devices that are located between the 5.5 and 15-inch stretch mesh. Because sub-option 2 includes all areas of the net that they're currently commonly located in, this eliminates any impacts that may arise from forcing gear operators to retrofit gear and kind of push those excluders further back in the net. I will note that sub-option 2 does meet the purpose and need of allowing commonly used bycatch excluder device components in all areas that they're currently located in. It may result in limiting future opportunities for experimentation with the placement of flotation further forward in the net. However, this could still be tested through the EFP process under this sub-option.
Looks like we have a question for you, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Holzman. Just thinking a little bit farther down the road and recognizing that there's another phase of like salmon excluder development that is happening within industry. And one of the primary things they're looking at is moving excluders farther forward in the net. If they did that through the EFP with the options that are here, if that was the route that we wanted to go in the future, then we would need to revisit the definition again to allow for floats further ahead, right? Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, yes, that's correct. It would need to be addressed again.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, and I will note that as it pertains to bycatch excluder devices, it's important to recognize that option 3 only addresses flotation. Other options within the actual alternative address these other necessary components in bycatch excluder devices, including instrumentation like live feed cameras and lights, and weighted metallic portions like those weighted flapper panels. So I will note that selecting sub-option 2 under option 3 in combination with option 4 and or option 5 sub-option 3B would allow the use of bycatch excluder components, including flotation, instrumentation, and metallic components in all portions of the net that they're currently located in. I do say and or option 5 sub-option 3B because an instrument may be considered to be a metallic component, as we've discussed within the discussion of those buckets that metallic components could include. So therefore, the impact of selecting alternative to option 3 alone would be similar to the impact of the no action alternative as it pertains to bycatch excluder devices, because it wouldn't allow for those other commonly used components. So therefore, selecting it alone would not meet the stated purpose and need for this action. So seeing no other questions on option 3, we'll move to option 4.
Okay, so option 4, specifically looking at allowing instruments in the net and then specifying what type of instruments would be allowed in the net. But however, it does not specify where they would be allowed in the net. So it's a long one, but instruments capable of observing, monitoring, or adjusting the fishing gear, catch, fishing activity, or fishing environment. So that would include seafloor clearance to be attached to pelagic trawl gear. Floats capable of up to 100 pounds of buoyancy may be attached to or within 6 feet of each instrument. And so what we currently know under status quo, that means that a net sounder is allowed in the middle of the net. So a lot of things have changed since 1993. We have a list of some of the common components that would be allowed under option 4 in the slide here. So things that are commonly used today: instruments, catch sensors, so help increase efficiency, let folks know whenever their cod ends are filled up. Trawl sonar, depth temperature sensor, there's quite a few of them. And this option looks at allowing those. So again, that doesn't explicitly specify where. We do have some items highlighted for council input or consideration regarding option 4. So regarding the amount of buoyancy that should be allowed for a net sounder, currently that's 200 pounds. We're option 4 taken. Then it would have to be determined whether or not to keep that 200-pound limitation for a net sounder or have that go down to 100 pounds. And then flotation is currently limited from use in the forward portion of the net under the current definitions. So this was put into place to prevent the use of floats in the head rope of pelagic trawl gear to disincentivize vessel operators from using large trawl nets in shallow water when midwater trawl doors were ineffective. So we looked at this in the analysis, and it's up for debate whether or not this rationale remains today, if it's still relevant. So if the council intends to maintain limits on the use of floats in the forward portion of pelagic trawl gear, you may want to provide input on how to restructure the buoyancy limitation in option 4 in a way that would not allow flotation to be used in that manner. We've also learned that scoops or kites can also be effective in lifting the head rope, and those are not currently limited under the definition, nor have they ever been limited under the definition because they're made of components that are not metal and they're not floats. So it's something to consider. If all instruments that contain metal are also considered metallic components, then the council would also need to specify how option 4 and 5 should be interpreted. So as I mentioned, option 4 doesn't specify where these instruments are allowed, or option 4 doesn't specify where they're allowed. Option 5 could if they are considered metallic components. And then lastly, having to do with instruments that can adjust the catch, fishing activity, or fishing environment. Currently, there's one example of this that we've identified, and that's Dr. Craig Rose's Axel device. So that's looking at reducing bycatch. However, it's a broad term that could include other things. So there's a lot of unknowns in what those instruments could be in the future, or possibly even now, but I think mostly in the future. So it'd be helpful for the council to clarify what those types of instruments might be in order to fully analyze the potential impacts of allowing those instruments that can adjust the net.
All right. As for the impacts of option 4, as Caleb has mentioned, option 4 would allow commonly used instrumentation to be allowed anywhere in pelagic trawl nets. I will note that this also includes instrumentation that hasn't yet been developed, so long as that meets the functions specified under the text in option 4. Examples of instruments that are currently commonly used and would be allowed to be attached anywhere under option 4 include catch sensors, net sounders, door spread sensors, trawl warp measurement sensors, depth and temperature sensors, lights, live feed cameras, and others. These provide various benefits for vessel operators and can allow operators to increase efficiency, reduce safety risk to crew, reduce loss of catch, and other benefits. Also note here that data that's collected by this instrumentation may also be useful as a management tool in the future. This would also allow for additional innovation, data collection, and improvements to fishing efficiency as technology continues to advance. So also note here that flotation could be used anywhere an instrument is installed under this option. Because this option's flotation restriction is set as a per instrument restriction rather than an overall cap on flotation attached to the trawl net, any amount of flotation could be attached to the trawl net so long as there were instruments that were attached within 6 feet of each 200 pounds of buoyancy. As Caleb noted, flotation was originally limited as a way to disallow floating the head rope. However, this could also be achieved by components like kites, scoops, or even without any components in certain fishing manners. Therefore, limiting flotation is likely not an effective method to prevent pelagic trawl gear from being fished as a non-pelagic trawl by providing lift to the head rope. We'll also note that allowing flotation does provide various benefits by increasing the flexibility to innovate. And more information on the benefits of flotation is included on page 53 in the discussion of option 3.
Thank you. It looks like we have a couple questions. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all of you for your presentation. I'll show my ignorance here, but in your examples that you have there is something called a trawl warp measurement sensor. I understand what the others are. We learned some of those at the about those the other evening and talked about them, but I don't recall that we talked about a trawl warp measurement sensor. Last time I looked at warp, it was in Star Trek, but I don't know what that is. Can you help me with that?
Through the chair, Mr. Williams. So the warp is the cable essentially that's connected the boat to the trawl gear, right? And so I don't know specifically what measurements that's looking at or sensing, but I would assume it has something to do with that section of the net. So I mentioned door spread sensors; those would be on the doors. So it's similar type of components, but this is forward of the areas that we're looking at.
That is, what you're describing is forward of the fishing circle? Okay,
Through the chair, yes, sir.
thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Recognizing that this gets a little complicated with the intersection of the options and the different types of instruments and flotation, I'm coming back to Ms. Vanderhoven's question and wondering if we could just follow up a little bit, thinking about this alternative and option as well. If the council were to decide to allow flotation, not restrict it in any way in this gear, and with the also allowance of different instruments or sensors, would that accommodate the situation Ms. Vanderhoven was asking about with potentially shifting the location of a salmon excluder device?
Through the chair, I'm going to take a stab at that, Mr. Curlin. And it would address the issues related to flotation. And if option 4 were selected, that we did look at the allowance of flotation near instruments anywhere in the pelagic trawl net. So that does get at any flotation that would be theoretically installed in a bycatch excluder device forward of that 15-inch stretched mesh. However, I will note that that would potentially depend upon how the metallic components piece of this is addressed and whether or not metallic instruments that are limited, sorry, I'm going to back up, whether or not electronic instruments are considered metallic instruments or metallic components that should be limited under option 5. And so I'll see if Caleb has a more clear way to say that because I'm getting a little tongue-tied.
Through the chair, I think that covers it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I guess I'm losing the sense of, I understand the overall action was to eliminate kind of outdated text, things that just really aren't relevant anymore, and then basically to allow for bycatch excluder devices and other things that are innovative with that same objective. I guess I'm losing the sense of why option 4, which just looks very different in terms of trying to delineate all of the things, all of the allowable instruments. What was the purpose of that, or is there a disadvantage to not having to delineate all of those possibilities? If we didn't do that, is there a disadvantage? Part of, I think, this action was also to make things clearer and easier to enforce.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. I believe a discussion of that is included on page 6. So really the purpose of limiting the function of instruments was to kind of set bounds around what are currently commonly used. And that Axel device that Caleb had mentioned is something that's in development but isn't currently commonly used by the fleet. And that language was also put in place to kind of put some bounds around the fact that there may be specific types of instruments that perform functions that are contrary to management goals. We haven't, to my knowledge, we haven't identified any, but it would allow that those bounds to be put in place should there be some that we didn't think about in the analysis. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Sakata. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms.
Apologies.
Miller.
Through the chair, I have a little to add to Taylor's response to Ms. Kimball's question. And so for the purposes of the analysis of impacts, what we needed to look at in option 4 was what kinds of things could we expect to be added to a net. And so I'll just note that the specific language in the alternatives does not contemplate providing bounds on what those instruments are or defining those in regulations, but more it is focused on instruments that are capable of doing specific things. And that's the observing, monitoring, or adjusting the fishing gear, catch, fishing activity, or the environment. And as Caleb and Taylor have explained earlier, what we got hung up in the analysis is what types of instruments might be expected to adjust the fishing environment. That's something that we're not sure what that is. And so we weren't fully able to explain what that might look like in the future if we were to allow all of those things. However, there's no downside of allowing any kind of instrument that meets those other activities, which is the observing and monitoring that's gathering information about either the net or the net performance, about the catch that's going into the net, or about the impacts on the fishing environment. And so those are the things that we saw as clearly beneficial and outlined in the impacts analysis.
Thank you. Both those responses are helpful. Is it NIM's opinion then that even though we can't identify anything that could be negative, there's still a benefit to trying to delineate all the things that we think are positive?
Through the chair, I think the clarity comes in how we construct the regulations, and we'll get into this more under the discussion about option 5 and how the council and what decisions the council might make about the types of metallic components to limit. If the council doesn't identify instruments as a metallic component, then we need to be able to write a regulation that clearly identifies what is limited and what isn't limited. And so that's where things get tricky, and is being very specific but broad at the same time. So it might make more sense to come back to that after we talk about option 5.
Thank you. And Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you for the presentation through the chair. I'm getting hung up a little bit on the commonly used instrumentation. I think we want to provide the most flexibility for innovation. So when something new comes along, I heard that as long as it kind of served the same purpose, it was okay, or that it would be included. Did I hear that correctly?
Through the chair, Mrs. Sakata, yes, that would be correct. As long as an instrument that may not be developed currently or used in the fleet currently serves those functions that are specified in option 4, which is observing, monitoring, or adjusting fishing gear, catch, fishing activity, or fishing environment, they would be allowed to be attached to the trawl net under option 4. And I think Alicia has some more comment.
Yeah, and I just want to add that so when we construct the regulations, I mean, the council is making a recommendation on the policy objective that you'd like to see implemented in regulations. When we're drafting that, we don't need to specify everything in regulation language that is allowed. It's only the things that you want to be limited that we would either limit or prohibit through those regulations. And for example, we have a paragraph in this definition that specifically wanted to make very clear that weights on the wingtips are essential for the function of a pelagic trawl net. And we even acknowledged in the 1993 rulemaking that statement is not necessary in regulations. However, it was noted at the time that the participants in the council process thought it was so essential that it needed to be specified. So we got that feedback that we needed to have that specific allowance, but we don't tend to have to specify all the things that are allowed. We tend to specify just the things that are limited.
Okay, thank you. Quick follow-up. Imagine some magic black box, metallic or not, that repels salmon, for example, from the net. I was thinking I didn't see that in any of the definitions here, but then I heard somebody say about the catch going into the net. That seems like that would be something that would alter that. So would that be included in something like this?
Oh, through the chair, Mr. Sukata, I believe that box you're talking about might be a camera that's can view the catch that's going into the net. But you're right, the things that could view or adjust or repel the catch, it seems like it would fit under option 4.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Lieutenant Commander Reski.
Through the chair, I'm noting that the association between the floats and the gear is within 6 feet and providing up to 100 pounds of buoyancy. And I'm just wondering, is there any reason, positive or negative, why floats might be added to the net as a whole outside of that 6 feet? Is there any benefit or downside to floats being outside the 6 feet from the instrument?
Through the chair, Lieutenant Commander. So in this analysis, when we were looking at that and this option, it's what's currently allowed in the rationale for that, right? And currently that rationale is that it's limited to a net sounder so that there's no flotation on the head rope. So, specifically option 3, which I'm getting them mixed up now, would allow flotation in that aft section. So that would be to support bycatch excluders. So if there's flotation there that's supporting that goal to reduce bycatch, then it would be beneficial, right? So I guess it's if that rationale remains regarding the head rope, floating the head rope or not, that's up for debate. But Alicia has more to add.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Caleb. Through the chair, Lieutenant Commander, one of the things we have to think about is the purpose of flotation, and an example that is used now is that floats are currently, the only allowance for floats is right now associated with that net sounder device. And we're seeing that vessels aren't even needing that flotation for those sounders in some instances. And so one of the things we've been hearing in the gear demonstration and in public comment is that the flotation, it creates drag on the net. And so there's some operational reasons to only add flotation when necessary because of the impacts to fuel efficiency. And we're hearing about transitions from different materials to improve that fishing efficiency and reduce the hydrodynamic drag of these nets in the water. And so I guess an assumption might be that flotation would only be used when it's necessary for the proper functioning of the net.
Thank you.
Yes, and Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So if I could just follow up on that last point, Ms. Miller, there's nothing in the analysis to indicate any negative environmental effects or negative effects in terms of how the gear operates from adding flotation. Is that right?
Through the chair, Mr. Curland, that's correct. We didn't find any negative environmental impacts for that.
And Mr. Twite.
I'm not really sure this is even a question, but I think the other thing that I wasn't really seeing much of in this is the other real world constraints on doing things like that skippers are thinking of, which is that if you attach something to the net, you've either got to understand what's going to happen when you roll that sucker onto the drum, or you've got to accept that you're probably going to even further complicate deployment and retrieval of the net as you pause to have to remove those. And it's already pretty complicated with, all their delicate sensors, they're removing, or almost all of them, they're removing before they put it on the drum, and that slows down deployment as well as retrieval. So there's a lot of real world constraints that we're not really thinking of in addition to just the additional drag from something like flotation. And sorry, that wasn't even a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Twite. I think we're ready to continue.
Through the chair, thank you for that clarification, Mr. Twite. So getting into option 5, specifically allowing the use of metallic components in different sections of the net. So we talked about it earlier. Currently, only connectors in a net sounder device are allowed aft of the fishing circle and forward of that 5.5-inch mesh. So in that middle section of the net. So this option gets it clarifying where metallic components are allowed. So specifically, sub-option 1 would be forward of the fishing circle. Sub-option 2 would be either A forward of 5.5-inch stretch mesh and aft of the fishing circle, or B, forward of 15-inch stretch mesh and aft of the fishing circle. Sub-option 3 would be in the aft portion of the net, either aft of 5.5-inch stretched mesh or B, aft of 15-inch stretch mesh. So option 5 looks at where metallic components, clarifies where metallic components could be in the net. However, it does not specify which metallic components are allowed, only where, which brings me to my next slide. Talk about some of the sticking points here. And we discussed them a little bit earlier in that slide regarding metal components and flotation. So it's a broad term. It's a catch-all that includes quite a few different elements that are made of or could contain metal. So the impacts of selecting sub-options within option 5 differ by the type of metallic component allowed in each section of the net. So the council should clarify which or what universe of components it intends to regulate as metallic components in each portion of the net, or specify parameters in determining what may or may not qualify as a metallic component. Alternatively, the council could decide to move away from that term, metallic components, altogether, and instead specify which types of components should be regulated in each part of the net. It's also worth noting that moving away from an ambiguous term that is susceptible to different interpretations would be consistent with the purpose of this action to clarify the definition of pelagic trawl gear. And then lastly, assuming the council intends for instruments to also be considered metallic components, and I spoke to this a little bit earlier, should option 5 and option 4 be selected, the council should select sub-options under option 5 to identify the locations where instruments allowed under option 4 would be allowed in the net.
All right. So the original rationale behind limiting metallic components in the net was to disallow the use of heavy weighted components like chains or weights from being used in that middle section. However, the council may not wish to treat all metallic components in the same manner as these heavy weighted materials. So if that is the case, then the council should specify what types of metallic components you would specifically like to limit in each portion of the net. And here's where those 3 buckets come in. There's those electronic instruments that contain metal in that first bucket, like net sounder devices, cameras, and electronic sensors. The second bucket includes connectors like hammer locks, swivels, or crimps. And third, you have this kind of all other category, which is non-electronic metallic components. So that's anything else that's not included in those first 2 buckets. That includes chains, weights, weighted panels, which are all weighted, but also include non-weighted or weighted ones that are providing minimal weight and aren't heavy, like wires or netting with the metal core. And again, I want to reiterate that those buckets are just used to help us conceptualize this broad term. The council may wish to use some other delineation or some other categorization other than the ones we've used here. So in the following slides, I'll describe where different types of metallic components are currently located throughout the net and where they're currently allowed in the net. So all information on where components are currently used and where they're currently allowed will be described in terms of the sections of the net that are addressed by each sub-option. So I'll note here that sub-options 3A and 2A use the 5.5-inch stretch mesh as the boundary between the aft and middle sections of the net.
while sub-option 3B and 2B both use that 15-inch stretch mesh as the boundary between those aft and middle portions. So sub-option 3 addresses that aft section of the net, sub-option 2 is the middle section, and sub-option 1 is the forward section. So in the following slides, if a component is located throughout the net, as is the case for connectors, then selecting sub-options 1, 2, and 3 would be consistent with both the operational status quo or how gear is currently configured. However, if a component is only allowed to be located aft 5.5-inch stretch mesh, such as the case with some metallic components, which are only allowed in that very aftmost section and forward at the fishing circle, then selecting sub-options 3A and sub-option 1 would be consistent with the regulatory status quo. So getting into those components, first I'll go into electronic instrumentation. Instrumentation is currently allowed after the 5.5-inch stretch mesh, which is sub-option 3A, and forward at the fishing circle, which is the area addressed by sub-option 1. Currently, instruments are located throughout the net, so the operational status quo is all sub-options. So a lot of these instruments are vital to fishing efficiency, and as you heard earlier in the presentation in the discussion of option 4, allowing these instruments to be connected anywhere in the net would provide various benefits depending on the types of instruments that are used by the gear operator. So if the council determines that they wish for all instruments that contain metal to be considered metallic components, then the council should specify how option 4 and option 5 should be interpreted in combination. This is because although both of them allow electronics components to be attached to the net, there are several important distinctions between those options. First, you have that function requirement in option 4, because option 4 requires that instruments function to observe, monitor, or adjust the fishing gear, catch, fishing activity, or fishing environment. Option 5 doesn't provide any stipulations on instrument function. So limiting function may be useful for the council to ensure that instruments are used for those specific purposes if there are purposes that instruments may serve that the council wishes to prohibit or limit. However, you may run into instruments in the future that don't neatly fit into that box. One of these includes lights, which don't actively monitor or observe, but they aid in observation and may adjust the catch by helping draw bycatch out of the net. So that really doesn't fit quite neatly into those boxes, and there's likely other instruments that may also not neatly fit those functions in that description. Also, reiterate here that option 4 allows flotation, option 5 does not when it comes to instruments, and option 4 doesn't include any location-based restrictions, while option 5 does. Although in general, limiting the location of instruments really serves no conservation or management purpose, and there's a further discussion of that included on page 57. So as for connectors, this is an easy one. They're currently located anywhere in the net and currently allowed anywhere in the net. So selecting sub-options 1 through 3 would be consistent with both the regulatory status quo and operational status quo for those components. All right, now I'll get into weighted metallic components, which are a subcategory of that non-electronic metallic components bucket. That would include things like chains and weights. So they're currently allowed after 5.5-inch stretch mesh, and limited use is allowed in the forward section of the net. So in sub-option, the area that's addressed by sub-option 1. Currently, they're used after the 15-inch stretch mesh and limited use in the forward section of the net. Now, the weighted metallic components that are located after the 15-inch stretch mesh, so consistent with sub-option B, generally include those weighted panels that are used in salmon bycatch excluder devices. I'll note here that sub-option 2, which is allowing those weighted metallic components in the middle section of the net, is not consistent with current regulations or how nets are currently operating. And this would not support that original rationale behind limiting metallic components from the middle section of the net, and is kind of outside of that purpose and need because it doesn't reflect current common gear configurations.
And before we move off this slide, I just want to add and recall Ms. Vanderhoven's question about the salmon excluders that are in development that are being tested forward of this area. And just noting that sub-option 2, if though it's not consistent with the current status quo, we didn't include those EFPs because we don't know if it's going to work yet. We haven't had that data provided. And that's why we're describing the portion aft of 15 inches as where all bycatch excluder devices would be allowed, commonly used. So it's those excluders that are being tested forward of 15 inches stretched mesh. We're not including those in what we're considering commonly used yet, because we just don't know if that's going to be the most efficient and best place for those.
Sure, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Miller. That's really helpful. I don't know as much about the active excluder, but I have heard that there's a delay between, when the camera sees it and when you can get the flap open to get the fish or whatever that you don't want out of the net. And so I'm assuming it's then the same rationale that it's not yet commonly accepted. We don't know where they might be placed in the future. And if I'm just assuming that if there's some kind of delay there, that you might need to put that camera or whatever it is that it uses farther forward to account for that delay. And so I guess I'm just trying to think, is it the same rationale?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. Yes, and I think it's an example of highlighting how the current suite of options that are under consideration under alternative 2, there's a lot of different interplay between how the different options get at the different components that could be used in bycatch excluder devices, and that through selecting some combination of those may be the most advantageous way to make sure you've got all your bases covered. And we have a couple of slides that try to help summarize that different combinations that get at what we know about what's being used now, and can inform some of the can be informative when considering those things that are being tested.
And Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I wanted to go back to Ms. Holman's last point, which I think dealt with the bottom of this current slide and what you were describing as the third bucket of metallic components. So I just want to make sure I'm tracking with this. I think I understood you to say that this deals with weights not associated with an excluder device or an instrument, that they are not currently under use in the middle section of the net, but under consideration with this option would be whether there should be, whether we intend to continue a restriction on that. Could you just kind of clarify that for me, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Through the chair, Mr. Kurland. Yes, what I'm highlighting in that last point is just that they're not currently commonly located there. But as I've discussed in the context of option 3, and as included on pages 60 and 61 of the analysis, limiting those components that are commonly used in bycatch excluder devices from being located in that middle section of the net would limit innovation by placing them further forward. By looking at all of these different sub-options as well, this sub-bucket of weighted metallic components doesn't even need to include those weighted bycatch excluder panels. There's really no reason that the council couldn't separate those if they wish to limit weighted components that function to weigh down the entire net versus weights that would only apply to a panel of the net. Does that answer your question?
It's moving in the right direction. So I think what I was trying to get at was weights that are not associated with a bycatch excluder device at all, but weights that might be deployed in that middle section of the net. And it looks like Ms. Miller might have something to add.
Sure. Yeah.
Through the chair, Mr. Kurland, I think I want to talk a little bit about, go back to 1993 and what the original intent was with limiting metallic components in the middle of the net. And they certainly weren't thinking about limiting bycatch excluder devices. Those didn't exist then. And the concern in that time was related to the retrofitting of non-pelagic trawl gear that has a very heavy foot rope that has discs and bobbins and rollers and a lot more metal. It's on the foot rope, and putting that in the middle of the net and weighting down the middle of the net. So it functioned very similar to a bottom trawl, but met the definition of a pelagic trawl at the time. And so the concern was those heavy weighted metallic components in the belly of the net that would allow it to roll across the sea floor, similar to the function of a non-pelagic trawl. And so the challenge we're here to talk about is how do we distinguish between those things that were an issue then that don't seem to be an issue now, between we put in this broad prohibition on metallic components because at the time the function of a pelagic trawl has been very similar. A true pelagic trawl like we see in gear today, it flies through the air, or not the air. It flies through it's suspended in the water by the head rope, whereas the non-pelagic trawl is pulled through the water, rolled across by the foot rope. And so that plane of tension is just different and they function different. And so it's how do we distinguish metal components that we want to allow, such as those weighted panels and bycatch excluder devices, from all the potential range of things that could be problematic or that were considered problematic to weight down the middle of the net.
Thanks. Very helpful.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And that's helpful discussion. I just wanted to pursue that a little bit more because I feel like I'm thinking the more we try to delineate things, the worse we make for ourselves down the line. And so did you have discussions with anyone on really the likelihood of anyone using chains and weights, non-electronic metallic components, like those heavy things that you were just discussing in the middle of the net? That just seems so counter to how people want the nets to perform. I guess I'm looking at it as making sure we're allowing for innovation and not trying to put too much in the regulations, especially when it's just not going to happen. But I'd like to hear your approach.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'm going to defer to Caleb and Taylor because they had participated in a lot of discussions and consulting with the gear users last fall. But my thinking is in line with yours, but I'll see what they have to add.
It's through the chair. So it seems like, this again, similar to the head rope and flotation issue, is another rationale that was given a long time ago. And what we've heard from fishermen and what we know about how pelagic trawl nets are used, how they're built, it really doesn't make sense. There's no good motivation currently for someone to put extra weighted components in the middle of the net to weigh it down in a manner similar to what they were trying to prevent back in 1993. And so the question is, 5, 10, 20, 30 years from now, would that be a possibility if option 5, sub-option 2 were chosen? I believe that's the question. Currently, again, it's unlikely, but that's what I've got. So thanks.
Thank you.
And the last component that I'll discuss is those non-weighted metallic components. And that includes webbing, rib lines, netting that may contain submetal, netting with a lead core, lead filaments, that kind of thing. So currently, those are subject to the blanket metallic component exclusions, which are that they're only allowed after the 5.5-inch stretch mesh and forward at the fishing circle. Now, you write here that the extent of the current use is unknown. However, we have heard from public testimony and seen in the gear demonstrations that netting with the lead core is helpful for hydrodynamics to help deploy the net in a consistent manner that doesn't twirl or wrap if there's a wind or current. So that helps provide a minimal amount of weight to the bottom just to help with net deployment. So restricting these components that may contain submetal but don't function to weigh down the entirety of a trawl net to the bottom when are attached and used in certain sections would really serve no obvious conservation or management purpose that we could identify. And therefore, we do note here that the council may not want to treat these materials in the same manner as heavy weighted metallic components, should you wish to regulate those in a certain section of the net. So here is just a kind of brief summary table of the regulatory status quo versus the operational status quo by the metallic component types and those buckets that we used as to conceptualize different components. First, in the first kind of chunk of that table is what's the regulatory status quo. So where those components are currently allowed, you'll see that all of them are only allowed aft of the 5.5-inch stretch mesh and forward in the forward section of the net, other than net sounders, a net sounder and connectors. Currently located chunk of the table is located on the right, and any highlighted cells just highlights the differences between the operational status quo and the regulatory status quo. So you'll see that electronic instruments are often located throughout the net rather than just in that very aftmost section and forward sections. And non-electronic metallic components are located, the weighted ones are really more aft of 15-inch stretch mesh because currently they're used in bycatch excluder devices in that region of the net. And there's some use in that middle section for netting that has a metal core that kind of helps in net deployment. So I believe that wraps up our discussion of option 5. I can pause here again if there's any more questions about the metallic components piece before getting into net benefits and then the environmental impact section.
Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you. So briefly, I'll just touch on the net benefit to the nation that we've discussed within the paper. That's included on page 63. So if the council takes action under alternative 2, a minor overall net benefit to the nation is likely to arise. And the action alternative does provide several benefits to gear operators and users, including improved regulatory clarity, improved flexibility. That flexibility part is likely to help operators maintain effective bycatch excluder devices and maintain operational efficiency when compared to how their gear is currently functioning and operating. I'll also note that there's no direct impact on processors or consumers. That's because the action does not affect the allocations of fishery resources, the location of landings, or markets for fishery resources. With that, I'll pass it off to Caleb for the environmental impact section.
Okay, so Chapter 5 focuses on the environmental impacts or potential environmental impacts from this action. So specifically for this analysis, we went back and looked at quite a few previous EIS documents. They're referenced in this analysis. So, but specifically for this action, we looked at the potential impacts of it. So based on the alternatives and options considered, we identified 2 resource components that may be impacted. So that's salmon prohibited species catch as well as essential fish habitat. So just starting with salmon prohibited species catch, there was recently a draft EIS considered in February 2025 looking at this related to the Bering Sea and chum salmon. So any action that could impact the efficacy or components within bycatch excluder devices, so salmon excluders could thus impact salmon prohibited species catch. So that's why we looked at it here. Specifically, we have some numbers in the analysis too related to Chinook and chum salmon bycatch. And then related to habitat, so it's worth noting all gear types in the Alaska EEZ impact the bottom at one point or another, and pelagic trawl gear is no exception. So changes to the definition that could allow the net to have more contact with the seafloor could increase the impact to essential fish habitat. So it's analyzed and considered here. I'm going to discuss the potential impacts from each alternative on the for two separate slides after this one. So, okay, so getting into salmon PSC. Overall, it's worth noting that bycatch management would remain unchanged, and that's an important point to make here. However, regarding alternative one, it wouldn't allow flotation and salmon excluders, which could be problematic. So, and if any changes to salmon excluder design could impact the effectiveness of those excluders, then it could or would impact salmon prohibited species catch. And then regarding alternative two, the purpose of this action is to allow commonly used excluder devices. So in that sense, it's, it'd be a benefit. Options 3, sub-option 2, option 4, as well as option 5, sub-option 3B would be expected to allow salmon excluders to continue being used and maintain the current effectiveness of excluders. So that would maintain the operational status quo for salmon excluders. However, alternative 2, options 3 and 5 have potential to impact salmon PSC due to potential changes in the net that are currently not allowed. Alternative 2, option 3, sub-option 1 would only allow flotation aft of 5.5-inch stretch mesh, as we discussed, which would not cover salmon excluders forward of that line. And then option 5, sub-option 3A would limit metal components other than connectors to aft of 5.5-inch stretch mesh. Let's see. So there's, it's generally beneficial, but again, there's a lot that we don't know, particularly related to instruments that could adjust the net. Generally, I think it would be allowed, or it would provide for benefits, but there's just a lot of unknowns for that, for option 4.
Yep. Looks like we have a question before you move on, Mr. Twite.
Thanks. And this may just be some ambiguity problems on my part or not understanding NEPA language. But I have as I look at this slide, and I had a similar problem when I was reading the analysis, it could be interpreted, and in fact, the way I first interpreted it was that there's not really a difference in terms of salmon bycatch management between alternative 1 and alternative 2. And in fact, it just says salmon bycatch management would remain unchanged. And I initially interpreted that to mean either alternative 1 or alternative 2. And I was really struggling with that. Just thinking if I were the owner of a trawler, if the council chose alternative 1, and knowingly retained regulations that essentially prohibit the existing bycatch excluders, I think I sure wouldn't invest in any new innovation, and I'd probably consider removal of the existing one if the council knowingly adopted. Given all the information we have in front of us, if the council knowingly said, no, we're sticking with the current regs. So, and that's maybe just my failure to understand the NEPA terminology, but can you explain to me a little bit more why there wouldn't be a significant change in bycatch management and in net benefits to the nation between alternative 1 and alternative 2, given the signal it would send if this council chose to retain alternative 1?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think you're pointing out that there's kind of only one choice as it results in salmon bycatch excluders. Given that the council maintains your policy objective of reducing salmon bycatch, and there's previous record, I believe it was a discussion point in Amendment 110, that there was an intention to not limit the design of salmon bycatch excluders. We're really here to correct that regulatory error that we find ourselves in because this definition hasn't been updated. And so I think you're pointing out that we have to compare to the status quo. And in this case, we have this awkward operational status quo because this council has adopted as a policy that bycatch excluders are required in certain instances under those incentive plan agreements. Yet the effective designs include components that are limited under this gear regulation. But I defer to our NOAA General Counsel if there's any additional input on the NEPA language.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, and maybe I'll put this back on the analyst a little bit, but my understanding of what you're saying here is that this action would in no way change PSC limits or the incentive programs, whether or not being allowed to use commonly employed bycatch excluders would then result in economic or operational impacts is more of an RIR consideration. For NEPA, we're looking at whether or not the actual total limits this council has set for salmon PSC would change, and my understanding is those wouldn't be changed under this action. So I think the question is what the impacts would be if the PSC limits remain what they are, but the gear would have to change. Is that correct?
Through the chair, as usual, Mr. Fortenberry has identified that I didn't answer that part of the question, and he is correct. Salmon bycatch management, the PSC limits, and the structure that you have established to limit salmon bycatch would not be affected, although the effectiveness and, as he rightfully points out, the economic impacts of modifying gear that may and using designs that are compliant with the technical definition but may not be as effective we're analyzing those impacts.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Maybe this is where I missed it, is under, because I get that point and I understand that, but so maybe I just missed it in net benefits to the nation, where if we choose alternative one, we're probably choosing something that would actually decrease net benefits to the nation potentially significantly. And tell me if I missed that in there. I may well have, but
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, yes, that's correct. And we have identified that net benefit to the nation as it relates to salmon bycatch in the net benefits to the nation section. I didn't focus on that in the presentation simply because it's more important, or was more important in my view, to compare to the operational status quo, and the fact that we're not going to see any change to salmon bycatch rates or PSC under this action because the fleet is already operating with these bycatch excluders, and comparing what will happen under alternative 2, which is simply a regulatory change, reverting back to disallowing certain components and perhaps changing the effectiveness of bycatch excluders under alternative 1 is noted within the analysis itself. You're correct.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And I don't want to pursue it too much more, but the hard caps on salmon are just one of these tools. And so it's really not the measure by which the council looks at success. It's how far below the caps can we be? And so the salmon excluders are required through the IPAs as a tool to stay well below the caps. And we look at how far below the caps we can be every year. So I guess the measure of success really isn't, we're not changing the caps, or are we going to reach the caps or not? That is by no means the measure of success we've ever used in our salmon bycatch management program. I guess I just wanted to understand that very simply, we have to take action now to make salmon excluders legal. And we're trying not to get too prescriptive so we don't accidentally prohibit new salmon excluder devices, because this is the problem that we're working with right now. So did I characterize that correctly?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you. And yes, we didn't get into extensive detail on the all of the suite of tools that are used to manage salmon PSC, and focused on what would this action affect. So thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving into potential habitat impacts. So this slide looks at those from alternative 1 as well as alternative 2. So the removal of flotation could increase bottom contact under alternative 1. And really the potential impacts could arise from changes in fishing effort and or time due to any altered catch efficiencies within nets that would occur due to alternative 1. Generally, less efficient gear could lead to longer fishing events and thus increased habitat disturbance. Under alternative 2, generally it would be expected not to change estimated habitat disturbance from operational status quo, more specifically options 1 through 3. However, there's some questions with options 4 and 5, particularly option 4 regarding instruments that can adjust the gear. It could potentially allow new net variations, could be good, could be bad. We just really don't know. And then regarding option 5, what we were talking about a little bit earlier, sub option 2, could allow metallic components would allow metallic components in the middle portion of the net, which could increase the potential of the bottom contact by that portion of the net. And it seems unlikely that that would occur, but sub option 2 under option 5 would not prohibit that from happening. So overall, if pelagic trawl fishing effort, time, and location stay the same, the estimated minimal impacts to benthic habitat from gear contact under the fishing effects model would be expected to remain the same. I'd also like to note that we have Molly Zaleski from our Habitat Conservation Division online, should there be any questions about the FE model or habitat.
All right, I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk about the information that's included in section 6.3 in the document. The last time we spoke in October about this action, I gave you a little primer on regulatory definition drafting based on guidance from the Office of the Federal Register. Based on that, we've included a recommendation to restructure how this definition is constructed to better align with that guidance. And so that is included in your document on page 84. So we recommend including a simple definition that identifies the key physical characteristics that are necessary to identify the gear, and then moving the specific limitations on specific components to the gear limitations section in 679.24. And so as an example, what we've put forward is a potential draft of what that could look like, starting on page 84. And that includes a revised definition that would appear at 679.2. And I'll read that for you. Pelagic trawl gear means a trawl that has no discs, bobbins, or rollers and has no chafe protection gear attached to the foot rope or fishing line, with a reference to additional gear limitations at 679.24. And then we go on to basically repackage the existing limitations that are currently in regulation at 679.2, those subparagraphs that we talked about, and renumber those. And those revisions are shown at the bottom of page 84 and the top of page 85. We also have identified the specific paragraphs that we expect would be modified based on the current suite of alternatives under consideration in alternative 2, because as we noted before, that the different options each address different components such as flotation and metallic components, and instrumentation in different ways. We've kind of identified where those revisions might happen, and which part of that option would affect each paragraph, but we have not provided draft regulatory language. That draft regulatory language would be developed after the council makes a final recommendation for how you'd like to see this definition revised. Next slide. All right, and then just noting that This again reiterates that definition on the slide. The gear limitations that we do not expect to change as a result of action as outlined under Alternative 2 includes the restrictions on the large mesh sizes that are aft of the fishing line for a distance of half the vessel's length overall. Also, that wouldn't change is the restrictions on the number of weighted lines. That's the fishing line and the foot rope that extend between the wingtip to the fishing circle. Also, we don't expect the allowance for small mesh needed to attach a net sounder device. This is the kite that is used to attach that net sounder in the middle of those forward meshes. And then the allowance for weights on the wingtips. We wouldn't expect that to be modified based on the current suite of alternatives. And Caleb has just a couple more slides and then I'll be back. Oh, I think I've already covered this one.
So this one's pretty quick. Just a short discussion on monitoring, management, and enforcement. So this is on page 86 in the analysis. I think it's good just to kind of contextualize this action. You know, we talked about what it would do and what it wouldn't do. But regarding monitoring, so there wouldn't be any change in monitoring programs for these fisheries. However, option 4 could provide additional monitoring capabilities in the future. And again, management, there's not really any overall management regime change of these fisheries. Again, this is specifically looking at the pelagic trawl gear definition. There's some enforcement concerns that were included in this analysis. However, if pelagic trawl gear components can be detected, then they can be enforced. I'll also note that Mr. Alex Perry is here for any questions related to enforcement. Also, safety concerns. So, you know, Alternative 2, option 1 could allow for continued operational status quo for safety measures. So again, just kind of contextualizing this action and what it would not change.
Thank you. Before we move on, we have a question. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I have a question about the enforcement of the options under this. And I appreciate you summarizing that there were some current concerns identified in the analysis. And I guess just keying off the exchange between Ms. Kimball and Ms. Miller in terms of what the purpose of this action is, as I understand it, I agreed with that exchange in terms of we are trying to modify the regulations to make currently used gear legal. And in my mind, that's my oversimplified way of saying it. Mr. Taylor, Mr. Perry, for whoever it's appropriate, can you please just summarize perhaps briefly the enforcement concerns you noted, I'm assuming about particular options, and just do you have advice for the council? Are there specific options that would not improve or facilitate enforcement should the council choose them, so we can take that under advisement, because I think that's an important consideration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the question. For the record, Alex Perry, NOAA's Office of Law Enforcement. We did go into a great bit of detail within our enforcement section that went through and talked about Alternative 1, Alternative 2, and all of the various options. We noted some concern about the use of the language adjusting, particularly adjusting the function of the net and interactions with the fishing environment. We did get into some of the discussions under option 5 about potential for metallic components to be attached anywhere within the net. We were looking for clarification from council what would be included under metallic components. So, for example, you know, the act cell, would that be considered a metallic component? The various different potential excluder devices, ones that exist and ones that may not exist yet, such as Mr. Sucata was referring to with his black box. So the question that we were asking and the clarification that we were asking is, we realize that it is restrictive to try to created current definition that could encompass potential future innovation. So that's a very difficult thing that you have in front of you. And so the thought is, from an enforcement perspective, we like things that define a form, right? It's very easy for us to enforce something that's in definition as a form. What we were trying to do is potentially provide the thought that if we can't define the form because we can't predict what future innovations may be with respect to bycatch excluder devices, that maybe we can look to providing some clear counsel record of intent as to what the function of those devices might be. And so I think that's one of the things that we tried to bring forward under our description of the alternatives and options in front of council. And I would see if there are any follow-up questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Perry, for that answer. As you saw in the presentation here today, there were discussions of that very issue, form versus function, and there were a number of categories of functions that were described. In your review of those functions, were they, I wouldn't say not acceptable is not the word, but do they meet that discussion that you had about function? Are those enforceable from that function definition perspective?
Madam Chair, thank you, Mr. Williams, for the question. So the way that we were reading the language in the options, so capable of monitoring, capable of, and I did briefly mention that the capable of adjusting is difficult from an enforcement and legal perspective to understand exactly what is meant by that. And that is why we were seeking some clarification about that functionality. So didn't see anything, particularly with respect to monitoring, but still have some, I guess, potential reticence about the use of the term adjusting without that clarification about adjusting for what purpose.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think my question is for both Mr. Perry and Ms. Miller and Mr. Taylor. And that is, as I've been listening to this presentation and thinking about this issue, I've also been sort of thinking about that we're currently in a period of real emphasis on regulatory reform as one of the priorities of this administration. And thinking about this issue partly through that lens as well. And I'm wondering, as you think about from your perspectives, both in enforcement, but also as reg writers, I'm just curious, what kind of lessons are you sort of drawing out of this? And Mr. Perry, I think your answer started to get to that already. What sort of lessons do you draw out of this relative to implementing regulatory reform?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the question. So in our enforcement precepts, we do cover that simple regulations are the easiest to enforce, and they're likewise the easiest for industry to comply with and understand. Fewer regulations, simpler regulations are certainly make the capability to enforce much simpler and easier, and that capability to voluntarily comply with the regulations much easier. And so that, I think, is an enforcement perspective. Thank you.
And through the chair, Mr. Twite, to get at your question from the NIMS regulatory writing perspective, the actions coming out of the council, their recommendations to NIMS, and the regulations that implement those recommendations are what our shop develops through the regulatory process. The information and guidance that we're receiving through the executive orders on how to review our regulations and increase productivity and reduce regulatory burden, that guidance, I think, is guiding both the review by the council and review by NIMS of what those policy recommendations should be. And so I'd say it's less informative for the specific regulatory writing than it is for the council to consider in making its recommendation.
Okay, Mr. Sakata, thank you.
Yes, thank you. The first question, I probably should have done my research ahead of time, but since I've got the experts here, is there anything prohibiting using 15.5-inch mesh behind 5.5-inch mesh, after the 5.5-inch mesh?
Madam Chair, Mr. Sakata, no, sir, there's not.
Quick follow-up then. For enforcement, wouldn't that create a problem, giving a lot of these alternatives are based on lines at, like, for example, 15.5-inch, 5.5-inch? Wouldn't that change kind of where everything would be located or disallowed, for example?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Sakata, for the question. I don't think so. So aft of the regulated portion of the mesh that is 15.5-inch stretched, or 15-inch stretched, pardon me. So even if there were, sections aft of that regulated proportion that had greater mesh size, for example, if someone chose to use a cod end with larger mesh in order to exclude smaller fish or something like that, it's very clear from my perspective that aft of that regulated 15-inch section is aft of that 15-inch section. Does that? Please go ahead.
So just so it would be and I don't know, maybe I don't understand the regulations exactly. So when there's a reference to 15.5-inch mesh, it'd be the first 15.5-inch mesh. And that is specified that way.
Through the chair, thank you for the clarification. Yes, the forwardmost. Prescribed in the definition. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move on. Appreciate it.
Okay, and I'll just stop on this slide for a minute. This is the summary. We have it on page 6 in our analysis. We really went over these sticking points throughout the presentation. I just wanted to bring them back up again here in case there were any further questions on them. We do have a table that should help you conceptualize and better understand the options and sub-options right after this one, but I just wanted to bring this one back up in case there were any questions.
All right, and this is the last substantive slide and is meant to be a helpful summary of considerations for decision making. And my intention here is just to walk you through how we've prepared this table. And so what this does is it compares the operational status quo to the actions or the options that are considered under the action alternative. That first column identifies whether the operational status quo is the same as the alternative. And so you see under that first row, regulatory status quo is not the same as the operational status quo. So that's a no, just orienting you to the yeses and nos. And then what we've done is we've looked at the purpose and need statement, and I'll just read that for you. The purpose of this action is to update the regulatory definition of pelagic trawls to clearly allow those components that are used in cod-ends and bycatch excluder devices and allow those instruments necessary to monitor and adjust the net performance and remove outdated text. Additionally, it goes on to mention that clarifying this definition will also facilitate the process to incentivize trawl gear innovation and other measures to minimize the impacts of pelagic trawl gear on bycatch, sensitive habitats, and unobserved mortality. And so that's why we've got the other three columns. The first is responsive to the purpose and need by allowing those designs that are commonly used in cottons and bycatch excluders. Also, the column looking at facilitating innovation or evaluating, does this option facilitate innovation? And then minimizing the impacts on bycatch, sensitive habitat, and unobserved mortality. That's captured by, through the potential for these options to reduce bottom contact. And that's just how we've kind of thought through this in presenting this table. I'm happy to entertain questions if you have any on this table, but I wasn't going to walk through it in great detail.
Thank you. See if there are any questions. This is a very helpful slide. Thank you.
And with that, I believe that concludes our portion of the presentation. And I just want to congratulate Taylor and Caleb on their presentation. I've really enjoyed working with them on this project, as well as all the other contributors and reviewers.
Thank you all. Thank you all for your work on this. I'm not seeing any additional questions at this point, but I'm sure you'll be around through the afternoon in case anything comes up. And I failed to note to the public that we'll be receiving all three reports under this agenda item before taking public testimony. So that brings us to our lunch hour. So we'll break for lunch and come back and continue with our C3B report. Before Yes, we'll come back at 1:15. I'd like to ask council members to meet briefly for just a follow-up executive session, 10 minutes in the Cove Room before taking lunch. So please do that momentarily, and we'll see everyone back here at 1:15. Thank you. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. Council members, please come to order. So we're continuing our discussion this afternoon with the presentation on C3B. And I'll invite staff to the table.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, this is Anita Kroska, council staff. I'd like to introduce C3B, the Pelagic Trawl Gear Innovation Discussion Paper. Today, we also have Alicia Miller from the Sustainable Fisheries Division. Also in the room, Alex Perry from the NOAA Office of Law Enforcement. Online, Molly Zaleski from the NOAA Habitat Conservation Division. And Dr. Brad Harris, SSC member, also in the room, available for questions and answers should they arise. So today we are going through the Pelagic Trawl Gear Innovation Discussion Paper. And then I wanted to note that in addition to the discussion paper, we also have posted a draft fishing effects model infographic under the same agenda item, and I will go over that in just one moment. So I wanted to remind you what the motion was from from February of 2024 in terms of action by the council today. We are reviewing this discussion paper with action as necessary. The council motion for this discussion, as shown here, followed final action in the February 2024 Bristol Bay Red King Crab Closure Areas action, where the council affirmed its high priority for research projects and requested regular updates on ongoing collaborative research. And the council also separated the trawl gear innovation discussion paper from the pelagic trawl gear definition analysis. So I would note for orientation that the first 4 bullets of this motion are listed as objectives that helped to frame the analysis and provide context for the discussion paper tasking, which are listed in the final 6 bullets. So here we have a snapshot of the fishing effects model infographic. It looks like a lot because I put smaller images of the 4 pages. It is meant to be a folded, glossy 8.5 by 11 product. This was developed through collaborative efforts with the FAST Lab, the Habitat Conservation Division, and council staff. The purpose of this was to help target a general participant in the council process. And we also hope in the future to further develop a web page for expanded definitions, explanations, et cetera, of the components and outputs and applications of this model. For now, as this is an iterative process, this infographic is somewhat more trawl focused just to support this ongoing pelagic trawl gear analysis. We are looking at ways currently to incorporate more information on other gear types while also using the space limited, and it's already turned into 4 pages, so we'll see where that goes. This is also in development to support the scheduled EFH 5-year review launch, which is scheduled for October. We hope that with whatever feedback everyone provides to finalize this version of the infographic, this static version, by the end of the summer, as well as developing an initial draft webpage as a landing resource for the related white papers and published documents. So if you do have any feedback, we just wanted to put that out there. At least initial feedback by the end of this month would be helpful to move it along, but recognizing that may be a challenging timeline for others, so we'll accept feedback later on as well. All right, so this was an issue prior when these analyses were bifurcated, so I thought I'd get us all back on the same page. Maybe clearer now that the papers have been posted and published. Wanted to review the differences between the two analyses. So first, you've just heard a really great presentation from the group on the analysis to update the definition for pelagic trawl gear. In that analysis, their general goals were to clarify the current regulations, allow enforcement to clearly and consistently identify legal and non-compliant gear, and to remove outdated text. And this was in hopes that updates may facilitate the process to incentivize innovation. And you've already started discussing those types of innovations that could be possible, such as allowances for currently used or experimental bycatch excluder devices, or the addition of metallic instrumentation as examples. In this discussion paper, following the language in the council motion, that quote at the top is pulled from the motion itself. And just to review that and remind everyone, it states that the council will review options for changes to the performance standard following this work. So this paper does not evaluate the current performance standards, nor does it evaluate actual options for any modifications of those performance standards moving forward. Performance standards are mentioned, but they are not thoroughly evaluated. So at a higher level, the goals of this innovation discussion paper are to kind of line out or illustrate our current state of knowledge into some broad categories. One of those being current innovations and research conducted with regard to gear innovation and kind of outlined by those council objectives mentioned earlier in the motion. Also, review at a higher level of regulatory enforcement and technological limitations that are important considerations, as well as the regulatory processes for gear revision and management tools that may be used as a way to inform metrics for achieving these council objectives. So just a reminder that these are all framed within the council objectives listed in the motion and not found elsewhere. Though it seems simplistic, I wanted to review some of our working definitions that were used to guide the analysis. I am bringing these up also because they were a consistent line of feedback from industry participants that I had discussions with over the last several months. The first being the word innovation. Here we use the definition that it is a process or opportunity for flexibility, improvement, or change to existing fishing behaviors, sensor technology, or gear with variable implementation timelines. So an example of this, or examples at a higher level, are using fishing knowledge to make changes quickly on the water, actively innovating at the moment, or the longer process of iterative research, permitted gear testing, and implementation. Next, the idea of an incentive. We define that here as a reason or motivation that stimulates, persuades, or encourages action or a desired outcome. So for example, incentive plan agreements that are developed and implemented by industry in response to incentives that achieve specific management goals, such as salmon bycatch reductions. So for one of the tasks of this discussion paper, we were asked to talk about regulatory limitations. This may be redundant with some of the content you've heard in the analysis to update the pelagic trawl gear definition, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I think there's a lot in common with broad considerations of where we should be looking. So NIMS has many ways to implement council objectives. The council could recommend that NIMS adopt very specific regulatory criteria, but this could be at the expense of future innovation and flexibility. Generally speaking, increased regulatory specificity can equate to decreased flexibility and innovation. For example, in the concurrent analysis to clarify the definition of pelagic trawl gear, several aspects of the definition were initially identified as possibly limiting due to the level of prescriptiveness. NIMS could also identify broader management or policy goals that it wants vessels to achieve, but the more general the regulations, the greater the risk of ambiguity or enforcement uncertainty. So in terms of clarity, benefits and advancements from innovation can increase as the clarity of the problem increases, as well as clarity of policy and management objectives. During discussions with industry representatives, the definitions of incentivize and innovation, which I had mentioned on the previous slide, were noted as lacking clarity, as there are not yet specific metrics by which pelagic trawl gear users should innovate toward. Questions common to each discussion listed here as feedback are: what do we innovate toward? What does the council want limited? And what are specific objectives and metrics? The Council Enforcement Committee precepts that you've heard mentioned prior, from the most recent version from 2015, reinforce this idea of regulatory clarity and reduced complexity, quote, equate to easier compliance and enforcement. So the takeaway here is that increased clarity in objectives, expectations, and possible incentives could help foster an environment for collaborative development of gear modification and innovations. One other high-level aspect I'll touch on for regulatory limitations is the idea of consistency. This is an important aspect for consideration. For example, the direct mention of bottom contact with pelagic trawl gear varies between the state and federal systems. The state of Alaska pelagic trawl gear definition states that the gear, quote, does not operate in contact with the seabed, whereas the current federal pelagic trawl gear definition and performance standard does not directly include mention of bottom contact limitations either. Additionally, in reference to gear restrictions in the Gulf of Alaska, the regulation states that no person trawling in any Gulf of Alaska area limited to pelagic trawling under 679.22 may allow the foot rope of that trawl to be in contact with the seabed for more than 10% of the period of any tow. These are just some examples of where consistency could be considered or applied, and where possible, gear restrictions could be or should be consistent across state and federal fisheries boundaries to help reduce regulatory complexity and ease compliance and enforcement. Without diving in too deep to performance standards, I wanted to mention some here because it's helpful context, hopefully for your future discussions. Though we do not fully analyze options for modifications to performance standards, it's helpful to understand some associated regulatory and enforcement limitations for those. Performance standards, just as a reminder, are a type of regulation that describe outcomes that must be achieved without just prescribing specific means. So they offer some form of flexibility. To be effective, specificity, at least at some level, is still required. Performance standards can allow for innovation and plant or vessel specific process variation or flexibility while still achieving the management goal. However, considerable thought and planning is required as they are effective only when well written. Performance standards also require implementation work, communication, and cooperation between NIMS staff and industry that can be time consuming. So an example is the current pelagic trawl gear performance standard, which seeks to minimize bycatch and seafloor contact through the limitation of the number of crab of a certain carapace width on deck at any given time. Many potential concerns about efficacy and enforceability of this performance standard were brought forth during the Trawl performance standard workshop in October of 2023. Some of the concerns listed potentially indicated that further evaluation is necessary. There are possibly additional challenges associated with other types of performance standards. For example, the regulation I referenced on that previous slide in terms of the percent of bottom contact in the Gulf of Alaska with pelagic trawl gear being no more than 10%. An analyst noted that as written, this rule is currently unenforceable due to ambiguity and without any regulatory requirements to bottom contact sensors and associated data and lack of current technology for enforcement, there's no way to determine whether vessels are meeting this standard.
Ms. Kraska, before you move on, I was wondering in your research of this particular section and development of this slide, did you come across any other gear types that had performance standards attached to them? And I guess if not, do you have any insight as to why that may be?
Through the chair, Mr. Abnika, thank you for the question. Within the scope of tasking, I did not explore research into further performance standards. If that's a direction the council wanted to go, that would be useful comparison. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. My question's on the 10%. Do you know the history of how they came up with that 10% number?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, I unfortunately do not know the historical context for that regulation at this point. Yeah.
Thank you for that, but if I understood correctly, what I heard you say though is that's difficult to enforce because there isn't the technology to track it. Thanks.
That's correct. Thank you. So shifting gears from regulatory constraints or limitations, wanted to cover a few enforcement constraints for consideration. Much of this analysis was guided again by those enforcement committee precepts from 2015. They were very helpful in the fact that they clearly delineate guidelines for effective enforcement. Here I focus on a few that specifically pertain to gear restrictions and sensor technology. Monitoring technology can be a complementary and efficient tool for enforcement. OLE and the Coast Guard already use VMS or vessel monitoring systems to monitor fisheries and to focus patrols on high priority areas. The Trawl EM program for eligible CVs in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska regions fishing for pollock with pelagic gear allows approved vessels to have EM systems installed in lieu of an onboard observer. This allows for remote monitoring for compliance and catch handling. However, some requirements can be challenging to enforce unless direct measurements are made, either during at-sea or dockside boardings or through other platforms if they have been previously documented. So here on the screen on the right side, you'll see Table 5 copied from a prior pelagic trawl gear definition discussion paper in February of 2024. These are some examples by which certain features can be enforced, and the final 3 columns include those methods that may be useful for enforcement of them. So based on these constraints and noted constraints from this prior discussion paper, it can be inferred that additional gear monitoring technology and modification requirements, especially those involving some kind of sensor technology, would add additional time for enforcement, to train staff, to directly observe deployment, to conduct compliance data reviews, and to resolve technical difficulties. A simple visible and accessible indicator of gear compliance may be an expedient route for monitoring, such as quickly discernible lack of bobbins and rollers attached to the foot rope that indicate that it is pelagic gear or pelagic trawl gear. So future gear revision, if that should happen, would benefit from the inclusion of enforcement personnel early on in the development process to include these considerations. Another constraint that was definitely something that was commonly brought up through my discussions with researchers and industry representatives was the barrier of cost. Funding can be a barrier or limitation to innovation. New gear components, gear monitoring technology, adaptation of the innovation to current gear, and the testing process are expensive, both in actual cost, but also staff time. Many indicated that they had limited bandwidth in their organizations to complete any type of research in some of the scale that we are going to cover later in the gear revision process. Innovations are funded by industry participants themselves. They can also be wholly or partially funded through competitive grant programs. You'll see some of the icons listed there on the slide. Some programs through NOAA Fisheries, NIFWIF, and the North Pacific Research Board are examples. Competitive funding sources vary in availability, timing, and priorities, and may not be available on an annual basis. The process can take several years from the research planning phase to application and funding to testing and analysis and synthesis of results. For example, you may remember the mention of the active selection AXL device, bycatch reduction device, that is spearheaded by Dr. Craig Rose of FishNext Research. He has conducted funded research through the NOAA Bycatch Reduction Engineering Program, or BREP program, to test this device in both the Alaska pollock fishery and the Pacific hake fishery. He has published initial results in 2022, and he was recommended for further funding in this project. However, due to current conditions, the funding for this project has been paused until individual approval from the Secretary of Commerce is received. Many fishery participants also indicated that there were funding limitations for gear or monitoring technology that would help improve their daily operations and also allow for additional impromptu innovative adjustments to their fishing practices, whether that's being responsive to fishing or weather conditions, etc. Some shared that the price of a live feed camera system was prohibitive, especially for their scale of operations. One quoted a price or an estimate of somewhere between $125,000 and $150,000. This is just an outline of a few of the research projects we'll be reviewing. They fall into 3 categories that are in line with the council objectives outlined in the motion for this discussion paper. The broad categories of seafloor or bottom contact detection methods, unobserved mortality, and bycatch reduction. There are a variety of ways that bottom contact can be detected, and they all have their separate uses and limitations. So one method is to use a model-based method. An example that is fairly well known in our region is the fishing effects model. Just in a general sense, to describe it, this fishing effects model has two modules. One module is called the fishing module, which can stand alone from the habitat module. This can produce results of swept area and bottom contact area, but does not incorporate habitat information. So it does not tell us the resulting disturbance. The second module component of this fishing effects model is the habitat module. This incorporates the results from that module that I just mentioned, the fishing module. It also incorporates empirical habitat information and results in a habitat disturbance. So, for example, as you will see on the infographic that is on the slide there, the first page, the average habitat disturbance in the entire North Pacific was 2.7% for the month of February of 2022 for all gear types combined. Excuse me. That's just purely an example to give you an idea of what the outputs of the fishing effects model, what form they can take. The fishing effects model is often associated with the EFH 5-year review process, but it also has a myriad of other applications, including specific council analyses, ongoing gear research that you'll hear about, and other broader uses, such as doctoral dissertation work.
Before we move on, I think we have a question. Ms. Baker. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Crosscup, for your presentation. I do want to ask a little bit about the comments you just made in terms of the fishing effects model. And I think most of us are familiar with its use through the Council's essential fish habitat process. And so because it sounds like I'm not a model person, so forgive any misstatements here, but because they're the two modules as you described, the fishing module and the habitat module, is it possible to use, let's just say, the fishing effects model, for example, on different spatial scales, for example, than we would for the EFH process? For your example here is habitat disturbance for the whole North Pacific. Can we look at that for smaller areas within that, for example? Can the model be used to do that?
I think Dr. Harris is behind you too, if you need a lifeline. Yeah.
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Ms. Baker, and I will call Dr. Harris up in a moment. That is something that we strive to clarify in the infographic, though it's in draft form. So hopefully through time, we will get right at that clarity. But the short answer to your question is yes, and I'll let Dr. Harris fill in a few other details.
Thanks, Anita. Madam Chair, just for the record, my name is Brad Harris. I'm a professor at Alaska Pacific University and the director of the Fisheries Aquatic Science and Technology Laboratory, or FAST Lab. So to answer your question, Ms. Baker, yes, indeed, at the request of the council, as I talked to you about in February of 2024, we have specifically incorporated features within the model to be able to respond to council requests for information at higher time and space resolutions. So you asked for information, for example, about fishing in specific months in the red king crab savings area. And so we were able to produce that for you for previous actions, but those will be standard features of the fishing effects model going forward.
Yes, and Ms. Goen.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. And I just want to comment how helpful this infographic is. I really appreciate that you've put this together. My question's on the 2.7% for the month of February. So that's all gears combined. And is that habitat for red king crab or just any habitat?
Through the chair, Ms. Gowan. So there's one word missing from that statement, and it should say cumulative habitat disturbance. And so when the fishing effects model runs, it runs over the years from 2003 to whatever the terminal year is in the model. And that's based on the data available to us through NMFS's catch and areas database. And so we condition the model with about 30 years of burn-in, where we simulate fishing activities, and then we begin with the empirical fishing data that comes to the model through the catch and areas database starting in 2003. So in February of 2022, after accounting for all those previous years of fishing, the cumulative disturbance still remaining in the model for the shelf, so from 1,000 meters to 10 meters of depth over the managed domain, was 2.7%. That's the way you would interpret that. And there are confidence bounds that go along with that as well.
Thank you for that. That's helpful. And then following up on Ms. Baker's question. So I heard you say you can narrow the area that you run the model in. I know we have new information showing that Bristol Bay red king crab is a unique genetic population. So we would be able to like run the model and look at fishing impacts within that population potentially.
Through the chair, Ms. Gowan. Yes, in fact, since the model's implementation back in around 2012, when we run the fishing effects model, we often show you these sort of broad scale cumulative metrics. These are generally not used in any of the management actions. We run the model and then extract results specific to each stock species life stage for the core essential fish habitat areas. So there's already this local extraction of those model results that are then handed to the stock assessment authors to evaluate and consider whether or not there's evidence of adverse effects. So as we have in all of those instances, we can pose any spatial boundary that you may find, have a question about, or whether it's on the research front or to look back and see what may have happened under previous policy action. And so we've just made that functionality a little bit easier so that the modeling team doesn't have to write new code to do that each time. So those are features that have always been present. We've just made them a little bit more accessible.
Thanks.
Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Harris. You mentioned that the data was coming from, I think, the catch and area database. And so that's just groundfish, right? That doesn't include any impacts from non-groundfish gear.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. Yes, that's correct. The Catch and Areas database, which is created and curated by National Marine Fisheries Service, draws data from the National Marine Fisheries Service Observer Program as well as VMS. And so that includes only gears that are observed under that program. We have been working, or at least communicated in each of the last 5-year review cycles, and my understanding is that NMFS is working on this, but to bring observing information from the state monitored programs that would include directed crab fishing and scallop dredges as well, but those are currently not incorporated into the fishing effects model. So where it says pots in the gear tables that I'll talk about in the next presentation, that is only referencing groundfish pots.
So just to kind of close the loop a little bit, since we have observer coverage on some halibut fleets now, with that change, is halibut gear being included or not? I'm not sure if that's in the catch and area database.
Ms. Vanderhoven, through the chair, I'd need to go back and look at the gear tables. One thing I will say is that in this upcoming 5-year review, we will we'll go through our process of requesting updates from each of the fleets for any changes in gear. So I know that there is expansion of use of pots in some fisheries that have previously been hook and line and so forth. But I can get you the answer in terms of halibut directed fishing. My understanding at this point is that it is included, but I can confirm that.
Yes, Mr. Tway.
Thanks. Is the intent then to include the word cumulative in the final version of this? Because it's extremely important. It's a totally different number as cumulative instead of as singular.
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Mr. Twite. This has gone through many rounds of wordsmithing, so maybe that was omitted, but I've been working with his team also, so we'll include that in the future.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Harris.
Here we're talking about model-based future considerations, many of which apply to the fishing effects model, but also apply more broadly to any type of model-based estimations of fishing impacts. Currently, the fishing effects model is the tool that provides the best available estimate of impacts of Alaska federal fisheries on essential fish habitat. Some other aspects for consideration are that the fishing module, that one component of the fishing effects model, it provides swept area and bottom contact area. Those are useful products for understanding fishing patterns and hotspots, but may obscure other factors, and it does not incorporate habitat impact information. Future considerations for any model-based efforts, but also inclusive of the fishing effects model, improvements could be made to the data inputs that go into the model. It uses best current available information at this time, but improvements could be made in additional data on gear, net behavior, field measurements of bottom contact, and improved habitat information. So moving on from model-based estimates of bottom contact, wanted to shift gears to tilt sensors. This is another method by which we can detect seafloor contact. Sensors record temperature, depth by pressure, and acceleration-derived tilt. Here you can see a panel of 4 images provided by the FAST Lab. These research projects span a time frame from 2016 to 2025. It also spans a variety of trawl gear, from a Bering Sea pelagic trawl net to smaller bottom trawls in New Zealand and also in Northern Ireland. You may notice in these images that each of the sensors and protective housings are different, as well as the attachment methods. This is just to highlight that all of these efforts had to go through the process of customizing the technology to suit the needs for the research, for the vessel type, and for the gear type. The goal of these projects were to build an empirical baseline understanding of gear behavior on the seafloor. Results from both the pelagic trawl net project, the one in the second image, and the demersal trawl net project in New Zealand in the third image, demonstrated dynamic net behavior across the width of the gear measured and during the tow, indicating that the gear does not contact the seafloor as one broad sweep, but flies through the water and makes contact in more of a variable way. Regardless of the trawl gear type, pelagic versus non-pelagic, considerable time was spent in all of these research projects to produce a custom protective housing, because the durability and stability greatly affect the tilt data and the ability to safely deploy and retrieve the sensors. All of the research projects also concluded that further research was required for improvements to materials and attachment methods. When usable and footage was visible, video imagery was paired with each of the sensors to verify the tilt sensor behavior. That's another important aspect for verification of what the sensor is actually doing in the water. The NOAA Groundfish Assessment Program Bottom Trawl Survey, they also deploy a bottom contact sensor in a custom housing. that hangs on the center of the foot rope, and that simply detects on and off contact. There's an image in the top right of the slide to show you what that small bottom contact sensor looks like, and that does not include the housing. They are, however, though they do not use that sensor to calibrate clearance from the seafloor, they are they have plans at least to calibrate the sensor for clearance measurements as they test new gear in their survey modernization efforts. So some takeaways for deployment and data collection with this type of sensor technology are the fact that the sensors must be housed in custom durable housings to withstand the really rough conditions that they are subject to. They are attached to the foot rope using durable materials that do not bend or warp. They must be kept stable, no rolling. The placement, location of the sensors and the number of sensors across the foot rope is important to describe the gear's behavior or the net's behavior. Also, another note, the raw data is generally stored on the device and must be retrieved at a later time. The sensors require calibration, paired video deployment, data cleaning, and analysis. So in result, the somewhat intensive process of deploying these tilt sensors, processing data, and analyzing results may provide a baseline understanding of gear behavior during a fishing event. However, these types of sensors may not provide real-time data accessible in the wheelhouse and will require testing across different vessel types and gear configurations.
Looks like we have a question before we move on. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just wanted to see if I understood your last comments there. I think it's kind of important for the tilt sensors. So are you saying if we had a type of trawl gear, we could use these in a research sense to see what the level of bottom contact really is, but we couldn't use it in a commercial fishery sense at this point to have a real-time ongoing know that what our bottom contact is. So you could kind of prove up on your gear in a testing phase using these tilt sensors, but you couldn't leave them on all the time for enforcement purposes. And really tell me if I'm not getting that right, because I need to understand that.
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Ms. Kimball. At the current state of technology, as I understand it, I think you're correct. They don't, even if data transmission were possible between the sensors or to the wheelhouse, there is still a ways to go in understanding what kind of requirements there are for where to place the sensors and when to take them on and off. They're not really built to be reeled up in a net. They also, the data from these has to be calibrated, and once the data is retrieved from that device, a considerable amount of time is spent in post-processing to analyze what the data is, because it's a really noisy environment that it's deployed in. I'll mention this here, but not really describe much of either of these projects because you will be hearing more detailed descriptions in the presentations following mine. The Pelagic Gear Project and the Gear Innovation Initiative are, well, first to start, the Pelagic Gear Project will be presented by Dr. Brad Harris. Research conducted by the FAST Lab at Alaska Pacific University, and then there is the Associated Gear Innovation Initiative that will be presented by the Pelagic Trawl Industry Working Group. And if there are any further questions, they will be happy to answer. So another way that we can detect seafloor contact is through the use of physical wear as a proxy for contact being made by the gear. There is a exempted fishing permit that has been approved and is currently being tested through Trident. It's the Pelagic trawl gear foot rope modification. So in October of 2024, the council received a presentation from Dr. Noelle Yoakum and Shannon Carroll from Trident Seafoods that discusses this research, the goal of which is to test iterations of the modified foot rope design across various vessel types and net configurations. The project employs a modified foot rope design aimed at maintaining catch efficiency while also minimizing seafloor contact by the foot rope when targeting pollock on or near the seafloor. So in simpler terms, they employ segments of chain across the foot rope instead of one chain across the foot rope. So the segments, if you imagine, I think the image that most helped me is imagining a ladder, and the sides of the ladder are the two fishing lines, one of which was what needed the EFP permit issuance. And between the two sides that are the fishing lines are the segments of chain. And they are essentially rotated 90 degrees. And so as the gear is being towed through the water, the rungs are also going parallel to the direction of fishing. In this project, the goal is to detect seafloor contact through abrasion of the chain or shininess. And so when the gear or the chain makes contact with the seafloor, when or if during regular fishing conditions, they know that there was some degree of contact, and they plan to document the change in shininess of each of these chain segments across the width of the entire foot rope. From what I've been told from the lead researcher, the chain, once it enters the water, it very quickly rusts again. So this is useful as something to be detected toe by toe. They also hope that through the duration of this project that they might be able to develop a way to measure clearance. Not further, when they look at the shininess on those chain rungs, if you will, they are looking at how far up the shininess goes, which would indicate not any further contact, but the foot rope or fishing lines getting closer to the seafloor. Those are some of their goals. They have indicated to me that future plans include data sharing with Alaska Pacific University, FastLab, and the other ongoing efforts that they are conducting to simulate gear performance and understand impacts to benthic habitats in that pollock gear project. Another method by which seafloor contact could be determined, but there are some limitations, is the use of acoustic sensors. Acoustic sensors can be multi-beam, wide-beam trawl sonars. That's the example we're working with here in this conceptual diagram. Trawl sonars are attached to the head rope and can be used to forward scan, profile the net, or act as a down sounder. These systems send acoustic data through a third or a fourth wire system. Some I've heard are able to also operate wirelessly, but they also require a receiving unit in the wheelhouse. They allow the user to determine net opening and geometry, door position, fish entering the net, and the distance from the head rope to the foot rope and to the seafloor. These systems are commonly used and provide data in real time while fishing. I was fortunate enough to go on board the marathon fishing vessel during the gear demonstration this week and see an example of this in their wheelhouse. They are also able to provide an indication of when a portion or the entirety of the net is on the seafloor. One limitation here, though, is that the echo return from the seafloor is very strong and can obscure indications of anything else in the sonar beam that is at a similar range. Wider sonar beams allow for objects further above the seafloor to be obscured, which particularly affects the assessment of clearance of the foot rope. One phenomenon that has been noted by Dr. Craig Rose and other captains, including the one I spoke to at the gear demonstration, is this idea of acoustic dead zone, which is marked in red on your image there. When the foot rope is, for example, like foot rope number 1 in the image, and it's nearly centered under the sonar, and it's a closer distance than the seafloor, then it is visible on their screen. But for instance, if it's foot rope number 2 and it is off center, perhaps from the sonar, and also a little bit further away than the seafloor return, that echo return, will obscure the foot rope and the images will merge. As also demonstrated in the rectangular image on the right side, where foot rope 2 is obscured. I also heard from the skipper during the gear demonstration that the acoustic image of the foot rope can be obscured when there are schools or masses of fish that are coming through the net. As with other sensor technology, the precision of the instrument will also factor into determinations of clearance from the seafloor. In some trawl sonar systems, the precision, I've been told, can be plus or minus a meter or more. So further research may be needed to validate clearance data provided by acoustic sensors such as trawl sonars, and also across various gear and fishing conditions.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Is this technology that most vessels have on board?
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Ms. Goen. I have been told that it is something that is commonly employed. It helps the operators understand the net behavior and the fish going in. I can't tell you how common it is, but that's what I have heard. Cameras are also an important aspect employed by some to determine net behavior, also able to be used to observe fish going through the net, and important as a validation tool for tilt sensors, especially to understand what's going on under the water. Various types of cameras are used for electronic monitoring for catch accounting as well. Just some limitations or challenges to note, not only in the research side, but also noted from testing for survey modernization for the NOAA bottom trawl. The camera images can be obscured by turbidity from mud and sand and particulate matter in the bottom column. Finally, there are other examples that I have learned about from other discussions during the research for this analysis, other types of innovation conducted by industry that are outside the official council and EFP process. For example, one I had learned about was the use of midwater trawl doors. They are now widely used across pelagic and non-pelagic trawl fleets to minimize or reduce seafloor contact. The switch to midwater doors mainly occurred between 2007 and 2011, before the implementation of the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Amendment 94, which was the requirement of the use of trawl sweep modifications. For the non-pelagic Amendment 80 fleet, this occurred due to a change in the net to sweep ratio, where nets became smaller, sweeps longer to increase efficiency. That shifted ratio necessitated the use of midwater doors to lift and to spread the net opening. Midwater doors are oriented so that they are parallel to the direction of water flow into the net. So if contact is made, the footprint may be reduced relative to the footprint that from the prior use of bottom doors. In the Gulf of Alaska, operators are not restricted on gear type by target and can therefore decide to switch between pelagic and non-pelagic fishing. The adoption of midwater doors allowed those operators to increase efficiency when switching gear types and fishing, while decreasing water resistance, fuel costs, and bottom contact. One operator noted that the midwater doors are easy to use with pelagic gear, but require constant monitoring when used with non-pelagic gear to ensure that the doors stay upright. That was also confirmed when I spoke to another skipper during the gear demonstration who also employs the midwater doors. Another operator noted that a live feed camera system and the use of manufacturer net plans, with both of those in hand, it was possible to get the gear geometry just right so that the net wasn't digging into the bottom. If the gear was under or over spreading, the camera would be clouded with turbid water, but if the spread was just right, the view from the camera would be clear.
Okay, looks like we have a question. Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I'm curious, during the course of your evaluation or analysis here, did you get to see any footage of any kind from the live feed cameras? Did you have any opportunity to visually see kind of what the fishermen were seeing?
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Mr. Williams. The skipper that I spoke to at the gear demonstration was having a hard time getting his phone to connect. He was trying to show me that live footage, but I have seen images through the other aspect of the gear demonstration when they were showing pre-recorded video. In that one, they were able to see fish coming through the net. I've also seen it, various types of cameras used for the validation of tilt sensors, setups, etc. It just depends on the conditions on how clear those images are and how useful they are. I hope that gets at your question.
Thank you.
We're now going to shift to unobserved crab mortality. This was another aspect mentioned as an important council objective in the tasking motion. I'd like to start with a quote from the final report produced by the Unobserved Fishing Mortality Working Group. The working group suggests research on bottom contact, event level crab encounter rates, and lethality for these gear types be prioritized. At the population level, it is important to determine where overlap with crab may be occurring and the potential total number and/or duration of events, for example, lost pots. And so this is referring to Table 1. That is what you'll see on the slide there. The Unobserved Fishing Mortality Working Group met twice in the fall of 2023 and reported to the council in 2024 to discuss unobserved fishing mortality data gaps and recommendations, especially as related to what they call the big three crab stocks: Eastern Bering Sea snow crab, Bristol Bay red king crab, and Eastern Bering Sea tanner crab. The final report indicated that estimating unobserved fishing mortality for all gear types is a high priority, but acquiring the necessary information will require substantial research effort. So here on the slide, you can see a copy of Table 1 from that final report. Circled in red, just for reference, due to the relevance of the topic at hand, is the row on pelagic trawl gear. Across the columns, you'll see information type, And then the next few are grouped by individual event information. And then the last two are grouped by population level types of information and research needs. What you'll see there under the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the fifth column, I should have that memorized by now, is marked as lethality of gear. The group rated the lethality of pelagic trawl gear high with minimal or no data available, with research needed, including field experiments, and rated it as a high priority, with a timeline estimated to be somewhere in the realm of 3 to 5 years. What you can't see on this slide here is Table 2 from that final report, and it indicated that one of the highest priority needs for mortality rate when encountered are further underbag experiments similar to those conducted by Craig Rose in 2012. Mortality is difficult to assess and requires direct observation and experimental work, including with direct video observation in the trawl. The working group also agreed that further working group meetings would likely not be fruitful until additional research was completed to fill in some of these identified data gaps. Although there are no current projects underway in the EFP process, I recently learned that there is an ongoing collaborative project titled Improving Data on Fishery Gear Interactions with Bering Sea Crabs, Stock-Specific Analysis to Support Dynamic Management. This has a wide group of collaborators, and their goal is to examine crab and fishing gear interactions in the Bering Sea, which may help to inform the potential scale and magnitude of unobserved crab mortality. That work is ongoing.
Thank you, Ms. Goen.
Yeah, thank you for this presentation and flagging the unobserved fishing mortality working group's report. On that project that's ongoing, my understanding of that project is it's looking at that spatial overlap, but not necessarily getting at empirical information on unobserved fishing mortality. Do I have that correct? And do you know of any research that is getting at that empirical information in the field on unobserved fishing mortality?
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Ms. Goen. I'd look to Brad if he would like to fill in any further details on that project, as I've just recently learned in the past few days about its existence.
Thank you. And this is Dr. Harris, Alaska Pacific University, through the chair. Ms. Gowan, that's correct. This project's with Kodiak, a NIMS lab, UAF collaborators, as well as my research team. And we are looking at areas, really trying to identify zones of potential interaction to establish basis for being able to produce model estimates of what those outcomes might be. And I don't believe, at least I'm not aware of any direct empirical studies currently looking to quantify those interactions through cameras or other systems.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. Ms. Kraska?
I'd like to briefly cover bycatch reduction, research and innovation. You've heard this device mentioned previously, the active selection or ACSEL device. This is a custom active selection bycatch reduction device that allows operators to selectively trigger the movement of a mesh panel that covers an opening in the net to release unwanted fish. The operator must continuously monitor real-time video feed to determine when to trigger the release mechanism. The publication from 2022 on this work that I had mentioned previously indicates that the speed at which the operator could shift between those release and capture modes was approximately 10 seconds and was likely not fast enough to release individual fish, but may be useful for those fish that are lingering in the target area. and when the proportion of bycatch is high or during setting and retrieval. The authors also indicated that the system would be greatly enhanced if video analysis was automated, as that's time consuming and it would help alleviate the need to continuously monitor that video feed in the wheelhouse. Upcoming work that will maybe continue pending funding is testing on this device on other vessels and in real fishing conditions. As you have already also heard about in the previous presentation, there is a chum excluder EFP in the works. I believe it was just recently issued a permit. They are testing chum salmon excluder devices. The lead is Mr. John Govin on contract through the North Pacific Fisheries Research Foundation. Their goal is to test salmon excluders in the Bering Sea pollock fishery to optimize salmon escapement under summer fishing conditions, where chum salmon is the primary salmon species encountered as bycatch in the pollock fishery. The new excluder will be located where the diameter of the trawl net is much larger, and the main focus for the EFP has been stated to be a focus on determining the best location for the new excluder in terms of creating an improved opportunity for salmon escapement while minimizing pollock loss. The applicant, or now the permittee, will deploy cameras, echo sounders, and light meters in various sections of the net to help understand how the fish move through the different portions of the net. Finally, an example I wanted to cover, though it doesn't have its own slide, was an example of other innovation work that is occurring outside the official Council and EFP process in the Gulf of Alaska. That image in the middle is a screenshot from the Time Zero website and is not representative of an actual fishing or actual image from the work they are doing. It's just an example. To reduce encounters with salmon and other PSC species, the Alaska Groundfish Data Bank has worked with Time Zero, that is a plotting software company, to develop a custom interface for their group. They tailored it as a means to track participating vessels, to identify hotspots, and to implement temporary closures in their pollock and rockfish fisheries. Participating vessels that have the Time Zero software available on their vessels are able to instantaneously see information on their plotter and upload information or to update bathymetric maps. I hear that's a really good tool for them, as sometimes there's not very high resolution. In conjunction with the use of the custom Time Zero interface, the Alaska Groundfish Data Bank coordinates through a separate communication systems, WhatsApp, on a daily basis. The system that they've set up is similar to the rolling hotspot monitoring program that facilitates salmon avoidance plans described in the Bering Sea pollock incentive plan agreements. Participating Bering Sea pollock cooperative members utilize real-time spatial catch and bycatch third-party data management and internal accountability measures to minimize bycatch with dynamic tools while remaining under an overall PSC cap on Chinook salmon.
Question from Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again. You may have said it, I might have missed it. How many boats are involved in that effort at this time? Did you say? I may have missed that.
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Mr. Williams. That is something I'm unclear of at the moment. It is an industry-run effort in the Gulf of Alaska, but I would point you to Julie Bonney or Chelsea Riddell at Alaska Groundfish Data Bank. From what I've heard, they're trying to broaden participation.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to the gear revision process and talk about components of that through two examples. The first one that I'll cover is the example of the implementation of trawl sweep modifications to non-pelagic trawl gear. In general, the regulatory gear revision process can include several components depending on the type of revision under consideration. Council action, research planning and testing, including simulation modeling, scale model testing and development at a flume tank, full-scale experimental testing at sea under an EFP, analysis of results, feedback from NOAA entities, reporting results, and collaborative and iterative communication with industry participation and management entities. The timing of each of those components can widely vary. However, the gear revision process can often take several years and be extended depending on the scale of application. The table that you can see in front of you was kindly lent to me from Dr. Craig Rose. He made this figure to present results to the American Fisheries Society at the completion of the trawl sweep modification process. Though I'm not going to go over the timeline in detail, what I want to point out is that each of the different types of participation or types of components in the process are color-coded. Blue being the concept development and research planning, yellow field research, gear development and testing, light green is review, presentation of results to management, and dark green is preparation for implementation. What you'll notice is that all of those colors are fairly intermingled. It's showing that this is a really iterative process and how useful it was to incorporate all of those elements along the way. This I didn't mention at the beginning, but this resulted in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands FMP Amendment 94. So in totality, the process took 6 years with an additional 3 years for the subsequent extension into the Gulf of Alaska FMP Amendment 89. Part of the planned incentive for this work was to reopen a portion of the Northern Bering Sea research area once the trawl gear modification was implemented and a research plan was in place, but that was put on pause in 2011 by the council. The second and final example I'll go through for the gear revision process is the implementation of the Trawl EM program. This resulted in amendment Bering Sea Aleutian Island FMP Amendment 126 and associated amendment for the Gulf of Alaska Amendment 114. This applies to catcher vessels, pelagic gear, and tender vessels delivering pollock. In 2018, initial testing began with volunteer pelagic trawl CVs. Then testing was formalized through an EFP in 2019 with 79 CVs. The process involved formation and formal feedback from the newly formed Trawl EM committee, 3 years of data gathered through the EFP process and public input. And after council review of the draft EARIR in 2022, the final rule was published in August of 2024. Regulations require the use of EM contractors to procure, install, and maintain systems, and contractors to process the data. So based on some lessons learned for implementation of this program, or implementation that would apply to other process aspects if we were considering monitoring of sensor technology. First are the minimum technological and testing requirements across multiple vessel and gear configurations, with additional considerations for where that technology would be placed and how to measure its performance. Testing the durability takes time to test before implementation. Also, for consideration are standards for procurement, installation, and maintenance. The Trawl EM program, as I stated before, requires vessels to use NIMS permitted EM providers to furnish those services. Other considerations include data storage, screening, and analytical requirements. As you heard previously in some of those other examples for seafloor contact monitoring technology, the post-processing analytical requirements can be quite steep. And then finally, a consideration that is important are staffing resources for real-time or remote enforcement.
Through the chair, Mr. Williams, I looked up your question about the EFP. If I heard you correctly, you were asking about the chum excluder EFP. Is that correct?
No, I was asking about the Alaska Groundfish Data Bank question.
I apologize. I have the wrong answer.
Okay. That's okay. I can take the groundfish, the EFP answer too. How many boats are involved in that?
The chum excluder EFP will be tested on up to 3 vessels this fall.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, part of the motion tasking was to review types of management tools that would be able to inform metrics to achieve those listed council objectives in the motion for this discussion paper. The first are EFPs, exempted fishing permits. They allow for testing if exemptions are required for the research process. We've heard enough about that one, but that is definitely a useful tool to inform metrics. Second is the EFH 5-year review process, which is scheduled to kick off in October and presented to you then. Specifically, component 2 covers the fishing activities that may adversely affect EFH, and the determination of adverse effects. Component 2 is where the fishing effects model is applied. We have already covered the fishing effects model, but that is an important tool to inform metrics as well. Another example of a management tool are ad hoc committees or working groups. Examples of those are the unobserved fishing mortality working group that was formed and only online for a period of a few months to produce that summary, those summaries of research needs. And another example is the Trawl EM committee, which was ended in 2023 as it had officially served its purpose. An additional management tool to inform metrics are incentive plan agreements. Those were mentioned previously. And in terms of salmon bycatch avoidance, they are developed and implemented by industry in response to incentives that achieve specific management tools. Performance standards themselves, one analyst noted, could also be considered a management tool to inform metrics if they are designed, drafted, and implemented correctly, and can provide metrics to help us understand if council objectives are achieved. But they must be tested to ensure that they provide the required data and metrics. And finally, outreach is an important component. Examples of that include evening meetings and workshops, reports to give research updates to the public, and other webinars to transmit that the ongoing work.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you. Just a quick question on the EFH 5-year review. I know we had tentatively had it for this meeting. Do we know, has it been rescheduled? Or is that what we'll take up under staff tasking?
I can go to Mr. Witherall for that, for a reminder that.
I'm going to defer to Anita on that and timing because she's been working on that.
Sorry, I wasn't aware of that. Sorry about that.
Through the chair, it's okay. They are often the answer for everything. In this one case, I've been tracking that, and it is tentatively scheduled to come before you in October. The launch will include plans for the 10 components, including component 2 that's listed here. Finally, some future considerations. Numerous regulations within Part 679 rely upon the definitions of pelagic and non-pelagic trawl gear as a foundation for other subsequent management measures. These regulations pertain to various topics including directed fishing allowances, area and gear closures, bycatch and prohibited species catch limits, and record keeping and reporting requirements. Certain area and gear closures restrict non-pelagic trawls and limit trawling activity to vessels using pelagic trawl gear within the confines of that specific area. Several regulations involving area closures for the protection of seamounts and corals rely upon the mobile bottom contact gear and bottom contact gear definition. A comprehensive list is included in the analysis that you received a presentation on to update the definition of the pelagic trawl gear in that analysis. In general, the categories for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands include protection areas for corals and seamounts, habitat protection areas to freeze the footprint of trawl fishing, habitat conservation areas around coastal communities, and crab closure areas. In the Gulf, those generally include crab protection areas, coral and slope habitat protection areas. In terms of the idea of displacement and spillover, such as changes to CPUE or PSC rates, in February of 2024, the analysis that considered closures as a measure to protect Bristol Bay red king crab identified that the council should consider how groundfish effort might be redistributed spatially and temporally in response to the potential area closures. You can refer to section 3.3 of that analysis. Spillover impacts such as changes to catch per unit effort or PSC rates from displaced fishing effort should be considered if a change to the pelagic gear definition occurs, as that may also change fishing access to closure areas. And these aspects should be examined if gear innovations and research lead to new regulations or reevaluation of performance standards. On the screen here, or on your screen, you'll see an very general image pulled from the Council Conservation Area Summary that show some types of closures in Alaskan waters, but is not fully exhaustive. In terms of council action at this meeting, further action could include a request for an expanded discussion paper that has a specific list of requests. The council could also establish a purpose and needs statement for this action, as well as a suite of alternatives for analysis, including analyses of innovation incentives and options for modifications to the current performance standard, or the council could also decline to take further action on this issue. And that's the end of the presentation. Do you have any other further questions?
Thank you so much. Any further questions? Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question. I just wanted to recognize, I think this is your first full presentation to the council, and it was really, really good, really thorough, and appreciate all the hard work on your behalf and the rest of council staff and NIM staff. So thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kroska. I agree with Mr. Ritchie's comment, but I do have a question. It's not fully formed, so this might be kind of dangerous. So, appreciating potential council action at this meeting, and I hope, yeah, back to this slide. That's really helpful, and in tying the potential option to move to analysis with some information you provided earlier, and I really did provide the discussion paper response back on the gear revision process for trawl sweeps and trawl EM, and just the process considerations for that. And I may be asking the obvious here, just asking you to confirm the obvious, but just in particular looking at Dr. Rose's very helpful, I don't even know what you call that, timeline, that's what you call it, for that process. It seems to me, and you commented, Ms. Kroska, the iterative nature of this, but what I'm seeing is that relative to this whole timeline, there was a fair bit of research planning, field research that fed into the council analysis that subsequently implemented regulations. And it looks like the trawl electronic monitoring gear revision process followed a pretty similar, although, somewhat different type of regulatory process, followed the same general idea. There was, as you mentioned in your presentation, a lot of testing to inform what the regulations would finally be. And in my mind, those two processes were quite successful, but also, as you said, involved iterative work back and forth, but with consistent council involvement. And so I guess my question is, regardless of the full timeline, that seemed to be a pattern that those two processes, and I'm sure we could identify others, undertook that seemed quite relevant for us to consider here. Am I drawing out maybe some reasonable points from the presentation of those two particular examples?
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Ms. Baker. I think that is one of the most important takeaways of understanding these processes. It's not just the time involved, but it's also the fact that somebody or several people made sure that the process, the research and the council and other management bodies were included along the way. It can be a challenge to move forward with some of these processes if that communication and that iterative process for feedback isn't there. I think this is a great example of collaborative research that involved industry and the council and also management bodies. And I had heard through discussions with Craig Rose and John Gavitt that they also incorporated enforcement earlier on in the process too, as they considered like the realistic aspects of the process. I know this one I'm a bit more familiar with than the Trawl EM, but I think they still both mirror each other in that way.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any other questions at this point? No. Thanks again for your presentation and for the infographic. I understand that it's still in draft form, but we've needed that for a very long time. It's been really challenging describing to the public how we assess the effects of fishing on habitat, and I think this is going to be really helpful. So thank you.
Through the chair, thank you. I look forward to your feedback.
I think that takes us to our C3A report. And is Dr. Harris starting us off on that one? And okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Here to introduce agenda sub-item C3A. This is a research update provided by Dr. Brad Harris. He is a professor at Alaska Pacific University, Alaska Pacific University, not universe. He is also the director of the FAST Lab and an SSC member, and he will be providing the research update for the Gear Innovation Initiative. Next after him will be the presentation provided by the Pelagic Trawl Industry Working Group, providing industry updates on the counterpart to this research effort. With that, I'll hand it to Brad.
Thank you, Anita. Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Brad Harris. I'm a professor at Alaska Pacific University and the director of the Fisheries Aquatic Science and Technology Lab, the FAST Lab. And so my presentation today is going to focus on an ongoing cooperative research project that was initiated between my research team at the university and the catcher processor sector of the pollock industry back in 2002, really aimed at achieving some of the research and management outcomes that Ms. Crossa just outlined. So I'll talk a little bit about the origins of the project, assuming we can get this. Here we go. But I'm going to start off with, oh, there we go. Yeah, so the fishing effects model is something that we're going to talk about first very briefly, but I want to just pull us back to the last time I spoke to you, February of 2024 with Dr. Rose, where we sat down and tried to walk through just some information about gear research in this region and the way we integrate that into the decision support tool used to help provide or information to support your decision making. And so the fishing effects model is a decision support tool. It employs spatially explicit vessel monitoring system information, observer data, gear dimensional and contact information, and literature-based information on what those gears are expected to do to the habitat features that are common in this region, or those that we expect to be present given the sediment types that we have available to us. With that information, we can both characterize the process of fishing, the amount of fishing that takes place in a given location, time of year, across years, and we can link that to specific management questions or quantities that are important for management associated, say, with essential fish habitat. So we want to be able to quantify and visualize this fishing behavior and activity, estimate fishing footprints, and bottom contact, and ultimately estimate the cumulative impacts of fishing on essential fish habitat, which is part of the regulatory process that comes around in our 5-year reviews. So I laid out for you this plan going forward, and this is just a little bit of a peek into what we hope to present in detail to you in October for this upcoming 5-year review, kind of identifying the key sources of information that we really have to do something like this, to pull together and provide you guidance and information as it regards where fishing is happening, with what gears, and what the likely outcomes are. And so that involves and begins with information provided by the National Marine Fisheries Service through their catch accounting system. They produce what is called the Catch in Areas database, which is an incredibly important information product that links the GPS information associated with these fishing events with their target, the time of year, the location, and then most importantly, the gear types that are associated with those events. That then links us to the gear tables, which we'll be talking about today. And so that's dimensional characteristics associated with each of the gear types that we have in our region. And currently we resolve about, I think it's 73 or 4 different types of gear. So we don't just mean a pelagic trawl, for example. There's pelagic trawls in many different sectors. They're they can be different types of gear with different dimensions depending on what time of year and where they're fished. And so we try to resolve those in a way that best captures the type of gear in the water and its characteristics. So I outlined a number of updates that we plan to do to the model that are part of this 5-year review. And one outlined in red there is the footprint and bottom contact information. Quickly linking back to some of the questions you asked me earlier, based on requests that you have sent to my team in terms of producing analyses for you, we also realized that you need higher resolution information by location, by species, by specific fleet. And so we're building that capacity into the modeling tool set, and that will be rolled out for you as far as this 5-year plan. All of the elements in this sort of update and upgrade to the modeling approach are going to go through review at the SSC as well, as they have in each previous iteration. I also highlighted for you that the origins of this work come from New England. When I was working there at the University of Massachusetts, we developed what's called the Swept Area Seabed Impacts Model. I'm not going to get into that now, but just remind you that the core operational algorithm that underpins the fishing effects model has its origins there in New England and has also been through a number of SSC reviews, has been submitted and published in the peer-reviewed literature as well. And we can provide those references if needed going forward. So let's talk a little bit about the gear tables. This is what they look like. This is from an appendix in the EFH Fishing Effects discussion paper that was presented to the council October of 2022. And so you can see there's a list of gears, vessel types, but on the far right-hand side, you'll see nominal width and contact adjustment. Those are the parameters that are really important as we put those VMS tracks into a spatial framework that then allow us to examine what the likely outcomes are for those different gears as they interact with the seabed. And then you are familiar with the information products that come from the fishing effects model. We talked a little bit about those in terms of shelf scale cumulative effects all the way down to the data products we provide to stock assessment authors as part of the evaluation of whether or not these impacts are deemed to be adverse, which is operationalized with a definition centered around what is more than minimal and not temporary. And so I could talk a little bit more about how that works, but I've also included on the slide here the sources of funding for the fishing effects model development, references the scientific publications, management peer reviews, and management publications that are currently available for folks to find out more details going forward. I think we have a question.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for going through this level of detail on the fishing effects model. This is very helpful. My question's on the left-hand side over there where it says literature-based habitat impact information. And I didn't know if there's any work to move towards some empirical habitat impact information.
Through the chair, Ms. Gowen, that's a great question. And so first, I would say in the scientific literature, every single one of those studies is based on empirical field work, or if it's not, if it's a model-based study, that's also designated. So one of the things that's always a challenge, I wish I could bring just an example for you to see, here's 8.5 million fishing records. Here's the, maps of habitat. Here's the stack of 300 papers in the literature that we would have to weed through to try and inform a management decision, or we develop a decision support tool that pulls those pieces together. And so back in New England, when we first began to build this workflow, one of the things we found to be really problematic is that individual publications that were available, built on empirical experiments, generally focus on a single area, single species, one gear type. And so you need to be able to look at them holistically to derive good estimates of what's likely to happen in a broad fishing system. And so we came up with a workflow that had a structured review of each of those scientific papers, And it identified which ones were experimental, which ones were descriptive. It ranked them based on the sort of rigor of the experimental design. It addressed the specific gear types. And so we have continued to update that. So any new scientific literature that is based on empirical work is incorporated into the effects model. In this upcoming 5-year review, we're going to get to take advantage of some really excellent work that, again, was really sponsored and driven by the folks in New England to have another look at all that literature, but to do it through a web-based application that anyone can query. So that you can see where the papers come from, what species they address, the gear types, and so forth. We have to take it a step further to generate impact and recovery parameters that link gear types to habitat types. And so any empirical work that's been done over this time period is now incorporated, and there have been a number of new publications that have come out.
That's very helpful based on all that, because it sounds like you've gone through a lot of information to get there. Is there anything you're seeing as a whole of something that would be helpful to get as far as more empirical information on habitat impacts?
Through the chair, Ms. Gowan, yes, but I think this isn't something that I'm bringing to the table as an insight. There was a working group put together by Dr. Michael Kaiser a number of years ago and a paper published really looking at what is the state of knowledge and where the gaps are. In terms of gear impacts and the application of this knowledge in fisheries management, and they identified the key missing pieces: maps of habitat, information about gear types that are deployed, especially spatially resolved information. And so those gaps persist. We, colleagues and I, ran a workshop hosted at the University of Washington in concert with the World Fisheries Congress that happened earlier last year. And brought gear experts together from all over the world. And that was the general consensus as well. Emphasis on gear, emphasis on seabed mapping, and really a call for management agencies and so forth, other research entities, to understand how this information is now critically important as our ecosystems begin to change. And so we are moving forward, but it's a big ocean. There's a lot of fishing activities that we haven't really paid close attention to in terms of the specific parameters of gears. And so there's a growing awareness as to how important that is. And you'll see that reflected in the way we've constructed this Gear Innovation Initiative.
Thank you. Very helpful.
So just before I move forward, I wanted to, as I've been giving credit to the colleagues of ours in New England, we do run a version of the fishing effects model to support the New England and the Mid-Atlantic councils as well. And as with any sort of applied research initiative that's got engagement in the management arena, we always benefit from additional peer reviews, insights from other regions, and the more people that are working on these topics collectively, the better the product and the workflow gets over time. And so we have benefited tremendously from continued collaboration with other regions.
We'll go to Mr. Twite and then Ms. Baker.
This is tangential, Dr. Harris, and I apologize for that, but I was really struck in the difference between the two maps. What's going on? Is that, I mean, obviously the Eastern Bering Sea is a much larger area, so maybe it's just less effort over a larger area. Is it the effective history? There's been fishing going on off the New England coast for a whole lot longer. What's your insights? And I apologize again for totally tangential.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. So by that, I presume the difference apparent in the maps just in terms of the spatial intensity of fishing. And so I need to orient you to what those colors mean so that everyone understands what we're talking about. So when we implement the fishing effects model, sometimes we'll show you information that is synoptic over the continental shelf, and it'll kind of look like a time series graphic. And we'll talk about overall impact numbers that are cumulative, like 2.5%, 3% or so forth. What's really powerful with these tools is the ability to visualize the amount of fishing that's taking place within a location. And so we operationalized the model at a 5-kilometer grid cell resolution throughout the entire domain. And the color ramp that you see up there kind of running from 0 at light colors to red and at high values represents the proportion of each of those grid cells that the model estimates to be in a disturbed state with each time step. And each time step in the data come in at about a 2-week resolution. And so the model makes a prediction at a 1-month resolution over time throughout the entire time series. I told you runs from 2003 to, in our case, 2022, similar time frame in New England. So when you see those darker colors, it's indicative of larger amounts of cumulative disturbance within the domain. Exactly why that is a function of many different things. Gear types, habitat sensitivity, largely this could be driven by the differences in recovery times and also spatial management policies. So spatial closures that generate locations where certain gears are prohibited, also then generate locations where fishing is concentrated. So it's very difficult to pin down what might drive this, but suffice it to say that their council finds this information useful in the EFH and other decision-making processes, and hopefully you do as well. And our goal is not to lean into any policy direction or the other, but to provide you a dashboard and a tool that you can ask questions to that you understand and that can give you information on who's fishing where with what and what the outcomes might be.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Harris. I also appreciate you going through some details on the fishing effects model. And my question relates to uses of the fishing effects model outside of the essential fish habitat process, because that seems kind of relevant to the agenda item we're talking about. And at least speaking for myself, although I've known that the fishing effects model has uses outside of EFH, I think just, because we hear about it in the North Pacific Council so much with EFH, I'm still figuring out what's possible. And this probably is not a fair question, but I really do think it's relevant for us to be thinking about, because your lab provides has provided information for specific management actions within this council, and you also just covered for us at other councils as well. Are there any sort of lessons learned from your perspective, just really high level, that maybe you don't have that right now, but that you could share with us as we go forward, perhaps wanting to use the fishing effects model of just being really clear, just infeasible things the council shouldn't really even be able to ask for? Can you tell us up front to not get everybody's expectations too high? Or are there questions that you've learned are really, really germane to the fishing effects model, and what you can just in terms of the realm of what's possible? I'm really trying to figure that out and just set my own expectations. Mostly I'm asking about lessons learned from the times that we've used the fishing effects model in management actions here and in other councils as well, that we would just keep in mind going forward.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I do really appreciate the question. And it's one that I may have various answers to that occurred to me over the course of this presentation. I am going to come around to the end and just remind you of some of the information products we have provided to you. One thing I think is important that I will say up front is, the process of fishing is complex, and you get a lot of input from the industry who live and breathe this every day. And it is really the essence of what you do. It's the management of these boats and where they go and where they don't go. And so I think it's important, while we may be able to provide you a window into one element of what happens in the course of fishing, which is really focused on the externalities, the unintended consequences, something that has been overlooked, or at least struggled to move out of the realm of qualitative into the realm of quantitative in the arc of my career, which is why I worked to create with colleagues the swept area seabed impacts model. And now this model is because prior to that, there was a lot of speculation and a lot of sort of drawing on the whiteboard of boundaries and closures and so forth. So bringing that into the quantitative arena is important and it's valuable, but it's really only part of the equation, right? For each impact, there is a yield. We're out there fishing for fish. We're out there fishing for food. There's economic benefits, or economic outcomes generated. So in the course of these conversations, sometimes it's valuable to remember that it's useful to put those metrics together. And so one thing that you haven't asked for, but you could, is what are the benefits or what are the costs per unit benefit? So what is the amount of habitat disturbance associated with X amount of outcome in terms of yield? And that gives us a way to sort of examine not fishery compared to fishery, but over time, how are we doing? Right? If you make a policy adjustment, we talk about displacement and so forth, but how's it affecting what it costs us in terms of disturbance, bottom contact for each unit, metric tons, or whatever the outcomes might be? And oftentimes that's not something that we get asked to put together, but in concert with our NIMS collaborators, we can. And so that's useful as a sort of balancing framework to get a sense of what's important overall. I think the other one is, remember, this is a decision support system. It's not the answer, right? We're putting together the best available pieces of information. We're doing it in a transparent way. We're making sure that the key steps in the process are peer reviewed and transparent, but it's a model. And as with all models, they're all wrong, but some are useful. And so we want to make sure that the model is useful, but it's easy sometimes when you see a dynamic map that shows you the activity of fishing and so forth. It's really good at telling you where we've gone with what gears. When we start to make predictions about the outcomes in the natural world, that's what they are. They're predictions. And so we try to do a good job of characterizing them for you and bringing forward the uncertainties. Where I tend to be cautious is to use those model outputs as though they're data and put them into another model. And so going forward, we'll also be careful as we do that. And finally, the insights that we've been able to incorporate here are really to the credit of others. The SSC in New England commissioned a special working group to do basically like a CIE review. We benefited tremendously from that. And the North Pacific Council's SSC as well has contributed a lot to improve the workflow and the data going forward. So we feel like that's a source of good ideas and applications. And I want to make sure that we really take full advantage of that as a research team going forward. So what we bring to you is as good as it can be.
Thank you, Dr. Harris.
Okay, now my actual presentation is going to start. So I'm here to talk to you about the Gear Innovation Initiative. And I want to just remember a bit about what we're doing. We started to work on this right at a time when there was a lot of discussions about unobserved crab mortality. And you had also been asking for analyses from the effects model that really zoomed in on certain locations and certain times of year or subsets of years. And so as we do that, the resolution of the information in the gear tables also becomes something we want to look at. For example, if we're characterizing pelagic trawls over the Bering Sea in a way that is generally accurate and relatively precise throughout that entire domain over many, many years, that's great. That's appropriate for the essential fish habitat review. If you want to know what the estimate of bottom contact is or amount of fishing footprint in the month of February in 2021 inside the red king crab savings area, that's a small subset of vessels that may not be accurately characterized by those more broad parameters in the gear impact tables. And so we begin to think about how we could make that better. And so as we talk with the fishing industry, the catcher processor fleet, we suggested in the form of a proposal that they begin to work with us to build a gear catalog. And that as we put that information together, we could leverage new and evolving quantitative tools like fishing gear simulations to better capture the shapes of those fishing gears to generate the best estimates we could put before you in terms of swept area or fishing footprint and bottom contact. So that was the context in terms of what was happening. So the question's really what gear is currently used in the GO and the BSAI? How is it actually fished? When, where, and how much is this gear in contact with the bottom, so that we could provide you with those types of estimates. And I also communicated to the fleet that this is the foundation for innovation, right? How do you know, when you think about what innovation is, right, it's taking what we're doing now and thinking, man, we would like to either not do this or we'd like to do something better. And then we generate new ideas. We put out those ideas into some form of new approach or test. We learn from that step and then we update it and move on. So we didn't call it the Gear Innovation Initiative at that time. This was just a gear project, and it was aligned with what we needed to do anyways to update the fishing effects model for this next 5-year review. We go back to each of the fleets in each review to make sure that the parameters in the model are reflective and representative of the gears they're actually using. So that then feeds into the next part of this work, which is really about improving the fisheries management support tool, the fishing effects model. By upgrading those gear tables, we're improving all the downstream products. Every time we estimate fishing footprint, bottom contact, habitat disturbance, or we begin to use the tool in the project that Ms. Gowan was talking about earlier, looking, say, at fishing footprint overlaps, all of those products become more accurate. And so that was what we were trying to do. And so the framework is really built around standard practices here in the North Pacific for many, many decades even, about cooperative research, where we have an academic team that lays out a proposal, or an agency team that lays out a proposal, taking on board information from other collaborators and other scientists. And then we bring it to the industry and say, how can we work together to make this happen? And so, as I shared with you before, we have a component of the project that's centered around building a database or a catalog of all of the gears, but with an eye towards their dimensional characteristics so that we can translate that into the fishing effects model. The gear, as it's drawn up in a net plan, is just a cutting plan that tells the net designer how to put it together. It captures really important pieces of information, but not how the gear is fished. So we need to gather that information from the fleet, which we call fishing practice profiles. With those two pieces, we can simulate not fishing gear, but we can simulate fishing. So it's the gear and those realistic applied parameters that then give us a sense of how it's likely to perform. That's the information we need to then determine where would you place a tilt sensor, which portions of the gear are probably off the bottom already, versus the ones that maybe you might want to modify. So they give you the information you need to then move forward and innovate. And so we'll be talking about the project in those key components, but this has become quite a charged topic, right? Fishing gear, especially pelagic gear, given the name, the fact that it's on the bottom is surprising to some people. In the gear research world, we tend to look at pelagic as term that describes the way the gear is designed, not necessarily the way the gear is deployed. There's lots of pelagic gears around the world that fish on or near the bottom. And so we're thinking more about the structure and design of the gear when we say the word pelagic, but I understand why that's confusing. So just to highlight, we have key participants. I think you know who those are. They will be presenting here in a little while after me. At this point, this project has expanded to include the CV fleets in the Bering Sea and the Gulf, as well as the catcher processors. You've already heard reference in Ms. Kroska's presentation to some of our work that's taken place in New Zealand, the inshore fleet. The Fishes in Hawke's Bay has taken advantage of some of this research, and we've worked collaboratively with them. And we just finished a project with the Nephrops fleet in the North Irish Sea. And so again, there's a community of practice developing up around this line of work that we benefit a lot from. And then there are the users of this information that include the agency, the council here and in New England. So to dive into the gear catalog. Oh,
excuse me, looks like we have a question. Ms. Gowan.
Thank you. And thank you for the starting the talk on the Gear Innovation Initiative. And maybe this question's better suited for the group when they come up later, but I'm curious about the fieldwork component. And under Ms. Kroska's presentation, we heard questions about the bottom contact sensors and that those are more appropriate in a research use than commercial use. So I'm curious, is that you're going to use bottom contact sensors in the field work to determine bottom contact, or are there other types of technology that might be used to determine bottom contact?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Gowan. So when the time is right in this sort of innovation workflow, we'll use those tilt sensors as we have already. We've put them on pelagic catcher vessel gear. We will use them primarily to validate the predictions that come from our sensors. Why is that? Those sensors, which, Anita, can you grab that one? Oh, it's right there. I brought one so you can have a look at it. Those are useful in a research setting, but they can't be deployed and rolled up on the net drum. And it takes, actually, Mr. Curlin asked me when we were at the gear demo, how long does it take to put them on? And, the answer is hours. We have to secure the gear so that the team can go out into the trawl alley to snap them on. They have to be taken off each time they come up, and they can't be rolled up on the drum. But what they can be used for is dedicated field testing to determine the performance of the simulations. So we do this in the sciences a lot. The expensive and the complicated things that we try to do in the field, we try and understand so that we can move forward with an analytical replacement. We can generate a mathematical model that allow us to not have to go into the field all the time. And so we need to understand the performance of the sensors. We need to understand the way our simulations predict contact and how that relates to what the sensors tell us. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the field work that we have ongoing right now. That's more to do with trawl geometry and why that really matters a lot. But we are talking with the flume tank in Newfoundland about field work there in the tank for further sensor testing. And I think eventually we're going to have these sensors on trawl gear in the Bering Sea or the Gulf when the time is right in the initiative process. Okay, so the gear catalog is basically a detailed database in which each trawl has got its own unique identity. And so when we talk about gears, we're not talking about, they're all one model of gear. We're talking about individual trawls, because even though they're the same model, just like your F-150, you can put different tires on it. You can put a bed liner in it. You can modify and alter that base vehicle, and it functionally has a different footprint. So same with fishing gears. We want to know not just what gear it is, but how it's constructed and so forth. So we have records of the design, including all the individual net plans, the materials, what is it constructed out of, foot rope chain dimensions, all the way through to the twine, whatever those different materials are. Configuration is a really big one. When we say pelagic trawl, we're not just talking about the net. We're talking about the bridles. We're talking about the doors, all of the different components of the trawl that influence its shape, its dimensions, and likely bottom contact. And then finally, there are modifications that can be altered in the course of fishing or even between seasons that are not specific features of the pelagic trawl, but are additions in terms of, say, salmon excluder and so forth, that may alter the way that gear performs. That is important for us to know. We took on a lot of advice from collaborators at Memorial University, colleagues that we're working with at Ulster University on the NEFROPS project, gear experts at University of Massachusetts School for Marine Science in terms of how to structure the catalog, and to just highlight that this has never been done before. There are catalogs out there that are basically a compiled, indexed, book of net plans, but in something that is a detailed database resolved at the level of an individual trawl is new. And so if you don't design it correctly on the front end and then you realize halfway through that there's pieces of information you missed, it's a real hassle to go back and try and restructure it. So we took a lot of advice up front. And then just like we do with projects, say Skipper Science or input from local traditional knowledge, we're taking on board a lot of information provided by the industry. And so we exercise sort of standard information quality control. For example, if one company gives us net plans and information that looks a lot different than all the other companies, we would go back and ask for additional information and so forth. And so there has been some discussion in and around the AP about the notion of a peer review at that level. And I think sometimes the concept of peer review, which is really about quality control, can get a little bit confusing because the peers of fishermen are other fishermen. And so we have to be really careful about confidentiality when it comes to this type of information. And so we are following the standard protocols for evaluating that incoming information to be sure that it's accurate. And part of that process is once the catalog is constructed for any fleet, we take that information back at the company level to each of those operations and ask them, is this correct? Is this the information that you've provided us? Are we missing anything? And so it's another chance to ensure that we have a full understanding of the incoming information and we're characterizing it correctly. So here's an example of gear catalog. It's just data, but it is linked. So each trawl is tied to a set of doors, a set of bridles, and then there are net plans associated with each one of those. Now, fishing practice profiles are really critical, and think of these as the set of operator control parameters or goals that the operator has in terms of vertical location of the trawl in the water column and features that influence its geometry. That can be the speed, the warp length, headline scope, wing weights, setback, all these sorts of things. There's a lot of technical comments or terms in here, but in general, these are the things that the operators are thinking about and making decisions with regard to that can influence the shape and location of the gear in the water column. With these in hand, we're able to then link that net plan with all those catalog specifications and the profiles to generate not just a picture of the gear in 3 dimensions, but what's that gear likely to do under those conditions that the fishermen told us about. That speed, that amount of scope, that configuration, and it lets us set up 3-dimensional models. And let's see if this will play. I've shown you this before, but it's useful both in terms of being able to visualize the gear under various different conditions, which is helpful in terms of conversations and communication. The real power is that the team that runs the simulations, which is based at through our collaboration with Memorial University, they're resolving all the physics associated with water movement through the net. So you can see the net plan there and the sort of onboarding graphic that shows the attempt of the software to resolve all the features of the trawl. That's individual knots, individual chain links, all of the different components that you heard presented earlier in that great presentation that Taylor and Caleb and Alicia showed you. So it's very complicated, computational fluid dynamics, and it's very computationally demanding. And so we're working with the team to ensure that these models are constructed correctly and that the simulations that we run are actual simulations of fishing practices that are realistic. So here's an example of some of the things that we can do. If we standardize towing speed and a host of those other factors, we can say, what happens if we leave everything exactly the same and just alter the wing weights on the trawl? Or what happens if we just change the bridles? Or what happens if we just alter the setback? So we're beginning to develop understanding of how this changes the trawl geometry, but most importantly, we can bring this back to the deck bosses and the bosuns and the folks that actually know this gear really well and say, does this make sense? Is this shape change what you're attempting to achieve? Is this realistic? We can do the same thing. We can leave all those mechanical features identical and just alter towing speed or warp. And so we're growing our knowledge in terms of how this gear is likely to perform under these standard scenarios and changes. Why does trawl geometry matter so much? We keep talking about that. And what I realized in discussions with the rest of our team is that there's a couple of elements here that probably are worth chatting about. And I was looking for some information that could help us understand why trawl geometry really matters. That's not something we've collected, but it's already in the public domain and it's published. And I remembered that back in 2013 and 2015, Dr. Stan Kotwicki and his team, Stan is the current director of the Groundfish Assessment Program, did some excellent research looking at the distribution of pollock from the seafloor up, with an eye towards how likely is the bottom trawl that we use as our primary survey tool to actually capture pollock, and what about those that are higher up in the water column. So they're working to try and figure out how to integrate acoustic information with what they catch in the bottom trawl. And that survey bottom trawl has a headline height of about 3 meters. And so that's 3 meters from the seabed up. And so they did some really interesting work looking at the acoustic sign and then looking at the catch rates to develop some of these really informative graphics that you see here. So the top one has bottom depth on the x-axis and pollock availability on the y-axis. And so when you get to 1, that's 100% of the pollock that were in the domain that they were interested in, which is the domain that they had pollock target signal. And so what that means is that at 40 meters of depth, they had nearly 100% of the pollock in the zone from the seabed up 3 meters. And as depth increased, some of those pollock expanded or extended the school into higher, further from the bottom. But in general, in those ranges, they were seeing somewhere between 100% and 80% of all of the pollock in that 3 meter zone. Same thing with light intensity is a factor. And, they also found that as they moved further from the bottom, they got from larger into smaller and smaller pollock. So why does that matter? Well, if you're a pollock fisherman, pollock availability is really important. And if you're fishing a pelagic trawl, and I thought Dr. Yoakum in her presentation to you, I think back in October, did a good job of describing a pelagic trawl as one that you can control in the water column. So now you're trying to move that gear into that lower zone, that's sort of 3 meters from the seabed up about 3 meters, and fish it in that space to effectively stay away from small pollock, capture with your highest catch rate possible, large pollock. So geometry really matters. So these are large gears. And so this little animation I have shows you the pollock shape of the pollock trawl starting off. If you're kind of towing slowly, maybe you don't have a ton of wire out, the gear shapes up pretty tall and not so wide. And as you speed up and those doors increase their spread, the geometry begins to change. So we need to be able to capture the scope, the speed, the types of doors, and the amount of weight on the wings. So now imagine here's the seabed and you have a school of pollock in that lower zone, and you need to deploy your trawl in that space. How you fish it dictates the geometry, and that geometry translates into nominal width or the fishing footprint. And within that, some zone here, I've got it highlighted, that's going to be in contact. So the exact same trawl can have a very different nominal dimensional width and a different bottom contact simply based on that towing speed and the amount of wire that's out. That's why it's really important for, for us to be able to quantify that, because those are the parameters that are in that gear table that I showed you. The other piece is that as that headline height expands higher in the water column or not, that changes the pollock that you catch. So your catch per unit effort changes, the size and the age composition of the fish changes, and there's pretty good evidence that your potential for exposure to salmon and other, whether it's Chinook or chum PSC, also likely changes with those fish occurring higher off the seabed than lower. So as the headline goes up, the likelihood of encounter probably also goes up. So a minute ago, Ms. Gowan asked about field research. We realized right away as we were working with the fleet, we could deploy field research taking advantage of the net sensors that Ms. Kroska was talking about earlier by asking the operators to log exactly what gear was in the water, how is it configured, and then recording for us the net geometry information from their onboard net mensuration systems so that we can reconstruct that exact haul in the simulations and examine how well we're able to capture that geometry. And so that work's ongoing, and the fleet's been really active over the, over the B season here. And then that's the catcher processors, the catcher vessels are getting started as well. And then we actually have some A season records that have come in I think 5 or 6 boats have participated as well. So we're starting to build a nice library, and this is something we intend to just continue to collect so that we can refine those simulations over time. I think that was
Very intrigued by this, having trouble managing it. Ms. Gahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for this explanation. I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. So the shape of the net collapses down potentially for 2 reasons. Tow speed, so that it's pulling it farther and tight, or potentially contact with the bottom. And the sonar can give you that information. Can it then tell whether it's tow speed that's causing it to become elongated or if it's coming near the bottom?
Through the chair, Ms. Gowan, there's a couple things that I wanted to go back to. So towing speed along with the length of the wire, the warp that Mr. Williams asked about earlier, are the processes that are going to determine that shape. Whether it comes in contact with the bottom tends to not necessarily have that much impact overall, but that's something that we're going to be able to evaluate. And then the sonars are really useful, but one of the challenges with the sonars is that when the foot rope and the bottom merge on the sonar, as Ms. Kroska pointed out, it doesn't necessarily mean the net is on the bottom. And the only way to confirm it's on the bottom is to use something like a tilt sensor, which is also a challenge. So what we've seen in instances where the operator perceives that those two have merged, that acoustic signature for the foot rope and then the bottom, is that it isn't on the bottom nearly as much as they think it is, simply because of the resolution there. So we can calculate that geometry based on what we have coming in from the simulations, and we can calculate the geometry based on the net mensuration equipment, as well as the forces. This is something that was alluded to in terms of other sensory information, but most of the vessels have the ability to measure the kilograms of force that is generated at the vessel level on the surface. So the tension on those cables is required to tow the gear. And in the simplest terms, that has to balance with the amount of drag that the net produces. And so our simulations give us predictions of drag, and we know the total amount of force actually required to pull the net. And so we're looking to tune those to make sure that they are correct. That is going to be influenced by the geometry of the gear, the degree to which the doors are resisting as they're being towed forward, which has to do with their angle, and the shape of the gear as it comes near the seabed. So hopefully that clarifies a little bit what you were asking, Ms. Gowan. Okay.
Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. I think it's appropriate, this section. I'm just still stuck on the fact, I wanted to ask you, do we have any seafloor contact monitoring tools that we can use in a commercial fishery sense? I just keep coming back to, and I know this could have been about the paper too, that every kind of tool in that paper seemed to have really big caveats associated with it, which then brings me back to how do we tell that the gear is operating in the way that we think it is? And so somehow being able to prove up on a certain configuration of gear and the way that it's used to meet whatever standard the council sets. I can't see any other way forward if we don't have bottom contact monitoring tools that could be used kind of in the fishery for an enforcement basis. But I guess I'm asking you if you see other tools in the future that could be used in a commercial fishery.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think I made it clear when I spoke to you February in 2024 that I see the tilt sensors here as an intermediate step. These are not practical to snap onto the bottom of a trawl just for safety reasons and stand down in the course of real fishing. And so the better we can understand the phenomena of interest, that interaction, the better we can simulate it down the line. If we know key information coming out of the wheelhouse in terms of how the gear is fished, and we have information confirming the headline height, we think we may be able to give much better predictions about the bottom contacts simply because everything is connected, right? So if we know that trawl geometry, kind of like I showed you in the image, and we have good empirical information of headline height, we ought to be able to make better predictions about bottom contact. Prior to us presenting anything like that to you, we will confirm it with things like these research tools. Ongoing lines of work that I really don't have a feel for how they're going to pan out, but we're talking with colleagues that we work with in Northern Ireland about new fibers that can be integrated with acoustically conspicuous materials that really ping on or show up when we hit them with high frequency acoustics. That may allow us to actually have reference points around that trawl that show up in a 3D framework that help improve our understanding. The more points of reference we have around that trawl geometry, the better we can reconstruct the pieces in between, if you will. It's also possible that as those gears come in contact with the bottom, that wear that Anita was talking about, it also changes the vibrations that gear exhibits as it moves through the water. We actually may be able to use accelerometry, but not for tilt, but actually to understand the sort of signature that goes along with different kinds of fishing in contact. I think the other piece is that contact can mean several things. There's the binary view of contact, yes and no. Did this piece of fishing gear make contact at any point along the haul? Currently, in the fishing effects framework, for all the reasons you just described in terms of lack of information, we assume every single pelagic haul or pelagic trawl haul event is in contact with the bottom. 100% of the events are assumed to have contact. Because we don't know what the actual proportional contact is of the swath, we assume that 70 to 90% or more, depending on the gear, or slightly less, is in contact with the bottom. Every time we put a sensor on, our estimates come back from empirical work lower than that. But we are also moving forward in this council arena with the precautionary framework ahead of us. And so, or as part of our viewpoint. And so we're starting off with those highly conservative numbers already integrated into the model. So reaching back as far as 2005, every pelagic trawl event assessed through the Habitat EFH fishing effects evaluation was assumed to have contact with the bottom. It isn't a new thing. Indeed, over time, we've actually increased the amount of contact we're attributing to these gears as a way to be even more precautious. So if we do determine that there's a better empirical way to measure this, it's most likely going to move those estimates down because they can't go up, really. We're trying to better understand not just yes, no, or proportion, but which parts of the gear are tending the bottom. Because if we're going to innovate, those are the ones we should focus on lifting, not the ones that are already off the bottom. So we're thinking about this as well. There's a community around the globe that's trying to figure out how to crack this nut in terms of the technology. But in the interim, we're doing what applied scientists that inform the council have always done, which is to bring you an estimate and then show you sort of how we're accounting for that uncertainty through the way we're being precautious and characterizing that as best we can for you.
This one's very quick. Thank you through the chair. I just want to make sure I'm understanding when you're referencing the hall level fishing practice data, this example, when other people reference the fishing practice profiles, that's the same thing. Is that correct? Or are those different things?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's a great question. They're different. Fishing practice profile says, all right, we look collectively across the fleet of CP vessels and we want to understand in the A season, in 50 fathoms or shallower, generally what's your towing speed? Generally, what is the scope of warp out to water depth? Generally, so that when we operationalize the fishing effects model, we're not going to be able to resolve each individual trawl and the parameters for each individual trip. But those that occur in those water depths at that time of year, say in the daytime, will be assigned the most accurate and representative parameters that then influence their geometry. Madam Chair, I promise we're almost done. slides.
Yeah.
So
Very informative.
I just wanted to highlight two reports that have come out relatively recently. One has to do with our collaboration, which is really manifest through former graduate student of mine, Brianna Bowman, who's here in the audience, who finished up her thesis and then moved to New Zealand and actively worked with this inshore fleet and brought a lot of the ideas from her thesis work into that work arena. And ultimately, it was pretty interesting. There was one of the long time operators that had always used a lighter foot rope. And there was an opportunity to actually use the tilt sensors to test whether or not it actually had lighter contact on the bottom under various different iterations of those fishing conditions. And so that was a real comparative study that you could think of as an example of how this information might be used in an innovative framework. Hey, here's a new design. It's supposed to do this. The tilt sensors then come out so we can confirm that indeed is happening or not. We now have the benefit of testing that in a simulated framework first to save us a lot of time in the field. But that's an example of how these tools and this type of information is useful. The second study was with the NEFROPS fleet in the North Irish Sea, also again on a bottom trawl. Here, the goal was to try and make sure we quantify the actual amount of contact so that when we look at the after effects, how did it change the benthos? How did it alter the carbon content of the sediment? What were the associated effects? We actually know how much disturbance there was due to the gear. So you might think that we have always known that, but in most of the gear literature that's been published out there in terms of gear effects, there's very limited information on the actual fishing gear. Sometimes it just says bottom trawl and has a model number, but doesn't carry the information that actually links to the type of impact you might expect. And then there's very few papers that empirically actually measure how much contact there was. And so that's an exciting example of how this technology is being used to better understand fishing effects. And we've benefited tremendously from working with those other fleets. Those reports will be, if they're not already available, they'll be available through links with the documents that are provided. I think the North Irish project is still going through its internal review, and that report will be draft for another week or two, and then it'll be publicly available. And so to conclude, our research is stepping forward in a structured cooperative framework, as has been many projects, or as have been many projects here in the North Pacific that the council has and the agencies have benefited from. And we're really lucky to have the level of sophisticated collaboration and support from fishing companies and organizations that have a lot of experience doing this. We have a really great research team that includes folks giving us advice from lots of different regions around the country as well as here. The fishing effects model, I'm showing you here the dynamic information product that we often sort of present to show you that this is the heartbeat or the pulse of your fisheries, spanning 2003 up until 2022. Again, really powerful information, totally dependent on the NIMS catch accounting system and the team there that does the catch and areas database. The goal of the innovation is to really build a foundation, or the innovation initiative is to build a foundation from which we can then operate. When the industry decides they want to design a new gear, if there's a change in a performance standard that results in a change in gear, we can examine that quantitatively and try and give you a sense of what the outcomes are likely to be. If there was a proposed change in gear, we can alter those parameters in the fishing effects model before that gear is actually changed and show you what the estimated benefits are likely to be of whatever that modification might be, because we've integrated that information into the gear tables. So improving the precision and the accuracy of the information that the fishing effects team provides you is also a key part of this. So Ms. Baker, you were asking about some of the information products we provided outside of the Essential Fish Habitat Framework. Here's two of them that were brought forward related to red king crab savings area actions and I think emergency actions related to crab, where we can show you relative to a distribution of some kind. Here it's red king crab. Where is fishing happening at a specific month? or within a specific closure, which vessels are attributing or contributing to how much of the disturbance. Or we can show you dynamic maps over time of how fishing behavior bottom contact has changed. And then we can show you the trends associated with these different types of factors by management area over whatever time frame that you request. The initiative is designed to be a foundation for innovation, but we're integrating that information directly into the fishing effects model. So that means, as it regards timelines, something that's been talked about quite a bit, you can expect to see updated gear tables in this next EFH 5-year review drawn specifically from the gear catalog. So the input these fleets are having into the catalog will flow straight into those gear tables. For fleets that aren't participating, the fixed gear fleets or the bottom trawl fleets, we'll still go back to them with requests to ensure that the gears are updated. We'll continue to work with the NIMS and the state folks in the hopes that we can get crab gear integrated into the model. And I know some of the folks in the crab industry are already working on trying to help us do that. So our hope long term is that we can actually build this tool to incorporate all the gears in the North Pacific. And that perhaps someday, just like you have fleet profiles and species profiles on the council website, although they haven't been updated in some time, we think it would be quite powerful to have gear profiles so that as new policy actions come along, the public can get access to information about gear at the time that those ideas and conversations are happening in front of the council, so everybody's on the same page. As we've seen here, there's a lot of confusion about what is a pelagic trawl, and it'd be really nice if we had just a level playing field where everyone could see exactly what those words mean and what key pieces of information they need to know to understand how those gears are deployed and what their likely impacts are in the system. With that, there's no way I can list or even come close to listing the number of folks who deserve gratitude for their input here, but I have listed a few, and I really want to highlight the Habitat Division, the team at the Alaska Regional Office. Even though their focus in this EFH process is on species distribution modeling and defining EFH, they're a fantastic group of scientists that have really contributed a lot to the way the fishing effects model is constructed, and they give us sort of an internal peer review, if you will, as we move through different options in terms of how the model is upgraded, and they've been just a fantastic collaborative team now over 2 5-year EFH review cycles. And with that, thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Dr. Harris. Yes, Ms. Gong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't have a question. I just want to take a moment to say thank you for going through this in such detail with not only the fishing effects model, but the Gear Innovation Initiative. I think it helps to build transparency in the process. And I know I've been hearing a lot of questions about all this, but I think this goes a long way to answering those questions. So I appreciate you taking the time, and I appreciate you, Madam Chair, for being patient with all the questions here. And just want to recognize what a powerful tool this fishing effects model is. I know we're starting to use it in crab to better understand, paired with that tagging data, the spatial overlap with where crab are and where pelagic trawl gear may be fishing. And it all comes from this fishing effects model, which is such a powerful tool. So thank you.
Not seeing any other questions. Thanks again. Really appreciate it. So I think that'll bring us to our late afternoon break here. Let's come back at 4:05 and we will finish off our presentations under C3 and then take up our AP report. We'll see if we have time to begin public testimony today, but we will close public testimony after the completion of the AP report. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. A little bit, yeah.
That's fine. That was just asking me.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. So this will be our last presentation under C3. We have four people. I'll let you introduce yourselves and begin. And then following this presentation, we will take the AP report. And at the end of the AP report, we'll be closing public testimony sign up, and we will begin public testimony if we have time after the AP report. Thank you.
Good afternoon through the chair. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you this update today. We're very happy to do this, not only to aid in transparency on the collaborative research that we're taking on, it's late, but also to express our commitment to this work. We collectively represent the fleet that is taking on some of this effort, but it extends far beyond the folks at this table. On behalf of the At-Sea Processors Association, or the CP fleet, are myself, Caitlin Yeager, and Austin Estabrooks. And with me, I have Julie Bonney on behalf of the Gulf Catcher vessels, as well as Susie Zagorski on behalf of the Bering Sea Catcher vessels. So as I previously mentioned, this is collaborative research being done with Alaska Pacific University, and it aims to improve our understanding of pelagic trawl gear impacts to the environment. This foundational work includes the Bering Sea CPs, Bering Sea CVs, GOA CVs, and in doing so, relaying lessons that we learn along the way. This work is being done in a very standardized and systematic manner, starting with the gear catalog, which is then captured in model simulations, and then it is ground truthed ultimately through field studies. The objectives will result in more accurate EFH inputs and field measurements to improve model simulations, thereby generating a baseline for potential gear modifications. This initiative fits into the existing EFH framework. This is the tool that's being used to evaluate our environmental impacts due to fishing activities, and specifically being done through the fishing effects model, incorporating both our fishing activities and the habitat sensitivities. The FE model combines those and provides assessments to the stock authors for each FMP species, elevating those for concern when falling below minimum stock thresholds, when core EFH areas are disturbed above 10%, and per any other concern expressed by the stock authors. Those determinations are then reviewed by the plan teams, ecosystem committee, SSC, AP, and ultimately the council. And I'd also note in 2022, there was a fishing effects evaluation as well. This initiative is in direct response to the February 2024 Bristol Bay Red King Crab closure motion, which highlights the trade-offs that must be considered with this innovation, and is also in conjunction with the 2023 to 2027 EFH priorities, which called for specific improvements to the FE model and its methods. As I mentioned before, this work is ongoing, and it's currently broken into 3 elements. Element 1 includes the updated gear catalog and the in-depth skipper surveys, also known as the fishing practices profiles, which serve to inform our gear deployment. Element 2 takes the data we've learned from element 1 to create model simulations, which will result in better estimates of bottom contact or adjusted contact. Bridging the gap between elements 2 and 3, we have haul logs. These were recently added to the work since our October update. It uses readouts from Wheelhouse technology in real time throughout the tow and is relayed to better inform our model simulations, creating a feedback loop. Moving on to element 3, we'll tackle the field testing. First, it will evaluate the sensitivity of tilt sensors in a flume tank, which will help inform how we deploy them in the field. After that, we can take the deployment strategy and test those sensors on a range of nets in the field, which once again serves to hone in and validate the model simulations that are ultimately incorporated into the EFH determinations. So where are we at today? The CP fleet is comprised of 12 vessels and has a variety of gear configurations, which are listed on the left-hand side of this slide. And it serves as a good starting point for each of these elements that we'll be addressing due to the size of our fleet. Element 1, our gear catalog and fishing practices profiles, is complete. A number of model simulations have already been generated and will continue to be so as we venture further into element 3. We have over 30 haul logs completed so far. We'll continue with our haul log completion throughout the B season of 2025 and move on to the flume tank sensor evaluation this fall. And our biggest takeaway to date has been that the fishing practices profiles, so those skipper surveys on how we deploy our gear, are very time intensive. These were 1 to 2 hours per skipper, 2 skippers per vessel. You can see how that adds up as time goes along. But in lieu of that, the haul logs, which are very straightforward and simple to collect, could potentially be used to augment the CV fleet profile collection. And I'd also note that I skipped over model simulations, our element 2. We have a number of models already in the system, and they'll continue to be input throughout the upcoming season. So with that, I will hand it over to Andrea to speak on behalf of the Bering Sea, this is Susie, on behalf of the Bering Sea CVs.
Good afternoon. For the record, Susie Zagorski. So the Bering Sea Catcher vessels, can you switch the slide? So the Bering Sea Catcher vessels, we currently have an initial draft gear catalog complete. So this is the initial gear information that has been submitted by the vessels to complete that gear catalog. That would be a next step. We also are in development of our fishing practice profiles, meaning the format and the questions for those fishing practice profiles are being developed and run through an independent review board before we can send those out to the fleet. And for element 3, for empirical measurements, we have started to receive a few haul logs from the Bering Sea Catcher vessels from the end of A season. But for next steps, we'll be sending fleet-wide our haul logs to all the vessels that are participating in hopes to receive throughout the entire B season those haul logs back. We will be QA and QCing our gear catalog, so collecting the rest of the data to fill out that gear catalog, including net plans. And we'll start sending out the fishing practice profiles to the individual vessels, working with the FAST Lab directly as one of the researchers there to help conduct those interviews with their fishermen so that we can complete those profiles. And then again, just meeting regularly with the FAST Lab, we'll continue to do so in order to make sure that we're getting a complete data set necessary for the next step later on, which would be simulations. And so some of the lessons learned from the CPs have led to the refinement of the gear catalog and data collection process for the catcher vessels, which is why some of these items, while the CPs had already collected them for the CVs, they are in development. They are slightly different platforms, the catcher vessels versus the catcher processors. So we had to do some minor tweaks to make it fit for the catcher vessels, as well as the magnitude of the vessels in the CV sector compared to the CP sector. So we're looking at potentially a longer duration in data collection for the catcher vessels, since as you can see on the side, there's 73.
So just to kind of add on to what Caitlin and Susie said, so now we're in the Gulf of Alaska talking about the catcher vessels, and I think it's important to realize the scope of what we're working towards. So as you saw under the CP sector, it was 12 vessels and the complement gear for those. Then you move to the Bering Sea catcher vessels, and that's 73 vessels plus their complement of gear. And now we're in the Gulf of Alaska with 51 vessels and their complement of gear. 80 trawls, 46 designs, 70 doors, 38 designs. So as we move down the paradigm between CPs to CVs, the amount of information and cataloging is grows exponentially. So the Gulf catcher vessels was the last group to come to the table to be part of the initiative. We have done the initial inventory of trawls being used, which is complete. We're well into element 1A, the QA and QC for the gear catalogs. I think we have virtually all the net plans that we need. And as Susie suggests, we will be working with the FAST Lab once they come up with the form for the fishing practice profile and get those out to the fleet. We are meeting monthly, I believe, now with the FAST Lab to, continue. Because we're the information providers, and so they need to tell us what information we need to augment to fulfill what they need for the research side of the question. And then we will also be working on the fleet-wide haul data collection, which we're fortunate that our B season starts September 1. So there will be lessons learned that we can get from the Bering Sea catcher vessels since their fishery starts on June 10th. And the lessons learned is the same with the CVs in the Bering Sea and the Gulf in terms of the haul logs and the fishing practice profiles. Thank you.
So moving on to our target timeline, I'll note that this was included with the October update. There have been 2 modifications, the first of which being the inclusion of element 3A, the haul logs, as well as that our funding has been secured through June of 2026 for the catcher processors and is secured through year end of 2025 for the catcher vessel fleet. So where are we at now? Lessons learned from the CP fleet have led to efficiencies for the catcher vessels. Funding has been secured, and we're looking at ways to balance staying on track without degrading data quality, knowing that neither falling behind or loss of data integrity isn't an option. Again, we'll be looking at haul log data throughout the fleet and performing our sensor evaluation deployment this fall. Looking forward to a season of 26, we'll begin the field study using our sensor deployment strategy and collecting real measurements to refine model simulations. So how is this immediately useful? You'll have updated gear parameters for the upcoming EFH 5-year review and a better understanding of the precision and use of sensors in a research capacity. So I'd like to say thank you once again to all of the contributors on this project. As I mentioned, it extends far beyond those of us speaking with you and includes over 120 vessels so far. This collaborative research could not happen without the brain power associated with the FAST Lab among the other many contributors to this work. And given the current timeline and climate, we're very proud to be taking on research that's funded, staffed, and responsive to council priorities. And most of all, we would welcome any opportunity to provide you with more updates in the future. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you all for the update. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to all of you for the update. I just want to say at the outset that you all have been incredibly responsive since Commissioner Vincent Lang and I started meeting with your groups a little over a year ago, and I really want to acknowledge that. I'm often asked by people who are tracking this issue about next steps kind of beyond what you've reflected here in your current update. Understandably, the initial phases of this have been focused very much on establishing a good baseline. What are the gears? What can we do to get more specific about our understanding of levels of interaction with the bottom and that sort of thing? But I'm continually asked about, well, okay, what happens beyond that? Once we develop that better inventory, that good baseline, What are the next steps in terms of innovation for trying to either change the gear, change how the gear is fished, change the use of technology, combinations of those three things? I wonder if you could touch on that a little bit for the council and the public.
I'm happy to. I realize the questioning that you must be getting. And my response to that would be, we could start making gear changes right now, but that would be a little bit of a shot in the dark in terms of where to make those placements, until we get a better understanding of, what is the level, how do you assess improvement through your existing framework? So we're looking to bolster that up. And we also needed to address the sensitivity of the sensors that are trying to be used for this capacity. And so that's why we're taking this methodical approach to address those, so that when we get to the field testing, we know where to put the sensors. And if for some reason we're experiencing more contact in one region or another, that provides you direction with where to proceed with those gear modifications. I commend the work that's being done by other portions of our industry in moving forward with gear. As Mr. Harris had mentioned, those can be assessed through FE and EFH in the framework that we're helping, facilitate the improvement upon. And so I see immense benefit in understanding those items and trying to go about this in a very controlled manner. That way it's responsive to a lot of feedback that we've seen so far.
So just to add in, can you go back to the timeline? So I think the key for this slide is it takes you through 2025. And so and element 3 is really where you get into the issue of innovation. And so really based on where the CPs are and the CVs, I think once we get into the first half of 26, that they're in Austin knows more about this than anybody at the table, but I'm thinking that that's really when we're going to, for the CP sector, they're going to be deploying the sensors on the nets, validating the model. But part of what the model I hope will present is the portions of the gear that is touching the bottom, and then how do you think about innovating for those portions versus just like Caitlin suggested, innovating to innovate. It kind of puts you in that really difficult do loop. So in terms of the question of how things are going to move forward towards innovation, I really expect some of those things to start bubbling up in 2026. And I don't know if Austin wants to add anything. Okay.
And just one more thing to add to having experience in collaborative research, especially with the Bering Sea Fleet, going through the stages of collaborative research, especially with a large project like this, oftentimes the ideas of how to innovate, and especially in this regard, they kind of come up throughout that process. There's, as you can see with the CPs, there being 12 vessels, there were a lot of lessons learned from that, even just as to the research, but let alone even to potential innovation. And with a fleet that's always trying to innovate, thinking about how to continue improving, how to continue making changes, I think that's something that in this project, there is that potential for something coming out throughout the project to what you're asking for. And so I think it's just going to, it'll be kind of nature of collaborative research.
Thank you all for the responses. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. And my question builds off Mr. Curlin's question. Really appreciate this work and how it's getting at the bottom contact question. And looking at the Unobserved Fishing Mortality Work Group's report, that was one of the key things that they were calling for different gears to outline their bottom contact. But there were two other pieces to that report that they were asking for research on: crab encounter rates and the lethality of the gear. So I'm wondering if there's been any initial discussions among your groups about how to get at those two issues, And then in addition to that, one more layer to that is the February 2024 motion that called for the development of framework agreements to get at crab avoidance measures. So I'm just wondering if there's been any preliminary discussions amongst your groups about those elements.
To the chair, Ms. Goen, this work to date has not been focused on the lethality aspect, nor the frameworking, so to speak. But I think where the work we're doing may be complementary to some of those questions is when you take when you layer on the species distribution models, understanding that the realm of crab research that's currently being undertaken is rapidly expanding, and that could potentially be folded into the SDMs, which then also layer on FE through your EFH determination process.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report. The observation I would make is that you've described a very diverse group of CPCVs, large numbers of boats. And I think about projects that over the years I've been involved with trying to get information from people. What tools did you use, or what was the trick you used to be able to get all of that information from what I am sure is a very, very diverse group of opinions and fishermen in general? How did you do that? Because this is, it's pretty impressive when you look at the number of boats that are involved and the information that you've got to gather. Briefly, please, what was the trick to basically accomplish that?
Through the chair, I'll do my best, and I may have to phone a friend. My understanding of the gear tables that are used in fishing effects, not only for pelagic trawl gear, but other gear types, is that it is relatively standardized. So the essence in here was in the planning and making sure that they were asking the right questions. And it was one researcher from the FAST lab who was collecting and is going through this data to ensure a degree of consistency. But I'll defer to Austin since he has worked with this a little more intimately than I have, to see if he has anything further to add.
No, I mean, just an anecdotal story. I mean, the first vessel that we went on, it was a skipper that I don't have a great relationship with, and he honestly left the wheelhouse and went and called the office and made sure he had permission to speak with myself and the folks from the FAST lab. So there is still just building trust, and yeah, we had to explain to them that we are scientists and we are going through a scientific method and process here, and they're buying into it. So
The only thing I'd add from a Gulf perspective, because the Gulf is probably the most herding cats of any group. And the majority of the vessels don't think that their gear's on the bottom, or rarely on the bottom. And so the only way that they can prove that is to be a part of this process. So in terms of what the outcome is, we don't have any control, but we can provide the information that the scientists need to answer the questions. So they're all in terms of defending their fishery.
And then through the chair, just to kind of highlight some of the aspects for the 73 Bering Sea Catcher vessels, a lot of it, in addition to the interest and support of the project that we're seeing, there's also a lot of protection in there for the net manufacturers, the fishermen who own the net plans, the companies. So we had non-disclosure or authorization forms to disclose, so that they, like Austin had said, they knew that it was okay to share this information and where it was going. And then on top of that, there's also confidentiality agreements, so that they know that this data is being used specifically and how specifically by the FAST lab, by this credible university so there's some protections built in as well on top of that.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to touch on
one of the obvious reasons that this work is being done is to get accurate information on bottom contact from all the different gear types and update the fishing effects model, which really helps with our habitat evaluation. And the other was really to try to figure out, once it was identified by NIMS, what an enforceable performance standard might look like. And I don't know if you've already thought about that second part, if maybe when you would know when information might be available to help inform development of an enforceable performance standard, and whether you've put any thought into the different ways to create one. That may not be a fair question at this point, but I just wanted to see if you had any initial thoughts on that front.
I have two initial thoughts through the chair and Nicole. One is, and this is all hypothetical, but if we ended up, so suppose that as we move forward and we get into element 3 and we've determined that one portion of the gear is on the bottom more, and we're concerned about what the impact of that on the crab, for example, so that you end up with some kind of a device that you end up putting on that portion of the gear, similar to what you did with the sweep mod. So then you'd be, through the science, you'd prove that that modification is what meets the muster in terms of bottom contact. Then you would just be, enforcement would just need to verify that that is on that component of the gear. That's one possible, but we don't know until we get into the innovation question if that's a potential. The other is that if you get through the whole process and we model this and we really understand what the fishing effect portion is in terms of the gear tables, if we've met a certain threshold and the policy is that threshold is acceptable, maybe there isn't any enforcement need for as long as you're meeting the definition of the pelagic gear, maybe you don't need anything else.
Thank you. And then I missed the time at which the field study portion for the catcher processors would be complete. Is that spring 2026?
We would be looking through the chair, we would be looking to begin that field work during the winter of, a season of 2026. And depending on how that proceeds, it could be complete as soon as the end of the A season, but I wouldn't want to preclude the opportunity to extend that into the B season as well.
Not seeing any further questions. I appreciate your update. Thank you so much. Okay, that takes us to our AP report on C3. We have Ms. Mann with us.
Madam Chair, council members, for the record, my name is Heather Mann. I am one of the vice chairs on the advisory panel, and I'll be providing our motions on C3. We have two of them. So the first one.
Oh, Ms. Mann, before you begin, let me just issue one last reminder to the members of the public wishing to sign up for C3. Please do so before the end of the AP report. We'll begin public testimony. Well, we may begin public testimony after, but we'll see if we have time. Thank you.
The AP recommends that the council take final action and select alternative 2 as the preferred alternative, and revise the definition of pelagic trawl gear by selecting the bold language as the preferred options and sub-options. Added language is underlined and removed language has strike through. Alternatives. Alternative 1 is no action or status quo. Alternative 2, revise the definition of pelagic trawl gear to option 1, specify that the cod end is excluded from the restrictions applicable to pelagic trawl gear. Option 2, remove outdated text related to parallel line trawls. Option 3, allow the use of flotation aft of, might be a typo there. Option 4, allow instruments, 1, capable of observing or monitoring the fishing gear, catch, fishing activity, or fishing environment, 2, capable of adjusting the catch, and 3, lights to be attached to pelagic trawl gear. Option 5, allow the use of metallic components. And that amendment, can't read it. Can't get down further. Oh, there we go. That sorry.
Looks like we have a frozen screen. One moment, please.
That amendment, we had an amendment which passed 18-1, and the amendment made motion passed 17-2. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the report. Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Heather, for the report. I'm just wondering what if the amendment, I'm trying to follow the report here, and the amendment was adding option 5 or striking out the language in the rest. I'm just wondering if you could clarify that.
Yes, thank you through the chair, Brian. Basically, the amendment was something which made the intent, it didn't change the intent, but it just, the intent was to make it more clear. And so that's what the amendment was. It's in the rationale, it discusses the structure and changing the structure of the motion to just read more carefully in regards to flotation. Hopefully that helps.
That does. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on this first motion? Yes, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mann, and through the chair. In option 4, number 2, capable of adjusting the catch. Can you maybe give an example or what the AP was thinking there?
Through the chair, Mr. Sakata, yes. So as you heard in the presentation earlier from the agency, in particular from Caleb and Alicia, it refers to like excluders or anything that would adjust what is being captured and what is retained in the cod end. And so that would change, that could potentially, without actually regulating an excluder or something similar like the new one that's being investigated, that's what that's referring to. So changing that catch.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the first motion? Okay. Seeing none, I think we're ready to move to the second motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The second motion is in regards to the innovation discussion paper. The AP appreciates receipt of the Pelagic Trawl Gear innovation discussion paper and respectfully requests the council time future consideration of this action when additional research and data is available to inform potential management decisions. During the interim, the AP recommends the council continue to request updates on relevant research, including but not limited to the Gear Innovation Initiative, which you just heard about, improving data on fishery gear interactions with Bering Sea crabs, stock-specific analysis to support dynamic management. You heard about that earlier in Anita's presentation, and other work to fill the data gaps for pelagic trawl gear identified by the Unobserved Fishing Mortality Working Group. And again, I can't seem to get down to the... And that motion passed 12-7. There was a failed substitute motion that we were instructed to include in here, and you have that information as well, and I can answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you through the chair. First, before I go into my questions, I want to just take a quick moment to thank you, particular, and Midwater Trawlers Cooperative for the event the other night. That was a great gathering of people, and thank you for the hospitality. My question on the AP report for this motion that passed is we've heard quite a bit about this first bullet on Gear Innovation Initiative and the second bullet on dynamic management. We heard about it both from Ms. Kroska's presentation and then also under the B reports, we got a crab research update. So we've got information available now that we can start doing some dynamic management. And I'm wondering if the AP had any discussion about the council's motion from February 2024 calling for those framework agreements to be developed to look at dynamic closures and crab avoidance measures.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, thank you for the kind words. And we did not have in-depth discussion that I recall around that. I think you may hear some discussion and public comment that relates to that, but at the AP in particular, we did not.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Ritchie and then Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. My question's in regard to the failed substitute motion. I saw on there was a request for opportunities for third-party verification of industry-led science. And following the report that Dr. Harris gave, I think that the science that they're referring to is the same that he was presenting on, unless I'm mistaken. So I guess I'm a little confused because I think that he stated that I think there's 3 separate SSCs that have gone through multiple rounds of peer review on this and multiple peer review processes through journal publications and things. So if this doesn't meet the standards that we as a council should, set for scientific rigor, I really don't know what does. And I'm wondering what the maker of the motion meant by that, or if they cited any other ideas for peer review that might meet those same standards.
Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie, at the AP, we had a robust discussion around that request. I believe the maker of the motion was earnest of the substitute was earnest in wanting to ensure that any data that informs a project that comes, if that data is coming from an industry source, that it is peer reviewed regardless of the project. I do believe that there is some confusion around the complexity of the fishing effects model, and we heard at length from Dr. Harris on that, and the majority of the AP felt confident that that particular model had gone through several rounds of peer review, including on the East Coast, but also here with our SSC, and the majority were comfortable with that. I just think that in earnest, the maker of the motion just wanted to ensure, whether it's skipper science or whatever kind of information is informing something, that it's peer reviewed. And the majority of the AP came to the conclusion that this in particular is well reviewed and vetted. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mann, for the report. And my question is on the main motion from the AP. And so really AP requesting that further consideration of this action not take place until additional research and data is available to inform potential management decisions. Did the AP discuss when that might be, or when the council might determine that there is sufficient information available?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for that question. That was another point that had robust discussion in the AP. The majority of us felt it was inappropriate for the AP and even for council members to dictate when research should be completed. We could identify when we might hope it could be done, but that as advisors or as the council members that are not directly involved as the scientists with that research, that it really wasn't our place to determine that. A minority of the AP, as you saw in the failed motion, felt that adding a deadline, which would be soon, was important in order to keep the work ongoing. But there was assurances made that that work will continue regardless. And in fact, because it's taking place through the university and outside sources, it's not dependent on government funding or resources, that work will continue on. And so that was the majority of discussion. It really wasn't our place to decide when research would be done on this project or frankly any other. Hopefully that answers the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. That was really helpful. And that maybe that was the extent of the advisory panel discussion. My question is the research and data, and I think we heard a little bit about this in the presentation today, which was fantastic, which I hope the AP got the benefit of. The research and data isn't going to give the council the answer in terms of a potential performance standard or what it might be interested in pursuing a particular policy related to this very valuable baseline information that is being collected through the current research. I couldn't agree more and be more appreciative of the work that is ongoing. So in terms of when it might be appropriate for the council to take that next step based on this baseline information, did the AP have any discussion related to when that might be appropriate?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I don't recall the discussion around that. I'm scanning the rationale that we have with the report. I think we were really, the majority of us more focused, or the majority of the AP was more focused on understanding what the results from all these different projects that are ongoing and how to connect those dots in ways that can help inform the council in making decisions in the future, was more the context of the discussion versus when would we be revisiting a performance standard for pelagic trawl gear in particular. Again, we weren't, there was discussion, however, around the fact that EFH reviews and the fishing effects model may be a place where folks can engage with the available science. The information coming out of the GII work should help refine the information going into the fishing effects model. I know that there is a EFH upcoming, but my recollection is we did not spend a lot of time on that. And if I'm incorrect, I'm sure someone in public comment will correct me, but I'm fairly certain about that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is building off Ms. Baker's question. And I'm wondering if in the substitute motion, that first section on regulatory measures that could be looked at, I think it includes redefining bottom contact and mobile bottom contact, incentive plan agreements, and some other elements there, just that first section. If that, was there discussion in that substitute motion that got at some of what could be next steps?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, I would respond that yes, that I would say there was a minority of AP members that felt strongly about identifying what some of those could be, potentially revisiting closures and that type of thing. The the discussion though was around, well, how do you do that when we've actually done some of that already? We need to fill these gaps first before we can be responsive in a science-based way. And so it was more of a discussion around how do we do that if we don't have the information to inform those decisions. And the majority of the AP felt letting this work play out would be able to inform that, and that, as I think we heard in Dr. Harris's discussion, and this was brought up in the deliberations, that approximately 3% of the habitat between 10 and 1,000 meters in both the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea is in a disturbed state from all gear types. And we felt that that sort of put the whole discussion in context, not to minimize the concerns that folks have, but that we want this to be, we being, I think every AP member wants robust science to be what's dictating the next steps here, and relying on results from that research is how to do it.
Thanks for that. And I realized the AP didn't get to see the crab research update on some of the new information we do now have available for that side, but I hear you on the gear innovation work. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Goen. And I would just add, we didn't get to see that information. We did, however, get the same presentations that you all had, not just from the agency, but from Dr. Harris as well as the industry group, which we, as a vice chair of the AP, I want to thank the council for making those available to the AP, because I think it was really helpful in our discussions.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. I am not seeing any other questions. Appreciate the report and your work on this issue.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have 36. That concludes our presentations and AP report on C3. We have 36 people signed up. I'd like to get through a couple testifiers, so we'll go between 15 and 20 minutes past 5 today. We will, just a reminder, companies and individuals will have 3 minutes, organizations and associations 6 minutes to testify. We'll start off with Ben Enticap and Lauren Hines, followed by Megan Williams. We'll see how far we can get down the list within that 15 and 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. I am Ben Enticap representing Oceana, and with me is Lauren Hines, also representing Oceana. We do have a PowerPoint that I'm hoping will be able to come up here in a second. I'll just start to say that I'd like to thank the council staff and NOAA staff for their excellent presentations today, as well as Dr. Harris. And I'd also like to thank Heather Mann and the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative for the opportunity to interact with the gear and the experts who are using the gear and innovating with this gear. I think that was a really valuable experience for me and for, I suspect, for many others as well. Oceana has been working with the North Pacific Fishery Management Council for over 20 years on big and important issues surrounding habitat protection and bycatch. And one of the things that I've really learned over this time is that when we collectively are successful in achieving big and important accomplishments, is that when we work collaboratively, including industry, NGOs, tribes, it really takes everyone to come together to find solutions. And I think this is one of those important times where we need to be working together across all sectors and interests to come together with some solutions moving forward. I'll just advance to my next slide, or do you do that? There we go. Thank you. So as you know, and as we've been talking about, is we now know that pelagic trawl gear is frequently fished on the seafloor. And in some cases, from the fishing effects model, it's up to 100% of the area fished is in contact with the seafloor. In other places like Gulf of Alaska slope rockfish, it's up to 40%. This is especially concerning. Oops. This is especially concerning in areas that are protected for protecting seafloor habitats and crab habitats. So this map that we've put together here are all areas closed year-round to bottom trawling for the purpose of seafloor habitat protection or crab protection. And what you see is in the green, those areas are closed to bottom trawling, but they're not closed to pelagic trawling. But if pelagic trawling is occurring in those areas, and it is in some of those areas, we're not achieving those objectives. So if you just look at what's closed to pelagic trawling, I don't know why it just delays. It's this map here where you have the Arctic and the areas in the Bering Sea and Southeast Alaska. Those areas are close to all trawling, including pelagic trawls, and then the no commercial fishing for pollock around stellar sea lion rookeries. That's really more what the map looks like in those perspectives. And we really want to get to the point where we're fully protecting these seafloor habitats and achieving the objectives that we set out to achieve.
And when we take a closer look at some of the habitat conservation areas in the Gulf of Alaska that are close to bottom trawling to protect essential fish habitats, which are highlighted here in green, and overlay AIS data from 2015 to 2023 from Global Fishing Watch, which are shown as the red trawl tracks on the map, it becomes pretty clear that many of these same areas are frequently fished by the pelagic trawl vessels. And on this next map, again, it shows conservation areas around Kodiak Island, which are closed to bottom trawling, overlaid with AIS trawl track data from Global Fishing Watch showing pelagic trawling. And these type 1 closure areas like the Marmot Bay area and the Alatak Flats area are closed to bottom trawling to protect important rearing habitats and migratory corridors for juvenile and molting crabs. And now that we're aware pelagic trawl gear is frequently operating on the seafloor, as Ben said, it's clear that the original conservation intent of these areas is not being met. So we are requesting that the council task a working group with developing a range of alternatives for pelagic trawl performance standards. And this should include defining pelagic trawl gear as mobile bottom contact gear, prohibiting pelagic trawling inside conservation areas close to bottom trawl gear or mobile bottom contact gear, unless enforcement can verify that the gear is fished off the bottom. This working group should include broad representation, including various gear type users, tribes, conservation groups, and industry. The alternatives developed must be viable and enforceable. And when we say viable and enforceable, we mean that the alternatives must be feasible for both the fleet and enforcement. And lastly, moving forward, we should continue to prioritize pelagic trawl gear innovation and modifications that minimize seafloor contact and bycatch, including in areas outside of conservation closures. And as I close this out, I just want to say we are extremely happy with what the industry is doing. We think they're doing a great job. They're obviously working really hard, and we just want to continue that push to keep getting innovation, to keep getting better and better. So with that, I'll wrap up unless you have something.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation here and for having a recommendation for us here of a work group. I'm curious if you have thoughts on timing. I see you've got representation up there, but I'm wondering about timing.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Goen. I think timing is really important. I don't feel like anyone here has, very much time or resources, and we want to make sure that we're prioritizing moving forward. As I said, we think this is one of those big issues that should be prioritized, and so we would like to see, this work group start soon, and so that we can come back at least within 1 year of outlining some recommendations, some alternatives that could be brought back to the council. Thank you.
Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both. Maybe it's just late in the day. I'm looking at the list and you're asking us to task the work group with developing a range of alternatives for performance standards. But the only thing I see there that in my mind applies to that tasking is the viable and enforceable alternatives. And I don't feel like that gives a lot of direction to a work group. The other things seem to be more defining what the work group is. And so I guess I'm looking to see if you had some kind of recommendation to better help us guide what viable and enforceable alternatives would be. Sorry, that was really hard at the end of the day.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. Appreciate the question. I think that's something that we should be looking at. How do we make sure that we know that the gear is off the bottom? We would like to see more testing of different types of sensors to help us get there. And, I recognize that needs more of that innovation, more of that works to get there. We see this as the start of alternatives, certainly not the end. This isn't like the only thing that should be developed and offered. But a range of alternatives should include at least these elements so that we can begin to frame an approach that would protect habitats from mobile pelagic trawling. Right.
Great, thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for the testimony. And I wanted to go back to the habitat disturbance. I mean, we heard throughout the presentations how low that number is across the North Pacific for all gears. And so I wanted to understand your concern with still the habitat component or habitat impact of bottom contact, given those low scores. Is that in those discrete areas that you were mentioning around, areas that you think are sensitive in the Gulf of Alaska, or is there something else about the fishing effects model and the current habitat disturbance scores that is problematic?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball. We are particularly concerned about the effects of trawling inside habitat conservation areas and crab conservation areas. So rather than just averaging out and looking out across the entire Bering Sea or the entire Gulf of Alaska, what's happening, in the Bering Sea crab savings area or in these type 1 areas around Kodiak or inside the EFH conservation areas on the slope. That's our concern. And, how can we achieve objectives for habitat conservation and crab when those areas are continually being trawled? And so, that is really where we'd like to see the focus be. And I'd like to ask if you have anything else you'd like to add.
Yeah, I think one thing that I would point out also is that some of these areas have been closed specific to bottom trawl gear specifically to reduce the impact on the crab, not necessarily to rebuild the crab. And I know that's been a big conversation, but it protects the crab and protects the habitat. And these are areas that have been set aside because we know they're important areas, like the EFH areas have really large coral gardens that are protected. And so I think that's what we're most concerned about in these conservation areas is they're close to bottom contact for a reason.
Ms. Bigger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. That exchange prompted a question. And so it's probably a question about the obvious, but given that one of your recommendations for what this working group would be tasked with is that sounds like a condition would be prohibiting pelagic trawling inside conservation areas closed to bottom and mobile bottom contact gear unless enforcement can verify the gear is fished off the bottom. So I'm taking that to mean your recommendation is any appropriate operation of what we call pelagic trawl gear should have no contact with the bottom. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Yes, inside the conservation areas, but I want to stress inside the conservation areas that are protected. But I do want to stress, if you can demonstrate that you're off the bottom, then you could continue to pelagic trawl inside those areas, but it really should be off bottom. And then I think outside those areas, that everywhere else that's open to bottom trawls and on the shelf of the Bering Sea, then it's more about minimizing that contact. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we have time to take one more testifier, Megan Williams, and then we'll break for the day.
Good afternoon. I always feel like it's a dubious honor going last. My name is Megan Williams. I am a fisheries scientist with Ocean Conservancy, and I'll align my testimony with the attached comments online, as well as with the working group letter that now has over 760 signatories on it. So I just want to draw your attention to that. It's linked into our testimony as well. The fishery management system in Alaska is premised on the assumption that pelagic trawling is fished midwater, and thus allowed in areas closed to bottom trawling. The best available science confirms that this assumption is incorrect, and pelagic trawl gear makes contact with the seafloor the majority of the time. This major discrepancy upon which habitat closures and seafood sustainability certifications are based should be addressed by revising the pelagic trawl gear definition, and we urge the council to clarify where this gear is intended to fish in the water column. If it is the council's intent to allow bottom contact to continue, then I'll align myself with previous testimony in urging the council to recategorize pelagic trawl as mobile bottom contact gear. This would be consistent with recommendations put forward by the Office of Law Enforcement, and this would simplify enforcement and would serve to better protect benthic habitat and EFH for over 25 groundfish and crab species. I'd also urge the council to support and advocate for the development of a framework agreement between various industry sectors that would really be aimed to reduce bottom contact and to more formally consider the formation of a work group or committee under the purview of the council with very clearly identified tasks. And I would recommend number 1, to identify regulatory measures and incentives to reduce bottom contact and unobserved crab mortality. And 2, to translate gear innovation to management application through the development of a performance standard. So I think in order to be effective, the goals and objectives for such a group must be clear and really linked to management action. It has to be more than just a review body for science that is coming in. We also feel that the composition of the group should be diverse and include tribes, NGOs, agency, and industry. So this would provide for that increased transparency in science that we've heard a lot about today. And it's really responsive to calls across the state of Alaska to reduce bottom contact in the pelagic trawl gear fishery. So to take a step back, let me look at my time. Throughout the course of this meeting, I've heard a lot of discourse and disagreement about the term impact, right? And this is something I think we're all struggling with. So I do want to take the remainder of my time to discuss the impact issue from my vantage point. And I've been working as a fishery and ecosystem scientist for 17 years in this process, and that totally dates me, but I'm okay with that. Science really underpins this process. It's how it should be and how it will be. And there will always be more science to do. And the council has the extremely challenging position where it needs to take this best available science, address the uncertainty, and then move forward to manage the ecosystems with precaution. And we've talked a lot about the fishing effects model and EFH, and these are our primary tools and metrics that are used to frame the discussion about habitat impacts. It's our best available science in this region. But at this point, there are some really important outstanding questions about this work, and a number of parameters in the model, including, of course, the bottom contact parameter, may change. There's also questions about the distribution and classification of long-lived habitat features, the recovery and susceptibility indices, as well as the overall resolution that came up in the previous testifier's comments. So it's a predictive model, and it's geared to address specific questions related to groundfish and crab stock status. And my point in saying all of this is there are other metrics and data points from the Alaska region as well as other regions, and there are other ways to assess impacts to habitat. And many of these do show really meaningful impacts associated with bottom trawling and trawling. And I'm unclear why a lot of this peer-reviewed research isn't making its way into the council conversations more broadly when we talk about impact and the importance of this issue, right? Why are we here talking about reducing bottom contact? So I was gonna cite some really detailed studies, but sometimes I'm gonna back off with the science brain and go back to the main points. See our comment letter for more detailed analysis of why we think habitat impacts really matter. So all this to say, when I look at all these data points and a broader set of metrics, I cannot support the assertion that bottom contact does not equal impact. There is habitat disturbance, and there are impacts to sleepwater ecology. So to bring it back to the North Pacific and to the context to today, pelagic trawl gear is operating on the bottom some portion of the time. I'm not concerned with the exact percentages. So I think the fleet should be managed as such. And I think it's hard for the public to understand why this is not occurring and why this gear is not categorized as mobile bottom contact gear. I get the disconnect. And to close and go back to the more process-oriented comments, we urge the council to take action to keep pelagic trawl innovation moving forward, to take tangible steps to reduce bottom contact and mortality through both the science and the management processes. This is a complex issue, thus developing a diverse work group or committee with clear goals and objectives is one step that could get us to management change and an enforceable performance standard that protects seafloor habitats. With 3 seconds, this late in the day, I mean, come on.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Williams, fairly early, I think, in your testimony, you mentioned framework agreements and wanted to see that pursued. And I wonder if you could just elaborate on what you're seeking in that regard and what you see as the role of the council.
Sure. Through the chair, thank you for the question. So I threw that in there because I think this is truly such a complex issue, right? That means so much to so many people. I don't think we need maybe just one tool. I think we might need, I think of it really in terms of 3 tools that can happen in real time. Some can get started and go quicker than others. Some might take a little more time, but I think they're all important. Of course, the gear innovation research is huge to this whole process. I also mentioned a framework agreement. I think all of this work would be furthered if various sectors came together to collaborate and look at ways to maybe really targetedly reduce impacts in certain areas that are of great concern, for instance, to crab in the eastern portion of the Red King crab savings area. There's, as much as we push, we also appreciate the power when industry comes together with the best science, they can impact great change. In that type of agreement, I think pressure from the council to get it started would be incredibly helpful at this time, and a clear signal that that work needs to be done. I think maybe less of a review position or management position from the council, other than making sure this is leading, is headed the right direction, is needed in terms of those framework agreements when you see those happen between industry sectors. My third recommendation related to more of a working group or committee, and that I really do see an essential role of the council, really a management role of the council where that can really effectively bring in that broader group of stakeholders that maybe would be better served in that type of a group. So that's where I recommend bringing in the tribes, bringing in different industry folks so that you really, and NGOs and scientists. And so I think if we want to go at this with the level of intensity that is necessary to respond to an issue this big, I think something like that would be really effective. And if they're done in tandem, that would be even more effective.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen, then Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question. Well, first, thank you for flagging that it's up to 760 signatures on the letter. That's helpful to know. But my question's on the work group. You had mentioned 2 goals and objectives of the work group. I got the second one, but the first one was something around regulatory measures, perhaps. Could you?
Yes. So I think that was broken into 2. So the first was to explore to reduce bottom contact via regulatory measures and incentives. And so that was the first part. And the second part was a little different.
Thank you, Mr. Williams and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Williams, for your testimony. You mentioned several times throughout the course of your testimony about development of enforceable metrics or regulations, or can you give me an example, given what we know today, what does a enforceable, give me some examples from your perspective, what an enforceable metric or regulation looks like? I mean, I've given some of the challenges to some of the information that Dr. Harris talked about and some others. What in your mind meets maybe that level of regulation?
Sure. Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Williams. I appreciate you bringing up the performance standard, and this was definitely one of the things I wanted to emphasize in my testimony and my time today. This was one of the reasons that we got started to address this issue where we have a performance standard that is not enforceable, and a lot of this work has been trying to get us to that. A lot of the research is showing that that's going to be really challenging. So I'm not by any means suggesting that this is a simple task. That's why it was one of the focus areas, the second part of my recommendations for our working group. So depending on where you stand and what side of the aisle you might sit on, I think one potential incentive that would be easily enforceable would be to have industry not fishing in areas close to bottom trawling until certain advances are made such they can demonstrate they've met a threshold for not being on the bottom or that they have sensors that work. I appreciate that's a big one, okay? But that would be simple and effective, and it could be a measure that only is needed for a set amount of time. I did hear in the previous presentation comments about the possibility of understanding how the gear is fished and targeting the area that proves to be on the bottom most, getting that off the bottom with a sensor that works. Understanding that there are challenges to get sensors in the water, I do believe this is one of the most advanced and productive fleets in the world, and that there will be technology in the not too distant future that can really refine our estimates of when this fleet is on the bottom. And I think all of us would like to see some of those that tied into a performance standard where we can use that technology sooner rather than later. And maybe I'm off base. I think the fact that it's already in research both speaks to the fact that it is usable. And, you know, and I was at the Gear Domo as well, and hearing just how effectively the skippers were able to triangulate their relative area of their net through different tools. I was really impressed. And that's all to say I'm not actively fishing in that fleet. But I think gear, sensors, cameras, all of that is close, right? Whether or not it's commercially available at this point, I would say that's there. But backing it up, there are other regulatory incentives or voluntarily or incentives to stand down in areas with sensitive benthic habitat that have been deemed closure areas. I think all of that could have a positive impact on what we're getting at.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dr. Williams. How is closing an area a performance standard?
Through the chair. So I think that's a fair question. I'm like, you might have just stumped me for the first time ever. I think maybe that's not the best recommendation. I'm going to just slightly back myself up. That might not be under the performance standard criteria. I'm hoping that we can get more advanced mechanisms there. What I really mean by talking about and emphasizing the importance of these areas that are close to bottom trawling is the incentive tool. And so I think crossing that into the performance standard language is probably blurring the lines the wrong way. These areas were intended to be protected from bottom contact and impacts. And I think we need to make sure that we're still meeting those objectives. And if there is some high degree of bottom contact or 20 or some percentage in these areas that were intended to be protected from that, we are no longer meeting the management objectives for that area. So I think you could definitely use that as an incentive. And so I'll kind of rearrange my answer to your question, Mr. Williams, based on that. But I think under the performance standard, that's not an easy question. And that's why I would really leave it to members of a working group to spend some time and come together. And, in my role, I'm not going to be the one that's going to be able to say what technology and what's feasible for the fleet. But I think I will certainly be one advocating for that group to convene and to bring it all together to hopefully come up with something much less jarbled than what I just did.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Appreciate your testimony. Thanks. Okay. So with that, we'll break for the day. We'll come back at 8 o'clock and reconvene public testimony on C3. Thank you.
This slide.
My